toward where the other man had gone. "I trust you noticed that bloke too, then?" "In seconds." "Quite sloppy. Definitely not one of ours. Tell you what, you go and let Hall know you caught on to me, and I'll pick up his trail and see who else had the same idea. Deal?" As if it were his call. But given the choice, that was exactly what Yvonne would have recommended. Deal. A few minutes later he was past the guards and jogging up the stairs toward his floor. Given the time, he ought to hurry to his desk and get to work. Given the circumstances, he hurried instead to Hall's office. The door was closed, but voices came from within, so the Admiral hadn't taken the morning off despite the late night. Yvonne settled in a chair outside the room to wait. He could see the threads unraveling, but until he knew what had tugged at them, he couldn't plan how to stop it. Not when another tug could simply loosen another thread while he was at work on the first. He must discover the source, the root. After a minute he opened his briefcase, pulled out Yevgeny's passport. His brother was gone. He must accept that. Were he alive, even if injured, he would have found a way to get in touch by now. Silence in this case must mean the worst. Yevgeny was gone, and someone was still at work against him. He was alone, utterly alone. His fingers traced the familiar contours of the passport, opened it even though Yevgeny's face was no longer there to stare back at him. If Hall dismissed him, would he at least return that? It was the only image he had of him. He hadn't bothered flipping through the rest of the pages before. There were no stamps to remind him of places they'd gone together, not in this one. Other than taking out the too large photo of the German officers, he'd not examined the pages too closely. Which meant he hadn't noticed before how two at the back were stuck together. Now he pried them apart, and his breath caught when another piece of paper slipped into his hands. Another photograph. This one he knew. He had a matching one in the missing album. Him and Yevgeny on that one trip to Paris. Standing together, the Eiffel Tower stretching out of the frame behind them. They looked so young, so happy, with their arms slung about each other's shoulders. "Oh, Zhenya, I am so sorry. So sorry I failed you." Hall's office door opened. Yvonne slid the passport back into the case and snapped it closed. The picture he slipped instead into his pocket. It helped somehow to feel his brother there. Hall stepped out with another Navy man, who quickly saluted and went on his way. When the Admiral's gaze flicked to Yvonne, his brows knit. "Maren, what can I do for you?" Yvonne stood. "Maybe I come in?" "Of course." They entered, the door clicking shut. But though Yvonne put his briefcase on a chair, he couldn't bring himself to sit. "I met Barclay Pierce this morning, much to his surprise." Hall halted halfway to his desk and spun on him. "I beg your pardon." Yvonne kept himself calm, still. "Have I done something to make you question me, sir?" The Admiral leaned against the edge of his desk. "And why would you think that?" "Because you have someone following me. Captain Blackwell has suddenly forbidden me from seeing his daughter again, and even at the wedding last night, your gait hitched each time you approached me. All very odd, since nothing I have done has changed." He unclasped his hands from their habitual resting place behind him, spread them wide, palms up. "I have given you all the information I have. All that I know, even what I cannot prove. What has happened to make you doubt me?" D.I.D. folded his arms over his chest. "I never said I doubted you." "You did, Admiral." But he could see from the look on the man's face that he wasn't going to talk about why. Not with him, anyway. He gathered a breath, held it for a long moment. "There was another man following me, too. Your Mr. Pierce said he intended to find out who he is, as he is not one of yours. I imagine he will report to you. I would greatly appreciate it if I could be informed as well. If it is the Bolsheviks—" That at least brought him bolt upright. Someone else? Someone who had, I think, not much practice at tailing people. Though Sivone wanted to raise his chin, he lowered it instead. "What would you have me do, sir? Work as usual? Or has your faith in me shrunk such that I am not trusted to do that?" "For heaven's sake, man, if I decide to sack you, you won't have to ask. In the meantime, get to work." He strode to the door, yanked the door open, and barked at the secretary. "The moment Pierce shows up, I want to see him. No joking with anyone, no dilly-dallying outside with V, nothing. Am I clear?" Sivone vacated the office and hurried to his desk. But he didn't find the Admiral's reaction encouraging. Hall was alarmed at the news that someone else had been about the task he'd assigned Mr. Pierce, which meant that Sivone had more enemies in London than his superior had thought. Lily stared at the photo on the drying rack, not quite able to believe what her eyes told her. The roll of film, one of the ones she'd brought home yesterday, had come from an agent on the continent she knew. Strictly routine work, which was why she decided to do it this morning after Mamma had refused to so much as look at her over the breakfast table. She couldn't decide which was worse, the silence she was being greeted with, or the shouting that she'd heard between her parents for an hour after she'd gone to bed. She couldn't ever recall her parents arguing like that, and because of her. She'd thought this familiar, thoughtless work would soothe her, help her forget all the questions the night had raised, all the uncertainty, all the wondering about whether this job of hers that had caused such strife between her parents was really worthwhile. Oh, how wrong she'd been. Though it had been over 5 years since she'd seen her childhood friend, she had no difficulty recognizing Joanna's lovely face. Her blonde hair was coiffed to perfection, her blue eyes, grey in the photo, of course, smiling at a man in a German uniform whose arm her hand was tucked into. They were one of 6 couples caught in the image at some sort of event in Berlin. Lily had no idea what it was. She didn't need to. All she needed to know was that it was Joanna, in Germany, looking happy on the arm of a soldier, proving, even from hundreds of miles away, that nothing was simple, and that Lily's judgment couldn't be trusted. She gathered the photos from the 2 rolls she'd finished and slid them into her bag, along with the undeveloped film. It would be lunchtime at the OB, which meant she wouldn't likely run into anyone she knew. Just as she wanted it. She couldn't bear to look at any of them right now. Not given the note she'd written upon rising that morning, telling the Admiral of her intent to resign. The house was quiet. Ivy was at the school. The maid must be upstairs somewhere. Eaton was polishing the silver. She could have just slipped out, would have a week ago. Today she slid to the drawing-room door and peeked in. Mamma sat at her easel, moving her brush over a canvas with furious strokes. The light was all wrong in the room. Clouds had rolled in some time while Lily was in her dark room. Usually that's when Euphemia Blackwell would pack up her paints and shift to another task, a preliminary sketch perhaps, or a composition study in pastels or watercolours, while she sorted through how best to achieve what she wanted in her actual oil painting. "Mamma?" No response. Taking a deep breath, she edged into the room. "Mamma, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I couldn't bear the thought of disappointing you, which is of course exactly what I did by trying to spare you. I see that now. But I want you to know—" She gripped her bag and wished her mother would just turn around and look at her, scold her, yell at her. "I'm going to the OB now. I had some film I brought home that is theirs. I'm returning it, along with my resignation." "Why?" Lily blinked. Mamma's voice was so flat, lifeless. "Why what?" Still she didn't turn, just continued to lay down angry strokes of red on the canvas. "Why are you resigning? If it's because I'm upset, then don't. I won't have the entire intelligence division blaming that on me, too." "It isn't. It's— You are right, I think. This isn't what my art should be used for." Her throat went tight, stopping any other words. Usually Mamma would have lured more out of her with a well-placed question. Usually she would have come over and wrapped her arms around her. Now she didn't even slow in her work. Lily swallowed down the emotion and turned. "I shouldn't be gone long." Silence followed her out, through the familiar neighbourhoods, all the way to the old building. Because it was her habit, she went in the back, but up the stairs, not down. It wouldn't matter if anyone recognized her. Zivone had apparently seen her anyway, had put it all together. Zivone. Daddy had forbidden her from seeking him out, made her promise she would report directly home and not meet him and Clark and Ivy in the park, that no more invitations would be issued, that she wouldn't try to find him here. She'd never considered herself particularly rebellious, but the more she thought of his new list of rules, the more she found herself looking for Zivone's familiar smooth stride in the corridors, and hoping, praying she'd run into him now, when she'd have every legitimate excuse for doing so, when Daddy could say nothing in argument. She had to see him again, tell him she didn't hold his inadvertent secret spilling against him. It hadn't been his fault. He hadn't realized Mamma didn't know. And more, she should have. Lily never should have kept such a secret in the first place. But even more, she had to tell him how sorry she was for all the pain he was suffering. She had to tell him. But he was nowhere in sight as she made her way to the Admiral's office. The secretary wasn't at her desk outside it, so she tapped at the door, expecting silence in reply. He surely had a lunch meeting with some lord of this or that. She would just slip in and leave the film for him, along with her note. "Enter." Her hand, already halfway to the door, paused, hung suspended for a long moment. This hadn't been her plan at all. "Don't be a coward, Lily." Rolling back her shoulders, she opened the door and stepped inside. Hall glanced up, gave her the barest echo of a smile, and then looked back down at whatever papers were on his desk. "I thought you meant to take the day off." Lily cleared her throat. "I needed to bring these back to you, the film I developed this morning, and what I didn't get a chance to do." When she set the bag down on the corner of his massive desk, D.I.D. regarded her solemnly, taking in everything with one of his blinks, it seemed. "And why, pray tell, are you giving the undeveloped roles to me? Do them tomorrow if you haven't the time today." A shake of the head was all she could manage for a moment. It was tempting to just reach into her bag, pull out the letter and hand it over, but he deserved more than that. I won't be coming in tomorrow, sir. My mother was quite upset to learn about my involvement here, and no, it isn't her fault." She squeezed her eyes shut to block out that knowing face of his. "The truth is, Admiral, I can't keep doing this. Not knowing the cost. I can't live with the idea that my work was the cause of death last night. Death of my neighbours, innocent women and children. And so I've come today to offer my resignation." There, she'd said it. She opened her eyes again, not sure what to expect. Hall rose halfway out of his chair, leaning forward onto his desk. "I decline to accept it." What? "But there are no buts, Lillian Blackwell. You may not wear a uniform, but you are an employee of His Majesty's Royal Navy, and as such your comings and goings are not yours to decide. You will not resign just because you had a bad night. You will keep fighting this war in the way God and King have asked of you. Do I make myself clear?" Digging her hands into the back of the chair across from his desk, she shook her head. "But I can't, sir. I can't live with myself, knowing—" "Knowing what?" He straightened the rest of the way, eyes flashing. "That you obeyed the command of your superior officer? Or do you think I too ought to be so guilt-ridden that I should resign?" Lily opened her mouth, though she wasn't certain how to reply. Of course she didn't think he should resign, but that was different, wasn't it? He lifted a brow. "Or perhaps you think you know better than I how to run this division. Do you know all the inner workings of the High Command? Are you fit to decide how and when to use the intelligence that comes across this desk?" She tried to swallow, though it did nothing to ease her throat. She could only shake her head again. "I thought not." He rounded the desk, and though he wasn't more than a few inches taller than she was, it felt as though he towered over her. "We make difficult choices here, every day. What information we can act on, what we cannot. And yes, people die, Lillian. People die because of the information we act on or file away. This is the burden of intelligence, but it is not a burden that you have the right to feel guilty over." The last thing she wanted to do was cry in front of the Admiral, but it took everything within her to hold it back. "How? How can I not? Because that is grossly unfair to all the lives you save with your work, or the bombs that have not fallen because you helped me dissuade the enemy or redirect them, all the soldiers and agents whose identities you protect." He lifted her bag, shoved it back into her arms. "You will not resign." Her arms closed around the bag, but she couldn't convince her brows to stop frowning. "Sir, you will, however, upon your father's request, work from home rather than here." At least the sudden fury burned away the threat of tears. "He didn't." Hall blinked at her. "You may feel free, of course, to take home any and all supplies from your dark room here, after which your father will act as courier for you." Too many thoughts and feelings swamped her for her to make sense of them all right now. Hall's argument against guilt, his directive, would all have to wait until later to be processed. "This is because of Yvonne Marin, isn't it? And you don't think that a bit of an overreaction?" He moved back to his chair. "You're his daughter, Lily. Of course he's being cautious." The way he sat was a dismissal, one she would have obeyed without a squeak on any other day. Today she moved forward and leaned on the edge of his desk, much as he had done. "What exactly is it that has suddenly appeared to make you suspect him?" He didn't look as though he meant to answer her, but after a moment he sighed and pulled a manila envelope from a stack of other papers. This is what I came down to show you yesterday." He opened the flap, pulled out a photograph and handed it to her. She looked at it, but had no idea what it meant. It was Yvonne, that much she could clearly see, in dress uniform, bowing over the hand of someone in full military regalia. I have no idea why this would cast a poor light on him. "Because the other man, my dear, is Lenin, leader of the Bolsheviks." That didn't make sense. The expression on Yvonne's face in the photo was one of respect, even adoration. But he'd never felt that for Lenin. He'd spoken against him. That's why Alyona had been killed. No. She pulled the photo closer to her nose, traced her gaze over Yvonne's outline. She couldn't see any lines, but that only meant it was well done. If she had magnification, she could no doubt spot them. That can't be right. He hates the Bolsheviks. He says he does. The photo was plucked from her fingers. And being a socialist is certainly no crime here. But if the truth of his loyalty is so diametrically opposed to what he says of his loyalty, well then, one must ask why. She reached for the image again, though Hall held it back, eyes flashing. Hers, no doubt, flashed right back. "Let me fetch my loupe, Admiral, and look at it more closely. That's why you wanted to show it to me yesterday, isn't it? To check its authenticity? Because you know as well as I that photographs can be falsified." He set it on his desk and rested his hand atop it. "I also know that when one's heart is involved, one is far from unbiased in any examination. I'm sorry, Lily, but I saw how you looked at him last night." Her cheeks went hot. "That doesn't mean I can't do my job." "No, but for now at least I'm going to respect Captain Blackwell's wishes and keep you out of this inquiry. Rest assured that if my other photographer contacts don't prove as skilled as I require, I will overrule your father's request." Huffing out a breath, she slung her bag strap over her shoulder and straightened. "Yvonne Marin is a good man, Admiral." Hall sighed. "The problem is that good is a bit too relative when it comes to matters of national trust. My agents are good men, too, good Englishmen. That certainly doesn't mean the governments in whose domain they're operating would agree." She didn't know how to argue without sounding like Yvonne's love-blinded sweetheart. And, frankly, she was all too aware of the photo in her bag with Joanna's face in it, proof of her past mistakes in matters of affection. Maybe Hall and Daddy were right to keep her out of it. A battle for another day, at any rate. She took out the stack of photos. She'd nearly forgotten them when he gave her bag back to her, and slid them onto his desk. "I understand you have to be cautious. Just please assure me you'll find someone skilled to look at that, and that you'll remember the lessons you've learned to use so well against your enemies when it comes to this, that the same facts can be used to tell multiple stories, depending on how one tells them." He smiled and slid the image of Yvonne back into its envelope. "And you tried to say you're not suited for this work." He probably meant the chiding as a sort of compliment, but it weighed heavy as guilt on her chest as she turned away. Rain had begun to fall by the time she regained the street, and she hadn't thought to grab an umbrella. She could make a run for the tube, but by the time she got to the nearest station she'd already be soaked. She could go back and wait it out, or duck into a cafe perhaps, but neither of those options suited her mood. She wanted to go home, think things over. A large black umbrella appeared over her head, and the man holding it made her heart patter as fast as the rain in the puddles. Zivone had deep shadows underscoring his eyes that his glasses did little to hide, and his cheeks were pale. He cast a glance over his shoulder. "I should not be speaking to you, I know. But if you will grant me one last walk, Lily, I will be obedient hereafter." She didn't see her father or Blinker anywhere, and if anyone saw them from a window, it would be impossible to identify them under the umbrella. In answer, she wrapped her hand around the arm holding the brolly. "I'll walk with you any time you ask. I don't care what he says." "Of course you care. You should respect his wishes. After this time, I mean." He grinned, but it looked sad and was too soon gone. They hurried away from the OB, silent, but she made no argument when he steered them toward Hyde Park rather than going directly to Curzon Street. Their feet found their familiar path, and as they neared the tree beside which they'd talked before, he drew them to a halt. "Lily." He shifted so he faced her, the umbrella's rod between them. "I have caused you trouble, and I never meant to. Your mother is very angry?" "She is. But that isn't your fault. I should have told her long ago." She tried to smile, but she suspected it didn't look very convincing. "We'll work it out." "I pray you do. But even so, I am so sorry for how last night ended. I am sorry for the anger I directed at you when it belongs to anyone but. And I am sorry for not telling you before of Aliona." She wrapped her fingers around his. "I'm glad you told me at all. I can't even imagine the grief you must feel." "It is as much guilt as grief." His face twisted. "She was killed because of me. A bullet put through her head because of my opinions, my words, my actions. But not your hand." Her heart twisted to match his countenance. "The guilt rests on the perpetrator, not on you." But she understood the shake of his head. How could she not? She'd been struggling with the same feelings just minutes ago. He leaned forward until his forehead touched hers. "I will not have the same happen to you. I will not put you in danger by associating with me. You mean too much to me." She lifted her hand, touched her fingers to his cool cheek. "I am not in danger, Zivone." "You could be. I have enemies, and they seem to have found me. Whatever it is that has put the Admiral on his guard, it is their work, I am certain." The Bolsheviks? Here in London? That didn't seem possible. From what she'd read, and the little he or her father had told her, the political situation in Russia was far too chaotic for them to spare precious resources for hunting down one stray naval officer. She brushed her fingertips along his jaw. "I obviously can't speak to that. But I can promise you that whatever this trouble is, we'll sort it out. Solve it." His lips turned up. "You cannot promise. I wish you could. But I will promise you something, Melia. I will never put you in the position of wondering if I am using you. Tell me nothing that the Admiral or your father says. Tell me nothing you see in your work for them. Never disobey him. After this." "After this." He leaned in just a bit more, touched his lips to her cheek in a move too soft, too lingering to be classified as a simple kiss. "My one request, not a direct disobedience, though likely only because he did not yet think of it. Letters May I write to you? Send them with Clark? I am told this is how one courts a girl here in England. With all that had gone wrong in the last day, such words shouldn't be able to make a thrill course through her, but they did. I would like that. He kissed her then. Not an invisible touch like in the car. There was heat in this one, and the urgency that came of not even knowing when next they'd see each other. She could taste his grief and his determination and his wish that it could be different, no doubt because they mirrored her own. When he pulled away, his breath was ragged. I never thought I was the sort of man who would feel this way. Certainly not now. That thrill coursed again. I wish this Lily were here. She would have something clever to say. He chuckled. I do not need clever flirtations. Just these precious moments in your company. They will see me through the long days ahead. Days, perhaps even weeks or months without seeing him, without snapping his picture, without trying to reveal one more layer. Days, perhaps weeks or months, when he would have no one to believe in him. The last time we were standing by this tree, I told you I trusted no one. But I have found that this is untrue. He pressed one more kiss to her lips, and then pulled away a few inches, his gaze tangled with hers. I trust you, Lillian Blackwell. I have from the first. A sweeter declaration than one of love at this moment. She rested her hand over his heart, as she had daringly done that day. Sivone, I need you to promise me one thing more. Anything. Last night, when you spoke of what the Bolsheviks did. There his eyes darkened again. She pressed a bit more against his heart. Guard yourself against those feelings. It's understandable that you hate them, but I do not hate them. Yet even as he said it, vitriol filled his words. We are told to love our enemies. Her smile no doubt looked sad. We are, but you do not. If you trust me, then hear me in this. They have already stolen so much from you. Don't let them steal your heart. They'll ruin it. He frowned, but he didn't argue. He wanted to, she could tell. But instead, he reached into his pocket, coming out with a small piece of paper. A photograph. He pressed it into her hands. This is all I have left of my family. They were always my heart. Will you keep it for me? She glanced down, saw the image of two lads, the familiar Parisian landmark behind them. She slid it into her bag. You know I will. Chapter 16. Tuesday, 28th of May, 1918. Nadia disappeared behind one of the shelves in the grocer's, scowling at the largely empty space, while Yevgeny, blast him, smiled at the girl behind the counter, leaning into it as if he had all the time in the world. According to him, he could wheedle supplies from the shopkeeper's daughter. He probably could. The question was, how did he achieve this miracle? She'd come along to find out. Though when he gave the girl the grin Nadia clearly remembered from the first time they'd met, She began to regret her decision. "Bonsoir, Claire." The girl grinned back, of course, and darted a glance around the store. According to Yevgeny, her father didn't much care for him. Smart man. If ever a fellow was a danger to a daughter, it was Yevgeny Marin. Nadia peeked between the shelves so she could see without being seen. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't come to see me this evening, Zhenya." The chit twirled a dark curl around her finger. "And miss out on some of the only joy to find in a day?" He winked, and made a show of peering over the counter to see what might be behind it. "The shelves are a bit bare. Have I waited too long?" Her laugh was low and soft. "You know I put something back for you." She said it with a smile, but unless Nadia had gotten worse at reading silly girls, she also said it lightly, as if it were a game, nothing more. Nadia's muscles relaxed a bit. She could handle a harmless flirtation, if it meant food. Claire pulled out a parcel from under the counter. "You know the deal, Zhenya." He laughed and made himself comfortable, apparently not prickling any over the nickname. Why should he? Most people used it. All but Nadia. Still, it sounded odd to hear it spill from a French girl's lips. "All right." He tapped a finger to his chin in a caricature of thought. "Have I told you the story of the Crystal Mountain yet?" "Last week." "Ah, yes. What about Princess Never-a-Smile?" "That was the first tale you told me." Her bottom lip came out in an inane little pout she probably thought was attractive. "As well you know." He stroked his chin, though no doubt he already knew what tale he planned to tell. "I know. The Snake Princess. I do love the ones with a princess." The girl sat on the stool behind the counter, grinning. "Let us see what odd turns this one takes." Nadia rolled her eyes at the shelf. A pretty girl who liked princess stories. Could she be any more cliché? Yevgeny didn't actually like such girls, did he? If so, then he must be miserable with Nadia. "It begins with a Cossack, a young man well worn from travel and fighting. He ventured off the road for a rest and found a haystack in the middle of a grove of trees. That seemed like a perfect bed, so he made himself comfortable and even enjoyed a pipe." Claire's brows lifted. "Always wise around hay?" So perhaps the girl wasn't utterly senseless. Yevgeny narrowed his eyes and pointed a finger. "Do not get ahead of the story." Sorry. "As I was saying, he enjoyed his repose and soon got back to his feet, not noticing that a spark fell from his pipe and landed on the hay until the whole thing went up." "I am all surprise." "Hush." He grinned and pulled forward the parcel, unwrapped it. No doubt his ever-growling stomach was curious as to what mysteries it held. "Here is the surprising part. In the middle of the hay stood a beautiful young maiden, and she was crying out for help. 'Save me, good sir,' she called to him. But the heat was so great he couldn't get near enough, so she bade him to stretch out his lance so that she might use it to pull herself to safety. He obeyed. But when the fair maiden laid hold of the lance, she turned instantly to a snake and slithered up it." "Oh!" Claire shuddered. "I suppose I should have known from the title there would be a snake, but still." What was in the package? From what Nadia could see, it looked like a good-sized chunk of cheese, a jar of olives, a few eggs. Was the smaller package flour? She could hope. She hadn't had bread in weeks. Luckily for our hero, he did not react so, though no doubt he was alarmed as the snake slithered up the lance, up his arm, and wound herself 3 times around his neck, biting her own tail to hold herself in place. "Do not be frightened," she said to him. Claire huffed out a breath. "And how is she talking if she's biting her own tail?" Yevgeny laughed. "A maiden in a fire who turns into a snake, and that is the part you take issue with?" "Well, obviously she was enchanted, but I don't know why that would allow her to talk around her tail." "Can you not talk with your mouth full?" Yevgeny bit his finger and said around it, "Do not be frightened." Garbled, but understandable. Nadia rested her forearms against the shelf and looked around the rest of the dismal little shop. Claire sighed. "Very well. Rude, but not utterly incomprehensible. Go on." The sound of rustling paper indicated Yevgeny was rewrapping the food. She went on to say that if he carried her around his neck for 7 years and looked for the Tin Kingdom, and then stayed in that kingdom for 7 more years, he would find true happiness. "Ah, her kingdom, I suppose." "No, actually. I am not sure whose kingdom it was." His frown was audible in his voice. Claire's laugh was a bit too loud this time, and a board creaked above them. No doubt the father would be coming down to see what she found so amusing. "Why tin, then?" she asked. Nadia peeked through the shelves again and watched him shrug. "Let us call it a mystery." But when finally he reached it after 7 long years of travel, the snake unwound from his neck, leapt to the ground as the beautiful maiden again, and then promptly disappeared. He went inside the walls of the castle, saw to his horse, and took a tour. It was a beautiful place. Everything was silver and ivory, shades of white and grey. In the banquet hall, a feast was laid out on the table, but nowhere was a soul to be seen. A feast. Claire sighed and sagged onto her elbows on the counter. I can scarcely remember what that would have been like. Now with that, Nadia could commiserate. The creaking was moving. Yevgeny fished a hand into the pocket where he'd stashed some money. Well, he feasted every day for years. Each day new food would appear. In the stable there was always oats for his horse, but there were no people to be found, and the solitude began to wear on him. I can imagine. Claire wrinkled her nose. The footsteps above them had halted. Yevgeny held out his money, brows raised. "How much today?" Instead of answering, she reached and plucked a bill and 2 coins from his palm. "Claire, that is not enough." Idiot! Why was he arguing? "The olives are a gift from my personal stash." Claire grinned and put the money in the register. "Finish the story, Xenia." Could he go a whole 7 years without any human contact? Well, he lost track of the days. Eventually, it drove him mad. He drank until he was drunk and decided he could take it no more. He stormed toward the nearest door, but a wall flew up in front of him. Claire turned back to him with a frown. Wait, the castle stopped him from leaving? At every turn. He fetched his faithful horse and tried riding out, but the gates slammed closed. He tried every door, every window, but walls rose in the place of the openings. Yevgeny was grinning, his arms swinging to demonstrate how the walls would have moved. Our Cossack lashed out, smashing all the dishes, breaking all the decorations, shattering the mirrors. And then the next day when he came down, he found the banquet table empty. "It is my own fault," he said. "If I hadn't behaved as I did yesterday, then I wouldn't be hungry today." Only after he'd admitted this did food reappear. Another creak overhead, and this time it was quickly followed by a footfall on the wooden stairs in the back of the store. Nadia shifted, ready to slip out the open door just beside her. The girl's frown didn't ease. "A fine moral, I suppose, but—" "But?" Yevgeny pocketed the change. "There is no but." 3 days later the fair maiden appeared to him, and all the gates were opened. She told him he had served out his time, and that he had freed her from the enchantment put upon her by an evil sorcerer who had been in love with her. She had scorned him, and he had turned her into a snake. But her parents would be so overjoyed at her freedom that her father, a king, would surely grant the Cossack anything he asked for. "No, that isn't right at all." Claire slapped her hand to the counter. "He didn't serve out his time, not willingly. The castle took the choice from him. Had it been left to him, he'd have lost it all less than a week from completion." Her father was at the bottom of the stairs. He'd be coming around the shelves any moment. Nadia coiled, ready to spring. Yevgeny chuckled at Claire's frustration and took a step away from the counter. Perhaps the castle was on his side, or perhaps it was the princess helping him. "Not good enough." Claire lifted her pretty little chin. "A man doesn't deserve to be the hero of the tale unless he can make sound decisions on his own." "Well, perhaps you will prefer his decisions in the second half of the story. Next time?" She glanced toward the back of the shop, where her father was coming into view. Nadia took her cue and darted out the door, though still she heard the girl say, "Next time, bonsoir, Eugenia." "Bonsoir, fair maiden." With a wink he hurried out of the store. He nearly collided with Nadia on the sidewalk, where she'd stopped to wait for him, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. He held up the parcel of food and switched his speech back to Russian. "Success." She pivoted on her heel. "I ought to have known you'd get it by flirting." He chuckled and put a hand to the small of her back, a move she'd balked at when first they met. But she'd grown used to it, liked it, even though she'd never admit it to him. "Oh, come now, it's not so bad, and you know it. A story for the food, a fine trade." It was. It was one she'd have made readily enough if the situation were reversed, and she didn't mind too much, given how lightly the girl seemed to take it. Still. "Oh, yes, I'm certain it's the story she's interested in." He slid half a step behind her. "At any rate, we'll be adding olives to our feast tonight." She rolled her eyes. "I can hear you smiling, you know." Another laugh slipped out. "Over olives, no doubt. I haven't had any in years." Olives. Right. Certainly all it was. She shoved aside the image of pretty Claire Dubois and rolled her shoulders. "We'd better pick up the pace. Paul will be waiting for us." Now he went stiff, and Nadia looked up at him with raised brows. "You need to get over whatever it is you don't like about him. He is the head of the Bolsheviks in Paris. Without him—" "I have no problem with him as the head of the party in Paris." But he scowled. "My problem is with the way he follows you with his gaze every time you move." She didn't care for that either. But it was her problem to deal with, not his, and she dealt with it just fine. She planted an elbow in his side. Though the hit hadn't been that hard, he let out an exaggerated grunt. What was that for? For acting like a caveman, ready to fight with another caveman over a woman. It's degrading to us all. I'll make my own decisions on who I choose to be with, thank you. And your little manly displays of possession aren't going to impress me." The same words, more or less, that she'd given to Paul. His brows hiked up. "Hold on just a moment. My getting irritated with Paul for failing to respect our relationship has nothing at all to do with my opinion of you." "Huh! In some ways, Yevgeny, you're like every other man. Those old-fashioned instincts are still there, ready to flare up and name me yours, try to own me, dictate to me, convince me my only value is as your woman." She'd expressed similar sentiments before, and he never disagreed with her, not out loud, but he always looked amused, which irritated her, even as she admitted silently that perhaps she repeated herself too often. Who, after all, was she trying to convince? This time he interrupted her with a quick tickle to her side and leaned a bit closer when she squealed. "And what of your old-fashioned instincts, Nadia?" She pulled away enough to glare at him. "I beg your pardon." He jerked his head backward toward the shop. "That reaction to Claire Dubois, how is that any different than my reaction to Paul? Should I accuse you of degrading us all with the feelings, of being possessive of me, of being ready to start a fight with the girl?" She cocked her head to the side. This was why she'd yet to grow tired of Yevgeny Marin. He had a way of calling her out, and yet making it clear he liked even her faults. "I could make mincemeat of her." He laughed. "In half a second. It's one of the things I most admire about you. But if you do not like my fighting spirit so much—" She drew her lip between her teeth. She'd spent so much of the last few years trying to prove to the men around her that she could fight every bit as well as they could. But that was another reason she found herself drawn to this man beside her. He never doubted her abilities. He just fought right alongside her. "All right, you caught me. Jealousy is, perhaps, a natural reaction when you have invested time and heart into someone. Maybe it does not necessarily make us cavemen." It was the first time she'd even mentioned such sentiments. It had seemed dangerous. She didn't want to be one of those girls who fell in love with a fellow and threw her whole life away. But at the same time, when she'd thought he was dead, the world hadn't looked quite right. He grinned at her. "As long as we share the same standards, correct? The injustice you balk at is if I were allowed to indulge my jealousy but still dally with other women. You would be right, then, to be angry. That said, is it such a bad thing to want a bit of security with the one we've chosen to be with?" She tilted her head to the side. Investing so much in another person was a risk. And yet, wasn't it more of one not to invest anything? "I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of assurance that you're not inclined toward dark curls and full lips, even when they offer you free olives." He chuckled. "You have nothing to worry about there. I have always preferred hair of spun gold, at least until the brunette can offer chocolate. Or better still, baklava. Now if she had baklava—" This time she interrupted him with a merciless tickle in his side, making him laugh and pull away, hands up in surrender. All right. I prefer you even to dessert. And that, Melia Mayar, is saying something indeed." Her smile probably looked a bit like the one a cat would wear when it got into the cream. But it was rather nice to know he didn't plan to run off with a pretty French woman in the middle of their mission. Good. And, for the record, I much prefer smiling, teasing army men to dour-faced party officials. Don't waste a minute of jealousy on Paul. They rounded the corner as she spoke, and they both caught sight of his figure leaning against their wall. Nadia huffed out a breath and added quietly, "All the same, don't antagonize him, Yevgeny. We need him." Which was probably why he kept smiling as they approached. "Bonsoir, Paul," he called out, fishing the key to their room from his pocket. Paul kept right on glowering. "I suppose it is, when one has the leisure to while away the day laughing and visiting the shops, unlike some of us who work for a living." Nadia rolled her eyes. "As do we. And we've been doing our job. Now stop your belly-aching and tell us if you've managed what we asked." Paul grunted and held out a hand indicating Nadia should enter first. She did, though she shot Yevgeny an amused look as she stepped past him into the dim interior. Paul then stomped through the doorway, and Yevgeny brought up the rear, closing the door behind him. "I still do not understand why so many resources are being expended over your brother." Paul tossed his hat on the table. The muscle in Yevgeny's jaw ticked for a moment before he forced a smile. "He is of interest to the party, as I've said before." Nadia took the parcel of food from him and set to putting it all away before he squished the cheese. "I don't know why. The man does nothing but jog, go to work, and go straight home." Yevgeny froze in a way she'd seen a few times before, the way a tiger froze before it pounced. Muttering a curse, she shoved the food onto the table and lunged. Too late. Yevgeny had already lunged too, right for Paul. By the time she grabbed his arm, it was already on the recoil, having socked the older man firmly in the nose. Yes, part of her wanted to smirk. She'd dreamed of punching Paul a few times over the last weeks herself. But still. "Get a hold of yourself, Yevgeny. What has come over you?" Yevgeny shook her off, eyes still on Paul as the man cursed in French and Russian, hand over his bleeding nose, probably waiting for, and hoping for, a retaliation, though he wasn't likely to get it from Paul. He could only know that if he had someone following Zivon. Usually she could follow his train of thought fairly well. Not so now. And? Yevgeny finally took a deep breath and eased up. He would have spotted a tail in half a second. Now he'll be on the alert, and no doubt will figure out who it is, that he has socialist connections, and put together that it's the party. Paul dabbed at his nose. "You worry too much." If he said anything else so stupid, Nadia would have to punch him too. "You do not know this man. You do not know all our purposes. Why do you assume this is anything less than life or death? And if so grave, why do you go off without our input and authorize something that could endanger the entire mission?" A bit of fight finally sparked in Paul's eyes. "Perhaps because I don't know your mission." "It's simple, and we need to stay focused on it." She held Paul's gaze just long enough to convey her opinion of his methods, and then looked at Yevgeny. "We find the names of the Germans trying to start a mutiny, and we kill them before they can. We keep this war going in Europe as long as we can, to keep the Westerners out of Russia longer. On this, we can all agree, right?" Yevgeny nodded. Paul lowered his blood-stained hands. "That's what this is about? What does his brother have to do with it?" A beat of silence. Then Yevgeny sighed. "Because if he has my passport, which I believe he does, then he has the names." And he had knowledge of it even before that, so he was likely to piece together what he had. Nadia wetted a towel and handed it to Paul. Perhaps they should have told him sooner, rather than just expecting his blind help. But they hadn't been given permission to read anyone else in on the mission. A mission that he could have seriously hindered now because of his ignorance. She motioned to the bag he'd dropped when Yevgeny punched him. "You have more photographs in there?" Paul nodded, and with a wary glance at Yevgeny, reached for the bag. "Are you going to tell me why these are necessary? Or just let me guess about that, too?" When he set the satchel on the table, Nadia flipped it open. She drew out the first of the images, smiling at seeing exactly what she'd instructed Paul's photographer friend to create. It may not be quite as incriminating as the first one they'd produced, but it would tell a story, a continuing story. "Also simple," she said. Yevgeny didn't look quite as cheerful as he pulled out a chair and sat. "That's right. We're convincing the authorities in England that Zivon is one of us, which will mean, to their way of thinking, he's not one of them." Paul smiled and pulled out the second chair. "I believe I'm beginning to understand." Chapter 17. Friday, 7th of June, 1918. There. Lily held the magnifying glass over the image, finally happy that everything was blended properly. For a moment, she could take satisfaction simply in a job well done, at least until the questions started tapping away at her heart again. What would this one be used for? All she'd been asked to do was remove someone from the background, probably one of Hall's agents. This was, in all likelihood, one of those cases where she was helping preserve someone's secrecy. The photo would be slipped into a file somewhere, replacing an original, perhaps, or fed to an enemy. Something good, helpful. Right? Blustering out a sigh, Lily swung around to put the magnifying glass away, and knocked her elbow for the 12th time in the last 2.5 weeks into the table against the wall. Her ouch turned to a growl, and maybe a frustration-relieving slap to the offending piece of furniture's top. This was not working. Her home darkroom was fine for a few rolls of film at a time, or working for an hour here or there, but not until she'd tried to move all of her equipment from the OB in here did she realize how small it was. She had prints in the drying rack, prints clipped to lines above, prints stacked on every possible surface. She had furniture pushed this way and that to try to accommodate the new additions. As a result, she barely had room to turn around, much less accomplish anything. And she meant to relay that to Daddy and Blinker this evening, when the Admiral and his family came over to dine with them. "Lillian," Mamma's voice was accompanied by a light knock on the door. "Ivy is home. You'd better go upstairs to prepare for dinner." "Yes, Mamma." They'd established a peace, of sorts. All conversations were civil. They put on smiling faces whenever anyone else was around. Mamma hadn't made a peep when Daddy announced that Lily's resignation had been refused and all the supplies from the OB were carted to the house. But never would her mother actually step foot in here, and every time she addressed her it was Lillian, never Lily anymore. She was still a conscientious, responsible mother, just no longer a friend. Lily stood, switching off heaters and lights and what fans she no longer needed. She had to slide sideways to make her way to the door, and by the time she opened it, Mamma had vanished. Another sigh slipped out. She missed her friend. As she neared her bedroom, her brows drew together at the scraping noises coming from Ivy's. What in the world was her sister moving around now? She'd just rearranged everything last week, though no doubt that meant she'd found issue with something. Smiling, Lily slipped into her room and went straight to the spot on the floor by their shared wall. Once the noise stopped on Ivy's side, she lifted a knuckle. Tap, tap-a-tap. "Oh, you're here!" Instead of an answering tap, footsteps moved toward the hall, and a moment later Ivy entered Lily's room, closing the door behind her. From the conspiratorial smile on her face, Lily knew there'd be a letter in her pocket. Secret delivery. Lily patted the cushion next to her. She'd known her sister would be a willing partner in this most innocent of crimes, but she'd underestimated Ivy's enthusiasm. "Did you and Clark have a good walk?" Ivy managed somehow to both smile dreamily and sigh sympathetically. "We did. It was a positively perfect afternoon. The only thing that could have improved it would have been had you and Sivone been there." Lily could hardly argue with that. But enough of that. Here. From her pocket Ivy pulled an envelope, with Lily written on the front, in that elegant script she'd grown increasingly familiar with since the wedding. "Oh, no, wait." Rather than hand it over, she held it high, away from Lily's reaching hands. "It's my turn." "Ivy." She tried to inject into her voice the same censure that Mamma could achieve with no effort. "Just give it to me." Apparently she failed, because her sister laughed and shook her head. "Nope. You know the cost of my cooperation. Now settle down and let me serenade you with the sweet music of your beloved's words." Though she rolled her eyes, it was largely for show. "Fine, but no dramatics." "No input from the audience, please." Ivy cleared her throat, sent Lily the look that she probably used on her students to keep them in line, and said, "My sweetest Melia." Lily groaned at her ridiculous attempt at a Russian accent. "Stop." "I can't. I've barely started." "Ahem." "You have no idea how dim the days have grown, without the light of your presence awaiting me at day's end." "No, wait." Ivy screwed up her face. "I can do that better." "Your presence." Presence. Her attempt to swallow the R in the same way that Sivone would have done made Lily giggle. "Ivy." "Oh, fine, I'll drop the accent." She straightened the page. "But it has had an effect I never dreamed. The more I am without you, the more alone I feel, and the more the older grief comes upon me. You are right that it is a tragedy I have not fully grieved. To be honest, I am not certain I know how. Whenever I think of it, think of her, think of all the similar stories my colleagues in Russia no doubt have, I am overcome. I find myself crying out, as the psalmist did, for the Lord to fight against those who fight against me. I have been clinging these months to God's command to be still and trust him. I am clinging, Lily. But I could see no beauty left in the world. Not until I met you." "Oh!" Ivy paused to slap a hand to her heart. "That is the sweetest thing in the world." Lily picked up one of the extra pillows and hugged it. "Well," Ivy laughed a bit as she scanned the next section. "This is not quite as sweet as I was thinking, though you might still think so. He says, "You have shown me the beauty in 1,000 silent moments, a feather on the breeze, sun breaking through the clouds, the way a child studies a flower. Moments I never saw before, much less appreciated, are now quiet reminders that God is there, that He has created a world of beauty, and that His will is for us to live in it, live in this land of the living. Every time you pause to lift your camera, I know it is because you saw something beautiful that I would have walked by without a second glance, and I cannot tell you the difference that has made in my life." Lily drew her lip between her teeth. Much sweeter indeed than praising her own beauty, which was probably what Ivy had assumed he was going to do. She knew her face paled in comparison to others. But God's world, that was an endless feast of the truest beauty. Ivy scooted to her usual place beside her and nestled in. "There are only a few lines left. Here we go. But I have been remembering not only the way you draw out your camera and find the beauty in the world. I remember, too, the way you looked at me and saw something far different. You saw an ugliness that you named hatred. That, my sweet one, has scarcely left my mind. I have tried to deny it. I have tried to excuse it. I have sworn to God and myself that I will make it right. But in all truth, I know only this. I am weak, and I am afraid. I fear what else I do not see that you would. I fear the man I will become if you are not shining your light into my soul. How could I have come so quickly to need you so much? I do not know. But you have become for me the proof that God does indeed bring beauty from ashes." Slowly, reverently it looked like, Ivy lowered the page. "Well," her voice was a mere murmur after her reading, "we knew he was a man of depth." He was more than that. He was a man who deserved to have someone fighting beside him. She pushed to her feet. "Help me get ready, would you? I intend to pounce on Blinker and Daddy the moment the Halls arrive." Ivy all but flew to the dressing-table and brandished the brush as though it were Arthur's Excalibur. "At your service, lady fair. We will wage a war of smiles and curls, and we will emerge victorious." Laughing, Lily settled on the stool. How could they possibly lose, with Ivy on her side? Saturday, 8th of June, 1918. Zivone folded the newspaper and checked his watch. He still had an hour before he was due at the office for his half-day. Usually he'd have gone for a run with Clark this morning, but the rain was coming down in earnest, rumbles of thunder punctuating the deluge. Not a day for running. Nor a day for visitors. So why was there a knock at his door? Zivone pushed to his feet. Probably a neighbour needing to borrow something, or lend him something. Mrs. Hamilton, the landlord's wife, often stopped by with a new armful of books from her second-hand shop. When she'd discovered that he liked to read but had none of his collection with him, she'd taken to acting as a lending library. He swung open the door, blinking at the last person he expected to see. "Admiral." Hall lifted his brows. "May I?" Yes, of course. Apologies." Zivone stepped aside and held the door wide. He gave his flat a quick glance, never more glad that Batya had drilled military precision and neatness into him, while Matushka had him conjugating Latin verbs. The place finally looked lived in, but tidy. The Admiral's gaze went unerringly to the walls, which boasted the Blackwell lady's artwork still. He'd half expected the captain to demand their return, but thus far he hadn't spoken to Zivone again at all since the day after the air raid. Executing an about-face that allowed the Admiral to take in the entire flat with that all-seeing gaze of his, Hall soon faced him again. Much as Zivone wanted to ask his superior what he was doing here, he opted for holding his peace. He didn't have long to wait. Hall wasn't one for wasting time. "Dilly told me what a help you were yesterday. We've been trying for a year to crack that code." Ah, he had expected Hall to mention his assistance at some point, yes. He just hadn't thought it would warrant a house call. Zivone inclined his head. "It was my pleasure to assist, sir. We had in Moscow a code book for that one." "Even so, you didn't have to share your knowledge, and it is remarkable that you remember it." Zivone smiled. It was the code he had considered keeping to himself, so he could use it with the diplomats in Paris. But in light of the suspicions around him, he'd decided that withholding even the slightest information was not in his best interest, was not honourable. "I admit it took me a while to piece it together again." The Admiral's blink looked amused. "Yes, an entire day. But that is not the only reason I've come." Zivone's muscles stiffened. Was this it, then? Had he come to boot him to the curb? "Thanks for your help, old boy, but you're too big a risk." Hall cleared his throat, turned, paced to look at the Eiffel Tower picture as if this were just a social visit. "Mrs. Hall and I dined with the Blackwells last night. Lily, this is one of hers, correct?" "It is, yes." Zivone had spent countless hours over the last week staring at it, studying it, imagining Lily standing there at the base, in the same place Zivone had once stood, looking up in the way she loved best, through the eye of her camera. He imagined standing there with her in a year or two, when the war was over, her hand in his. He imagined standing there in a decade, directing a child's gaze upward and saying, "You know your mother's photo of this. It was one of the first things she ever gave me." Sentimental fool. That's what Yevgeny would call him. But he'd say it with a smile and a teasing elbow in the ribs. Hall nodded. "You have quite a champion in that young lady. You'd have been properly impressed with the arguments she presented in your favour last night, I think. Her photography equipment is, as a matter of fact, being moved back to the OB as we speak." Pulse kicking up as if he were halfway through a sprint, Zivone straightened. "The captain has permitted this?" His guest chuckled. By the time she finished explaining how her work is hindered by not having access to her archives, he was offering to transport it all back himself, with the stipulation that she promised to avoid you, of course. His pulse skidded, thudded, slowed again. "Of course." Hall's lips twitched, though that lasted only a few minutes. When she then launched into a detailed defence of you, and why it was utterly illogical for you to come here with nefarious goals, one could practically see his resistance crumbling, especially when Effie joined in. Partly to poke at her husband, I think. She's still a bit angry over the deception. But whatever her motivations, they had the desired effect. Hope sprang so quickly it left him breathless, and frankly terrified that it would just be ripped away again. Did it? Hall moved to the painting next. "Blackwell has granted that she may speak to you, in public, so long as others are around. He didn't relent yet on the walks in the park, but I believe you will be getting another invitation to dinner sometime soon." All of which was of the utmost interest to him. But he still wasn't certain why Hall had taken the time to deliver this news personally, during a downpour. This is most welcome news indeed, sir. But I must ask, were you convinced by her arguments?" For a long moment, Hall continued to study the landscape. Then he pivoted, gaze just as steady on Sivone. "My people have not been idle. Pierce did indeed follow that chap who'd been following you. Found his home, his workplace. There was nothing immediately suspicious, so he had his sisters set up a watch and dig deeper. They gave their report yesterday." Sivone clasped his hands behind his back to keep them still. The man had been there several more times, trailing him, hiding from him, or thinking he was. He'd seen Pierce again, too, clearly keeping an eye on the other fellow, not on Sivone. "If I may guess, he has socialist ties?" Hall jerked his head in a nod. "Attended a convention for the Allied Socialists in the past, and even bought a ticket for the upcoming one. He was overheard in a pub the other night complaining about a fellow called Kerensky, a Trudovik. You know him, perhaps?" "Of him. The ousted head of the defeated Trudovik party. As much an enemy of the Bolsheviks in some way as Sivone was." "Right. The man was complaining that Kerensky was to be allowed a seat at the convention, though Russia is no longer an ally and his party no longer in power." Hall moved 3 steps closer. "More, we intercepted a telegram from him some 10 or so days ago, ordering him to desist following you. It came from Paris." Sivone frowned. "But I have seen him just 2 days ago." The Admiral grinned. "The instructions may have been misdelivered. I plan to bring him in for questioning soon, and would prefer to apprehend him while he's about this questionable business rather than at work or the pub. I will advise you on the day this is planned, so you can lead him to the place where I will have people waiting." "Of course. Thank you." It wasn't exactly a full statement of trust, but it was something, wasn't it, to be brought in on this plan? Hall cleared his throat. "The fact that he is connected to the Socialists, who are clearly concerned with you, lends credence to all you've told me. But then there's this." He reached into his overcoat and pulled out a manila envelope. Regarding it much as he would a serpent, Sivone reached for it carefully, bracing himself for whatever strike might come upon opening it. His breath balled up in his chest when he pulled out the photograph. Him and Yevgeny, both in uniform. The one taken at Christmas, the last time they were both home. He didn't know why the image would alarm the Admiral, but he did know what it meant for him. This is from my album, the one I lost, the one I had those intercepted messages stored in." Hall didn't seem quite so excited. "It could be another print." No, the corner has the same fold. And see, on the back is my handwriting, with the date." But when he flipped it over, his words died on his tongue. His wasn't the only handwriting. More words were scrawled in a feminine hand, in English. "By the company." He frowned. "What is this?" "That would be the question. We received another photograph that had 'You will know a man' on the back. Combined with this, I expect a third one to arrive, finishing out the phrase, probably 'You will know a man by the company he keeps.'" And why would his brother be bad company? Sivone lowered the image, shaking his head. "I do not understand. Have your people in Paris had any luck searching for him yet? Yevgeny?" "We found a hospital that had treated him after the train accident." He said it so matter-of-factly, as if it were no great thing that he discovered this and then not mentioned it until now. They said he was stable but not well when he left. We have found no evidence of him since. Aside from... Something about the tone of voice had Sivone reaching for a chair at his table, pulling it out, sitting. Hall sighed. A police officer we spoke to recognized the photograph you gave me. He said he thought he'd seen him at the church that was shelled on Good Friday, being carried off. He remembered solely because he bears a resemblance to this officer's son, and it gave him quite a fright, despite the fact that the son is in the army, not in Paris. Sivone's eyelids sank down. Be still, and know that I am God. A soft hand came to rest on his shoulder. I am sorry, Marin. He was the only family you had left? He could only nod. Once. It was all the movement he could summon. Be still. Be still. The hand squeezed, then retreated. I wish we'd found something more encouraging. As it is, I have my people instead looking for whoever sent that telegram to Godfrey Higgins, the chap who's been following you. It seemed a better use of my resources. Yes, of course. Sivone's voice sounded as he felt, tight and gruff. I'll let myself out. Sivone held his seat, kept his eyes closed, tried to obey that voice in his spirit. But his mind wouldn't still, wouldn't stop spinning. All he could think was that his brother had only been at that church because of him. He'd have thought to find him there, and it was close to the rendezvous. All his fault. Yet another death of someone dear to him that lay squarely on his shoulders. His fault. And theirs. The whole reason they'd fled Russia. The Bolsheviks. He leaned forward until he could rest his head in his hands. He could see it now, hear it in his own thoughts. The hatred Lily had pointed out to him. He could see it. But for the life of him, he didn't know how to fight it. Chapter 18. Tuesday, 11th of June, 1918. I think that's it. We're ready to go. Yevgeny looked at the passport Paul had just delivered. Yet another one with his face, but not his name. This time he was posing as a Frenchman, and much to his amusement and delight, Nadia was apparently now his wife. She'd scowled when Paul had delivered the identifications with their matching last names, but she hadn't argued. Much. How could she, when it was the only way they'd likely be able to rent a single room once they arrived in England? Not that Paul had looked particularly happy with the arrangement either, but Paul wouldn't be his problem for much longer. A quick trip to England. They'd steal his passport back from Sivone, verify that he'd fallen out of favour with the Admiralty and so was safe, and then return to the continent. It would take only a week or so if all went well. They'd find the German officers, kill them, and then be back in Russia before June had turned to July. Nadia checked their bags for the 8th time since she'd packed them that morning. To Yevgeny's way of thinking, all that really mattered was that the album was in there, along with the altered photographs Paul's friend had given them, and bits and pieces of the originals he'd cut up to create them. Yevgeny hadn't spent too much time dwelling on the mutilated remains of Sivone's past. If he did, it soured his stomach, because at least half of Sivone's memories were his, too, and he hated to see them used so. But it was for Sivone's good, ultimately, And Russia's good. Sentiment couldn't long hold up against that. He slid the new passport into his pocket. He didn't intend to let this one out of his sight for even a moment. They'd been held up far too long, waiting for Paul to get him a new one. His eyes went to their pantry shelves, all but empty. Food? Though she sent him a narrow-eyed glance, her lips nearly lost the battle to a smile. "Go and beg some from your pretty little grocer's daughter, I suppose." Yevgeny grinned. He rather liked a jealous Nadia. She made him hope that she'd actually stick around for a while. "Not going to come keep an eye on me?" The smile won possession of her mouth. "I dare say she has no chocolate, so I can trust you." He laughed and moved over to plant a sound kiss on those lips. "I won't be long." By evening they'd be on their way. He grabbed his cap and stepped out into the sunshine, reveling in the pleasant air. His gait wasn't exactly buoyant as he considered the coming trip. It was dangerous, getting so close to Zivone. Letting Nadia slip into his flat and search for Yevgeny's passport. She would do a fine job, that he knew. But, well, Zivone had always been unpredictable. Stable to the point of boring in some ways, but then he'd simply outthink the rest of them and take everyone by surprise. And Zivone had been in England months already. He'd know the territory. He'd know the normal look and feel, which meant that if Yevgeny and Nadia disrupted a pattern, he would sense it and be onto them within hours. He could foil their plans yet again. He pressed his lips together. Why couldn't his brother just have settled in France and found a position translating? Why had he sold his services to the British? When the grocers came into view, Yevgeny slowed, trying to get a gauge on how many other customers might be inside. He could only see one through the glass, and dawdling before crossing the street gave the faded housewife enough time to exit. He watched Claire take out her broom, pass before the window, a sure sign she was now alone. Perfect. He hurried over and pulled open the door. She looked up with a smile that went considerably brighter as recognition dawned. "Zhenya, you're early today." "Well," he grinned, "I'm planning for a trip. I decided I'd better have time enough to try to wheedle a bit extra from you." "A trip?" Claire kept on sweeping. "Where could you be going? It isn't safe to travel, is it?" He lifted his brows. "And it is safe here? Need I remind you of my experience the last time I tried to attend Mass in your fair city?" She laughed. All right. Though I ought to be put out that you're abandoning me." I suspect you will survive without my stories." "I suppose that depends on if you leave me in the middle of one. You never did finish The Snake Princess, you know." "I couldn't. Your father—" "Isn't here right now." Grinning, she reached under a shelf with her broom, though she pulled out no dust that he could see. "So begin. Then I will see what extra supplies I might be able to find for you." "All right." He leaned against the counter, arms folded over his chest. "Where did we leave off?" The Cossack had just been set free from the castle, and the princess was released from the enchantment, oui? Claire nodded, though she still tossed him a scowl. Over my objections, she also explained about the sorcerer. Yes, and she said that her father, a king, would surely grant the Cossack anything he asked for. This is where we were, correct? Oui. She swept her way down an aisle. Well, she went further in her explanation. She told the Cossack that her father was certain to offer him all sorts of tantalizing rewards. Gold, jewels, land. Chocolate, Claire added on a sigh. I would ask for a storeroom full of chocolate. A chuckle slipped from Yevgeny's throat. You and I have much in common, Claire. But the princess told the Cossack that he must refuse, and instead ask for the cask stored in the king's cellar. A cask? She looked over her shoulder. It had better be a magical one that never runs dry of the finest wine, perhaps. Mais non. Well, magical, yes, but not because of what it was filled with. If one were to roll the cask to the left, a magical castle would appear, and then it would vanish again when one rolled it to the right. That would do, too, if there was chocolate to be found in this castle, anyway. He laughed again. We can hope. Anyway, the princess and the Cossack travelled together to her father's kingdom, where, as expected, the king and queen were so grateful to have their daughter back that they offered the young man anything his heart desired. As instructed, he turned down the jewels and gold paraded before him, and instead requested the cask from the cellar. The king was none too pleased, but he had promised, so he delivered the cask to the Cossack, who bade them farewell and went on his way. Went on his way? Without the princess? Claire rounded the end of the shelves and disappeared into the next aisle. What kind of story is this? Be patient. He had to see what it did, didn't he? And he couldn't very well open up a castle inside a castle. Plus, the princess would want to visit with her family, I'd think. Claire's humph sounded unconvinced, but she said no more, for the moment. So off went the Cossack. He hadn't gone far, however, when he came across an old beggar sitting in the road. Ah, she peeked over the shelf to grin at him. It is always an old beggar. Is he a magician? The sorcerer? Another king in disguise to see if our hero is worthy? Whatever he was hungry. He asked the young man if he, perchance, had anything to eat. So the Cossack put down the cask and rolled it to the left, and voila! A magnificent castle appeared. So he invited the old man inside. They found the dining hall, where a grand feast was laid out, awaiting them. The old man ate an entire roast ox, and drank a full barrel of wine, and said he could eat more, but didn't want to be rude, so he thanked his kind host and said he had better take his leave. Claire chuckled as she came into view again. This is a tormenting story, mon ami. All this food. No more feasting, I promise. He glanced out the door at the people passing by, none of whom, thankfully, seemed poised to join them. The Cossack left with the man, rolled the cask to the right, and the castle vanished. Well, the old man was quite impressed. I could do with a cask like that, he said. Would you be willing to make a trade? Claire paused at the end of the aisle and leaned on her broom. What could he possibly have to trade that would be worth it to the Cossack? Exactly what the Cossack asked, at which point the old man pulled out a beautiful, shining sword. This, he said, is an enchanted sword, capable of smiting anything you command it to smite, of its own power. With this sword at your side, you can never lose a battle. To prove it, he commanded the sword to fell the grove of trees near at hand, and off it flew, chopping down each and every one. Claire frowned again, and moved to open the door so she could sweep her little pile of dust and dirt outside. If he had this, why was he a beggar? Yevgeny sighed. "You ask too many questions, Claire. It is a reasonable one. With a sword like that, he could have taken over a kingdom of his own." "I suppose the old fellow wasn't that smart. But the Cossack was. He knew exactly what to do. He made the deal with the old man and gave him the cask." The princess's father would probably have something to say about that. She swept the debris into the street and closed the door again. He ignored her. "And he took the sword. Well, the moment it was in his hands, he told the sword to cut down the old man, and of course it did. So he took the sword and the cask and went back to claim the princess as his wife." Claire came to a halt, her hand still on the door. "You must be joking. The hero is now not only incapable of making his own choices, but he is a cold-blooded murderer of old men?" Yevgeny straightened. He saw the way forward to all he ever wanted, and he took it. What a terrible story. Looking genuinely put out, she stomped around the counter and leaned the broom into its corner. "I thought the old beggar character in a folk tale was supposed to be a test to the main character, that he would prove himself a true hero by treating him nicely, or be stripped of everything if he scorned him. If this is instead the sort of tale your people tell, it is a wonder you do not all go around murdering each other and stealing from each other." Yevgeny sighed. He didn't have time to get into an argument with her about whether a story was a good one. Better to laugh it off. "Well, we were ruled by the Huns for several 100 years. Blame it on their influence, marauders as they were." Her movements jerky, angry, Claire pulled out a few supplies she'd tucked away, and then stormed back into the store proper. "Give me just a moment to gather you a bit more." "Claire!" He trailed her to the shelves of canned meats. "Why are you so upset? It is just an old story." "An old story that you chose to tell, of all the old stories you had to pick from." She snatched a few jars and pressed them to his stomach, then grabbed a few others. "I'm not certain what that says about you, Zhenya Marin, but perhaps I should be glad you're leaving." It shouldn't have stung. She was just a grocer's daughter, barely more than an acquaintance. "Be fair. I don't remember many of the tales, not well enough to recite them. I've only been telling you the ones I recall clearly. And that is one you remember?" "Perhaps because of those oddities that have you hissing like a cat." She pierced him with a sharp gaze and strode around him back to the counter. "I don't think so. I think you favor that one because you like the thought of just taking whatever you want from life." She smacked her jars onto the countertop. "Perhaps Papa was right about you." "Now wait just a moment." He followed behind her, though he kept his distance. He wasn't sure what had her so hot under the collar, but wisdom said to stay out of swinging range. You have no idea what the Cossack did after that. For all you know, he used his newfound wealth and power to bring health and happiness to everyone in the region, sharing equally with all. Until they had something he wanted, you mean? She gathered all the food together, and then her hands stilled. No. I find it very hard to believe that men who would steal and kill innocents to get their way would ever then be so selfless. She met his gaze and told him the total for the food. More than she usually would have charged him, though not more than she should have. He drew the bills and coins from his pocket. Sometimes people have to make a hard choice, you know, for the greater good. And more often, people trample the helpless for their own good and just say it is for the sake of others. She moved to put the cash into the register, leaving him to load up his basket. "You have a dim view of humanity." He strove to keep his voice light, though it was difficult with that scowl still in the place of her usual flirtatious grin. She paused, hand on the register, and looked at him. "I just find it sad that so many people think they can find true happiness by taking. They can't. We can only ever find it by giving." Now she sounded like Martushka, and perhaps Sivone. Yevgeny picked up his basket. "Perhaps your father should rethink leaving you in charge of the till." Her chin lifted. "Perhaps you should have tried to go to Mass again after that last time." She really was like Matushka and Sivone. He fastened a grin into place. "Au revoir, Claire. Try not to break the heart of every young man left in the neighbourhood." She slid the register drawer shut, softly. "Au revoir, Eugenia. Try not to cut down any innocents in your path." "Oh, I think they are all safe. I have no magical sword, after all." He would cling to levity, even if she had forgotten their script. He topped it with a wink and hurried out the door. Suddenly, he was rather glad to be leaving Paris. Lily stepped out of Charing Cross Hospital and made her way to Whitehall, with a light step that went even lighter when she spotted Sivone's familiar figure striding away from the OB. She'd planned to catch him later, after her afternoon shift back in her basement darkroom, when he'd be leaving for the day too. She came armed today with an official invitation to dinner on Sunday, which meant she had a daddy-sanctioned reason for seeking him out. She'd hoped to see him yesterday, the first day it would have been possible since Daddy had reluctantly agreed to loosen his restrictions. But she'd missed Sivone at every turn. The same would not happen today. She dashed down the street faster than Mamma would have liked. She wasn't going to shout, but that meant she had to be quick if she wanted to catch up. He was aimed for St. James Park, it seemed, which probably meant she should stop and turn around. Daddy had still put his foot down on promenades in the parks. But this wasn't a promenade. It was simply an invitation issuance, completely different. And she hadn't set eyes on him in weeks. Eagerness fueled her, sent her onward. They hadn't walked here as often as in Hyde Park, since the other was closer to Ivy's school, but often enough that it felt familiar. He didn't turn toward their usual path, though, which nearly threw her. She'd aimed that way without thought before she spotted him on another course, and he was walking at a quicker clip now, too. "Sivone! Wait!" She sucked in a breath and ran for him. He turned, hesitated, eyes going wide. Then he smiled, but it wasn't quite right. Wasn't the smile he usually gave her. He wasn't happy to see her. She stumbled on a rock, arms flailing out, but pointlessly. There was nothing to grab onto, and when she stepped to the side to regain her balance, she found a puddle rather than solid ground. "Lily!" At a speed she wouldn't have thought possible had it been anyone else, he was at her side, steadying her. And he didn't let go of her once she was back on her feet, either, which seemed a contradiction to the false smile he'd given her. "Hello." Her own smile felt fluttery and uncertain. She searched his eyes, looking for some answer to his hesitation. Had he changed his mind about her? It certainly didn't seem so from the letters he'd sent, but— "What are you doing here?" He softened the harsh words by lifting her hand and pressing his lips to her knuckles. "Your father would not approve." And yet she didn't think that was the cause of his reaction. "I've come with an invitation, but—" Another flash of something in his eyes, partially hidden behind the glare on his eyeglasses. "Forgive me, Melia, if my joy at seeing you has been eclipsed by alarm at your finding me at this particular moment." His words were so quiet she could barely hear them. "I am out here on covert business." She may have laughed it off had he not looked entirely serious, and if it didn't seem entirely possible given recent events. Doubt flashed through her. What sort of covert business? Should she be concerned? But he smiled. "Someone has been following me lately. Hall has men in place to apprehend him even now. My task is to lead him to them." "Oh," she smiled back, though she suspected his had been more for show than because he felt happy. "I had better walk with you, then. It would look odd if I took off in the other direction, wouldn't it?" "Lily, don't make me leave, Sivone. I have missed you so terribly." He sighed, kissed her hand again, and then tucked it into the crook of his arm. "Your father will not be pleased, and I doubt Hall will be either. If they didn't want me chasing you down today to issue the invitation for dinner they said I could give you, someone should have warned me against it. So it's their own fault." She shouldn't feel so happy about the chance to indulge in a small rebellion, but there it was. He chuckled. The fingers that he rested on hers were warm and caressing too, soothing the uncertainty his greeting had sparked. "You look beautiful today." She laughed at the obvious exaggeration. She was in her VAD uniform, after all, and hadn't even taken the kerchief from her hair. "Fairer than the lilies of the field, I'm sure." "Exactly my thinking." He let his arm brush hers. "I have missed you more than words can say, Melia." How fortunate, then, that we have the chance for something more than written words now. Although, she bumped his arm back, I admit that I do quite like your letters. I can read them over and over again when I miss you. I have had this same thought. She drew in a long breath and looked about them. She didn't see anyone out of the ordinary, but she also didn't want to look obvious as she searched for them. Pitching her voice low, she asked, "Where are we going?" "A bench. It is not much farther." "Well, that's a shame. I was hoping it was on the opposite end of the park." His fingers squeezed hers. "I wish the same. But you mentioned an invitation?" "Dinner. Sunday. If the weather's fair, we'll be playing croquet beforehand, and you're welcome to join us for that, too." She gave him her cheekiest grin. "Mamma said so, and Daddy grows tired of disagreeing with her, I think." "And you and your mother, you have smoothed things over?" Her grin faded. "It isn't how it used to be. I've been missing her, too." "Sweet Lily." He nodded toward a path that forked off from theirs, and the bench within sight alongside it. "Perhaps you should tell her so." "Perhaps." Would it help? Ease some of the hurt Mamma must be feeling? "You will not regret it if—" A loud crack cut him off. Before Lily could even process what it was, Sivone had pushed her to the ground, covering her body with his own. Shouts sounded, and footsteps, and another crack that she realized with horror must be gunfire. "Sivone? Stay down." Somehow he sounded both frantic and controlled. "I will not have you injured." But he eased off her, his attention on the path behind them, where the sounds of a struggle continued. She could tell from the breath he exhaled when Hall's men must have succeeded in getting their suspect under control. All right, he will not escape them now. Have I hurt you, Melia? She shook her head and got to her knees, accepting the hand he offered to rise the rest of the way. A bit muddy, but that hardly matters. Her hands, however, were shaking. Was it him who shot first? I believe so. He must have spotted them closing in. That did nothing to calm her. If this fellow had been following Sivone, if he had no reason to think today was out of the ordinary, did that mean he always carried a weapon, and was so willing to use it? Perhaps Sivone read her thoughts, or just had matching ones. He touched a hand to her cheek. They have him now. All the other what-ifs are now moot, yes? Yes, of course. But she gripped his hand and was ready to argue if he tried to tug it free. Her gaze was pulled toward the group of Navy men, the prisoner still struggling, though in vain, to break free of them. The man had twisted enough that he faced them now, and he spat in their direction, though he was far too distant to even hope to reach them. "Blighted capitalist!" he screamed. "They should have done you in when they had the chance!" A socialist. A Bolshevik? She glanced up at Sivone's face. It was blank. Still. But only for a moment. His nostrils flared, a million thoughts flashing through his eyes. His mouth twisted. He held her fingers so tightly it hurt, though she'd never say so. The officers dragged the man away while he was still shouting about the evils of capitalism and imperialism. Sivone didn't relax any when he was out of sight. How am I to do it, Lily? How am I to stop hating them? She leaned close to his side. I don't know, my love. But perhaps you should start by asking that of the Lord. Chapter 19. Ask that of the Lord. For a long moment, Sivone stood in the doorway of the church, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the dimmer light within. More, waiting for his spirit to adjust. The church looked nothing like the grand cathedrals where he'd attended Mass all his life in Russia, though it was set up in a familiar way, with no pews to hinder the supplicants from kneeling or pacing in their prayers. Was that why it felt so much like home? He stood there in the shadows, breathing in the scent of incense and prayers, and let his eyes slide shut. So many supplications he'd sent to God since he found Alyona on his steps, since he lost Yevgeny in the train derailment. So many times he'd begged and pleaded and cried out for the Lord to step in, to fight his battles, to return to him a portion of what his enemies had taken away. So many prayers he'd spoken, tried so desperately to believe. But none of them had made him feel the peace that stepping into this unfamiliar church on Welbeck Street had. Not, he knew, because God would hear any more clearly the prayers uttered in church. What then? "Здравствуйте. How are you this day?" The accented voice drew his eyes open again, and more, answered his question. It wasn't that God would hear him any better from here. It was that there were simply more voices to be found among the community of believers, more prayers lifted up in unity. He'd denied himself this, and as he drew out a smile for the priest coming toward him down the stairs, he regretted every day he'd not come to Mass. He'd been trying to convince himself to come since the night of the bombing, but this was the first he'd summoned the courage. Perhaps he ought to thank Godfrey Higgins for reminding him that there might not be a tomorrow. And Lily, of course, for seeing so clearly, as she always did, what the heart of the matter really was. Zivone bowed a greeting to the priest. Zdravstvuyte. The Russian hello felt at home on his tongue, despite the fact that he'd not spoken it for weeks. I am well. And you? The man smiled, revealing white teeth nestled behind his beard. Very well, thank you. He reached out a hand. I do not believe we have met. Father Yevgeny Smirnov. The name made Zivone's chest go tight. Yevgeny. Zhenya. A loss he still couldn't fully wrap his heart around. Zivone shook the father's hand, careful to keep the grief from his voice. Zivone Marin. Ah! Father Smirnov's eyes lit, and he kept a hold of Zivone's fingers. The one Fyodor and Kira mentioned. I have been hoping you would visit us soon. It is not the hour for Mass, of course, but if you wish confession, or perhaps conversation. His priest had been waiting for him, before they'd even been introduced. Somehow knowing that made Zivone's shoulders sag. Conversation first, I think. The priest patted with his free hand the fingers he still held in his other, then released him entirely. Of course. Follow me. He led him through the sanctuary, with its green painted dome, and into a small chamber that looked to be part office, part reception room. Please, be comfortable. Zivone smiled and chose a chair. Mr. Suvorov mentioned me? He did, yes. He was quite pleased that an old friend had made his way to London. A linguist, are you not? It seemed the safest thing to claim to be, and it was, after all, what he'd been before the war. He nodded. I understand you have several among you here. Smirnov chuckled. We have found it to be quite a benefit, yes. Not only because we serve a combination of Russian and Greek parishioners, but we have also then been able to create and distribute studies and booklets in English and even in Spanish. A great need has been met around the world from our home here in London. He'd learned as much when he first reached England and had looked up the church, but he nodded as if it were news. I apologize that I have not come before now. It has been a trying few months. Well can I imagine. The priest had taken a seat in a chair adjacent to Zivone's. He leaned onto the arm, eyes shining. But you strike me as the sort of man who knows that it is in the most trying of times that we most need to come. I do. It is just... He sighed and nudged his spectacles up so he could rub at the bridge of his nose. Before I left Russia, it had got to the point that I could not tell who to trust, what friends may be ready to turn me into the Soviets. I could not be certain it would be different among the Russians here. Ah. Smirnov leaned back, stroking his beard. And this is why you did not trust Fyodor's cousin. This is understandable, I think. You suffered at the hands of these political enemies? Zivone stilled. It still chafed against everything in him to share, but it was why he had come. He needed someone to tell him if he was as hopeless as he felt. They killed the woman I was to marry, murdered her, and left her on my doorstep to find. Smirnov muttered something under his breath. It sounded sharp, Slavic, but Zivone couldn't quite make out the syllables. The priest shook his head. This is terrible. No wonder you hesitate to trust. The Bolsheviks. He heard the way he said it, the way Lily must have been hearing it, felt the bite of his nails against his palm, though he didn't recall telling his hand to fist. He squeezed his eyes shut. How do I forgive them, Father? They took everything from me, everything. My career, my home, my bride, my brother. Everything I thought I was, they stole. I fear I hate them. All of them? His eyes sprang open again. Pardon? Smirnov's eyes somehow managed to look both understanding and challenging. Do you hate every Bolshevik, Mr. Marin? Man, woman, and child? That is quite a burden to take upon your shoulders. I do not know. He forced his fingers to relax. I do not know who is directly responsible. I suppose I have lumped them all together in my mind. Easy to do, on the one hand. The priest toyed with the end of his long beard. To hate, in broad strokes. To paint everyone as the same, duh? Do you hate all Germans, too? Bulgarians? Ottomans? They were also our enemies. His breath eased out. No. He'd met some who seemed to, but that had always struck him as ridiculous. Yes, they were fighting them. Yes, the Germans were responsible for the death of Batya and countless others. But war where nation was pitted against nation, had never felt like this to him. It was just men from each side serving their country. That never felt personal. Even when my father fell in battle, I knew it was not that he was targeted specifically. Not like this. So then, do you think every single Bolshevik has personally named you an enemy? Did every single one conspire to kill your bride? Of course not. Perhaps, then, you do not hate them all. Perhaps you hate only the one or two to blame for this. For a moment his spirit lifted. Then his brows slammed down. Is that really better? Father Smirnov chuckled. Better? No. But easier to overcome, perhaps. When we consider the task of forgiving hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of men, that is daunting indeed. But one or two? Think how much easier that will be. Despite himself, a corner of Zivon's mouth turned up. I think you are right. Even so, I know it is not mine to seek revenge. That belongs to the Lord. But is it wrong, Father, to work against them, politically? Smirnov lifted his brows. God does not tell us what political party to associate with, or forbid us from working for them. And that means there will always be those we work against. What he does tell us, though, is that we must still find joy in him, no matter who rules us. We must be obedient citizens. I know the passage. Zivon had to grip his knees to keep from springing up. But Paul is supposing a government where it is not in fact illegal to do good. This is not always the case anymore in Russia, Father. For doing good, I was branded an enemy. For remaining an obedient citizen to my lawful government, my Tsar, my life was threatened, and my fiancés taken. I know the Lord will have his vengeance. And if he doesn't? Zivon froze, still gripping his knees. Breath caught mid-heave in his chest, drawn in, but not shoved out. Smirnov sat forward again. The Lord will punish, yes. He will judge individuals. and every nation, every political party will eventually fall. But what if, Mr. Marin, you do not live to see it? Can you accept that?" The balled-up breath burned. In all his thoughts, it had never once occurred to him that the Lord's justice, his vengeance, might not happen in his lifetime, might not be visited on the very men who had done this to him, whoever they might be. He shuddered with his exhale. Surely that will not be. I do not presume to know, but I do know that when we are told to leave vengeance to the Lord, it is not so that we can glory in it when it comes. Smirnov tapped a finger against the arm of his chair. God's wrath is a mighty and terrible thing. We should not be wishing it on others. We should be trying to save them from it, to turn them back to Him. Because if you are wishing vengeance upon the Bolsheviks, my son, remember, you are wishing it on each individual, whether they have committed these mortal sins or merely wanted the promise of bread in their children's bellies. And we have already established that it is not every Bolshevik you hate. Zivon tried to swallow, but his throat wouldn't quite work. So it is wrong, then, to want justice? No. Only, I think, to want justice for ourselves above mercy for other souls. Because if God treated us that way, where would we be? A warm smile settled onto the priest's face. I can answer that one too, of course. Unforgiven. That is where we would be. For it is only when we forgive that we can receive His forgiveness. Zivon's hands went limp against his knees, and he sagged against the back of the chair. Lily had been right. There was much he had to sort through in his own mind, his own soul. He should have come to visit this man weeks ago. Monday, 17th of June, 1918. Could nothing go right? Nadia would have cursed, but she only knew the right words in Russian, and muttering those on a London train would garner attention she didn't want. "Are you certain?" she asked in French. Yevgeny lifted his brows and made himself comfortable on the uncomfortable seat. "I am certain that's what Higgins' neighbour said. I can't, of course, be certain it's the truth." She had to settle for hissing out a breath. The travel had been gruelling, and finding a cheap room to rent had been ridiculously difficult. Apparently housing was in a bit of a crisis, thanks to the refugees who had flooded England from Belgium and other occupied territories. But this turn of events, that Higgins, their sole contact here, had been arrested, was by far the worst. Did he leave us a message or anything? Face grim, Yevgeny shrugged. When he was arrested, he also missed paying his rent, and the landlord disposed of most of his personal items, including any correspondence. How, then, were they to discover where his brother lived? Higgins's knowledge of the location of Zivon's flat had been the silver lining to Paul's mistake in asking an acquaintance to follow him. But Yevgeny had been right, clearly. Their contact was now in prison, and they were left with no help. We find him the way Higgins did, then. We start at the Admiralty building. Risky. He'd probably spot us before we spotted him. Yevgeny traced a finger along the edge of her hand resting between them on the seat. He was always doing that. Little touches, absent-minded ones. They'd bothered her at first. A claim, those touches, a tether. Now they brought a bit of peace to her heart, unless she thought too hard about it, And then the fact that they'd stopped bothering her started to bother her anew. She shook her head to clear it of such circles. If not that, then what options do we have? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he knit his brow and tapped a finger to his chin, that caricature of thought he always fell back on. Someone will know where he lives. We simply have to find the someone and convince them to help. A priest? Someone from the embassy? Would he have made contact with them? I would think so. He nodded, a smile smoothing out the furrow in his brow. I would think the church would be a safer place to go. They would be less suspicious of someone asking for information. Church. Nadja screwed up her mouth. I swore to myself I'd never step foot in one of those dungeons again. I'll try the embassy first. He let out an amused chuckle. As you wish. I had better not go with you there, though. If he contacted them, it could have been to see if I had. They may have seen a picture of me. I don't mind going alone. In fact, it gave her a fine story to tell them. She could claim she was trying to find Yevgeny too, say she'd known him in Russia. Being largely the truth, it should strike them as such. And then it would be perfectly reasonable for her to ask about Sivon. If we're going to the embassy, we had better change trains at the next stop. Unless you want to wait for tomorrow? She sent him a look of rebuke. We've lost enough time, don't you think? I do. Though, on the bright side, he flashed that grin of his, it has been time spent together, and that's not all bad. No, it wasn't. And in many ways the weeks spent helping him get back on his feet, searching the French countryside, and even waiting for Paul to get them documentation, were probably akin to a holiday, compared to what they'd be faced with upon returning to Petrograd. He probably expected a roll of her eyes, or biting retort. It was her usual way. But instead, she turned her hand up under his, palm to palm, and wove their fingers together, and even leaned into his side. Not bad at all. They disembarked, studied a map of the tube stations, of no use to her, but Yevgeny could read it. Another 20 minutes and 3 trains, and they were finally back in the afternoon sunlight, making their way to the Russian embassy. Yevgeny tucked himself onto a bench a street away, leaving Nadja to travel the final few minutes on her own. She frowned when she saw the flag flying outside it. The white, blue, and red with the yellow canton had been removed from all the buildings in Russia. Yet here it still flew, directly in opposition to the ruling party. Well, not for long. Soon enough, everyone the world over would recognize their authority. Today, she would take comfort in the knowledge that she was working for the true Russia. She put a smile on her face as she entered and approached a man behind a desk just inside. She greeted him in Russian, borrowing a few of Claire Dubois' mannerisms as she did so. Predictably, the man smiled back and asked quite eagerly how he could help her. Nadja gave an extra bat of her lashes. I am looking for a friend of mine. He was to come here, I think. I hope. Yevgeny Marin? Has he perhaps come in some time in the last several months? The man frowned. Yevgeny Marin? No, I don't believe so. But here is the ambassador now. He would know. Mr. Nabokov, do you have a moment? Nadja wasn't sure if it was good luck or bad when the diplomat detoured to them. But she gave him the same smile she'd given the secretary, and added an introduction. Given that no one knew who she was, she didn't see the point in using a false name. When she stated her question again, Nabokov blinked in surprise. "Yevgeny Marin? No. It is my understanding, I am sorry to say, that he perished in France. But we know his brother." "Zivone?" She hoped her tone sounded right, a bit relieved at someone familiar, yet taken off guard by the news of death. In truth, she was taken off guard. Even when she knew it was wrong, hearing that he died made her chest go tight. Zivone must have thought he'd been killed in the train accident. He must have told them as much. Regardless, using his name so informally seemed to have the desired effect. Nabokov gave her a sympathetic look and even patted her arm. "I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news. You knew the Marins well? Neighbours, perhaps?" She blinked furiously, as if fighting back tears. "More than that. I was to marry Yevgeny. This is why I travelled here, to meet him. I don't even know if he told his brother, but forgive me." She drew her handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at her eyes. The men exchanged a glance. "We can put you in touch with Zivone Marin if you'd like." "Yes," she sniffed. "Thank you. Do you have his address? I have a bag of Yevgeny's belongings he may want." "Ah," Nabokov frowned. "We don't, actually. He has always just stopped in to ask for updates. But my cousin said he was at Mass. I'm certain we can get it for you. If you could stop by again later." Though she wanted to seethe at yet another setback, Nadia gritted her teeth and nodded, hiding her frustration behind her handkerchief. "Yes, of course. I cannot thank you enough." Before they had time to notice that her eyes were in fact quite dry, Nadia scurried back out. They'd assumed she was just distressed and craving privacy, which suited her fine. Once back on the sidewalk, and well out of sight, she balled up the handkerchief, squeezed a bit of her frustration into the wad of cotton, and swore under her breath. Another delay. No, nothing was going right at all. Chapter 20. Thursday, 20th of June, 1918. You know, dearest sister, one of these days it may behoove you to actually remember your own umbrella. Lily sent Ivy a narrow-eyed glare around the shaft of the brolly they were both huddled under. Of course she was also fighting a grin, so it wasn't likely to terrify her sister into responsibility. Ivy laughed. "Why bother, when you can just supply my need? Besides, it's cosy." Until you have to walk home in the rain without it later. Her sister sent her a mischievous smirk. "Clark is walking me home this evening. So if it happens to still be raining, and I happen to not have my own umbrella and must share his—" "Ah, so this was planned irresponsibility. I see." Lily gave up and chuckled as they neared Ivy's school. "Are the girls getting antsy yet, ready for their summer holiday? I remember this last term taking forever to finish." "They're little monsters," though still Ivy smiled as she said it. "This last month is always impossible. And Diana Oglesby has been especially disrupted this week because her brother is coming home to recover. Trench fever, she tells me. And everyone else in the class, repeatedly. Luckily, their teacher is in the best of moods, thanks to a certain someone." Ivy grinned, though it only lasted a second. She sent Lily a woebegone look and said, "I miss having you and Mr. Marin out with us. It's been a month. Do you think Daddy will relent soon? I mean, I know he's allowed him to come to dinner, but it just isn't the same as the four of us out for a promenade in the park." Lily sighed. "I've been prodding him, but I'm afraid to push too hard lest he rescind what he's granted." She'd been plotting exactly how far she could make that "dinners are acceptable" dictate stretch, though. This Saturday marked the day Zivone should have been celebrating his wedding to Aliona, and Lily meant to support him through it, distract him from it, and, yes, see if any emotion peeked out about it. Mamma and Daddy would be dining elsewhere that evening, so she couldn't just beg for him to be invited to their table. There had to be something she could do, though. Ivy sighed too and adjusted her hat. "I think it may be time for some well-placed rebellion." Ivy. "What?" Her sister shot her a look that was somehow both all innocence and all mischief. "You're a grown woman, and Daddy's letting fear govern him. Wouldn't we be honouring him more if we checked him in that than if we let it govern us too?" Before Lily could do more than open her mouth to reply, Ivy jumped out into the rain and ran through the school's gates, up the steps, and into the shelter of the door. Lily could only shake her head and keep walking toward the hospital. She couldn't imagine actually bucking her father's orders, regularly and with planning. She still lived in his house. She would obey his rules. But then again, she also couldn't imagine going on like this much longer. A few minutes later, she shook the water off her brolly and pulled open the door to the hospital. She stepped inside, immediately enveloped by the quiet that reminded her of how loud the rain had been. "Oh, good, you're here." Lily looked up and frowned at the white-faced spectre moving toward her. Arabelle, obviously, as no other nurse here was so tall. But why are you wearing a mask? Ara held out another one toward Lily. "You know how I said we had a train full of troops coming in last night, a few of whom had 3-day fever? Well, it seems to be rather contagious. The 3 on the train has turned into 7. We're short-handed as it is, so let's be cautious, shall we? I've quarantined them as best I can. We don't need the whole ward vomiting and delirious." Lily's brows pulled down as she took the mask from her friend's outstretched fingers. "Is it as bad as all that?" Ara shrugged. It could well be that the other 4 had already contracted it before they were in close quarters on the train, or that the train itself acted as an incubator. We've certainly seen that before. But regardless, no one else wants it, so wear the mask and do take care to wash your hands regularly, especially after contact with any of the newcomers." "Yes, nurse." She smiled and then covered it with the cloth. Arabelle glanced at the watch pinned to her bodice. "I think you're the last of the morning VADs. But if you notice anyone else come in, direct them to me for a mask. Otherwise, the breakfast trays are ready." Lily nodded and followed her friend up to the 4th-floor ward. She was soon delivering porridge and tea to the men, handing it off to those who could manage it on their own, and settling on a chair to assist one in need of help. It was odd to smile at him from behind a mask, but aside from a few jests, none of them seemed to mind. No doubt because Arabelle was right that no one else wanted to catch 3-day fever. They had problems enough. When the breakfast shift was over, though, Lily was assigned to folding sheets, blankets, and towels fresh from the laundry, which meant her mind was free to wander straight back to where her thoughts had been when she came into the hospital. Where they wandered most of the time, if she was being honest. At least today she had some actual problems to solve in regards to Zivone. She knew he'd be working a half-day on Saturday, as usual. But what could she offer as distraction during the afternoon that Daddy wouldn't object to? Maybe something with a group. He didn't seem to mind those sorts of activities so much. It was a bit short notice to gather many guests, but she could see who wasn't busy. If she got Mamma on board, they might be able to get approval for a garden party, or a tea party if the weather didn't cooperate. She would invite Ara and Cam and Clark, of course, some other colleagues from OB40. She'd even see if Brooke was available. And perhaps some of the Russians Yvonne had mentioned meeting at church, the Suvorovs, the Smirnovs. Surely Yvonne would like that. It wasn't a bad idea, though the fact that Mamma was the linchpin made her nervous. It was true that she'd championed Yvonne, but Lily was fairly certain that was mostly to irritate Daddy. She put the last folded sheet in the basket and glanced at her watch. An hour left in her shift here. She'd ask if she could borrow the telephone in Arabelle's office and ring up Mamma. Maybe it would be easier to carry on an actual conversation with her over the telephone. It couldn't possibly go worse than every other attempt she'd made. It seemed every time she found Mamma alone and opened her mouth, prepared to bare her heart and say how much she missed their friendship, her mother would leave the room before she had a chance, or speak first about something so impersonal that Lily didn't know how to build the bridge to what she really wanted to say. She hurried up the stairs, repositioning the mask that she'd taken off while in the steamy laundry facilities, and deposited the fresh sheets in the closet. Then she turned toward her friend's office. Arabelle was coming out of it. "I was just going to come looking for you, Lily. Would you run a note to Cam for me when you go to the OB? I'm afraid I can't get away for lunch with him today." Of course, though she frowned at the thought of her friend taking no time away from the ward. No doubt she'd be missing that chance for a respite by the end of her shift. "Perfect. I've left it on my desk. Just run in and grab it before you leave." "I will. And I was actually going to ask if I could borrow your telephone to ring my mother. It'll only take a moment." "Of course. You know Nurse Denler!" Another volunteer came careening from a ward. Her mask was a bit askew, her hair escaping her kerchief in frazzled strands. "One of the men with the fever. You'd better come. He's turning blue, and I don't know what to do." Murmuring a prayer through her mask, Arabelle took off every bit as quickly as the aide. Lily nearly followed, but she had no more idea what to do than the other VAD. The man needed Arabelle, a trained nurse, not her. She could pray, though, and she did as she slipped into the office. For wisdom for Ara and whatever doctor she'd likely call. For healing for the soldier. For calm in the ward. The small envelope sat on the corner of the overcrowded desk, Camden scrawled hastily on the front. Lily picked it up and slipped it into her pocket, then turned toward the candlestick phone that had its own stand in the corner of the office. After drawing in a fortifying breath that did little to make her feel stronger, she asked the operator to connect her to Mayfair 1003. "Hello?" Her mother's voice sounded normal, bright, cheerful, not the voice Lily had been hearing from her lately. Without warning, tears clogged her throat. How could she miss her so much when they were still together every day? "Hello?" She cleared her throat. "Mamma, it's Lily. I had a question for you." A pulse of silence. "What is it?" And just like that, the sunshine had been eclipsed by clouds in her voice. Lily's eyes slid shut. "I need your help. This Saturday marks the day Mr. Marin should have been marrying his fiancée in Russia. I have to think he'll be eaten up all day by guilt and sorrow." Oh, the poor man. I hadn't realized the date was so quickly upon us. Mamma sounded sincere in her sympathy. We ought to do something kind for him. At least they could still agree on something. "That's just what I've been thinking, and I've been racking my brain trying to come up with something Daddy won't object to. Do you think he would approve an afternoon garden party? Or tea party?" Her mother made a scoffing sound, and it sounded like hope to Lily. "Let him try and stop us. If you can create a guest list during your lunch break, I'll call at the OB and pick it up and have the invitations out before your father even gets home this evening. Be sure and put someone important on it, so you won't want to risk offending them by cancelling." Perhaps her smile was a little sad, that they were resorting to clever manipulations rather than just enjoying the harmony they'd always had before. But it was a smile nonetheless. "I was thinking I'd invite Brooke. Is a duchess important enough?" Mamma laughed. "That'll do. I'll go and discuss menu possibilities now with Cook. 1 o'clock at the front entrance of the OB, if you would." Lily promised. "Thank you, Mamma," she then said quietly into the receiver. Was it her imagination, or was the silence a little lighter this time? "He's a good man. He deserves better than what he got, and what he's getting. Not to mention that any man who looks at you as he does is clearly sensible." Warmth swelled up like a flood. "I'll see you at 1. She rang off and slipped out of the office, hurrying forward when she spotted Ara coming out of the ward. "How's the patient?" Even with most of her face invisible behind the mask, the horror was plain to see in Arabelle's hazel eyes. "He's dead." "What?" Ara shook her head. "I've never seen the like. He wasn't even one of the first to fall ill. He only began complaining of nausea this morning. But he suffocated. His chest was clear earlier, but it just filled." Lily's stomach twisted. She reached to grip her friend's hand. "What can I do?" "Nothing. There was nothing anyone could do." Closing her eyes, Arabelle drew in a sharp breath. "Let's call your shift over, shall we? Go ahead to the OB and deliver that note to Cam for me. I'll feel better when I know he and Margot and the others are praying." "Are you certain?" "Very. Go." After giving her fingers a squeeze, Ara pulled her hand free and gave Lily a little nudge. It felt a bit like abandoning ship. But if that's what Arabelle most needed, she would get the note to Major Camden with all speed. It took her only a few minutes to leave her mask in the laundry, pull her brolly from the rack, and hurry to the old building. After depositing her bag in the dark room, she climbed the stairs up to the codebreaker's lair. It felt strange to aim not for Hall's office, but for the corridor that housed the cryptographers themselves. And she had no idea which room Major Camden called home, so she had to peek into several before she spotted his telltale olive-green uniform. A vaguely familiar secretary smiled up at her. "Hello, Miss Blackwell. May I help you?" "I have a note for Major Camden from his fiancée." The Major looked up with a frown, rising from his chair before the secretary could answer. "From Ara? Is everything all right?" She held out the note as he approached to take it from her. "There's a nasty fever going around the ward. She said she wouldn't be able to make your lunch date." His frown didn't lessen any. "So she intends not to eat." Lily shrugged. "Let us pray things relax a bit and she can steal a few minutes away. But it's a bit frantic there right now. A man just died. She and the matron have everyone wearing masks." Camden's face went darker still. "It's that contagious." "I'm sure they're just being cautious." He didn't look convinced. "Lily?" She spun, smiling despite the grim news, when she saw Zivone emerging from the room across the hall, a piece of paper in his hands that he held out to Camden. The Major took it without a word. He must have been waiting for it. "Good morning," she said to Zivone. You are here early?" She explained again, quickly, ending by saying, "But I'd better get down to my desk. Mamma will be coming by at 1 to get a list from me." As she'd hoped it would do, that brought Siobhan's brows up. "I will walk with you. And this is good news, yes? You and your mother are working together on something?" "On a little garden party for this Saturday. You'll come, of course, won't you?" He paused, with his elbow extended for her. "Saturday?" His gaze searched hers, and a small, sad smile touched the corners of his mouth. "You remembered the date?" She tucked her hand into its place and gave his arm a squeeze. "Of course I did, and you shan't pass it alone." "You are too good to me." They started down the corridor. "Nonsense. Besides, it gives Mamma and me something to work on together." "And this is a good thing indeed." He covered her fingers with his opposite hand. "Of course I will come. To be honest, I will welcome the excuse to stay longer away from my flat." Amusement saturated his words. "I think I'm missing some information." He chuckled and pushed open the door at the end of the hallway. "I told you of the enthusiastic welcome I was given at the Orthodox Church." "You did, yes." He'd seemed genuinely humbled by it, and she'd felt a bit of satisfaction in realizing that her words to him in the park had been what spurred him to make that connection. "I seem to have underestimated exactly how small and close a community the Russians in London are. All the mothers and grandmothers have descended upon me with borscht and blini, and endless talk of their eligible daughters and nieces and sisters." He shook his head, but his eyes still sparkled. Lily may have exaggerated her frown, but she didn't force it. "Should I be jealous?" "Would you be?" The sparkle only grew. "I have never had a woman jealous over me. This is an intriguing idea." She gave in to a laugh, and they started down the stairs. "Well, I don't know how fond you are of borscht or blini. What if I lose your heart to these girls whose mothers can cook Russian foods?" He grinned. "If I feel this is a danger, you have my word that I will deliver a few recipes to your cook. In the meantime, I would complain to my landlord about the matushkas always camped outside my door, if it weren't his fault they were there to begin with. The Hamiltons seem to think it great fun that my community has just discovered me. They provide them all with tea and biscuits and sit about with them exchanging stories. Mrs. Hamilton has unearthed every book in her shop that even mentions Russia, and Mr. Hamilton has been reminiscing with them all about his time in that part of the world during the Crimean War." He shook his head. "Poor Clark had to run for cover yesterday evening when he walked home with me. The matushkas mistook him for another of us at first, and all but had him engaged to Svetlana before he could open his mouth to prove himself an Englishman." Lily nearly choked on another laugh. Ivy would declare war on this Svetlana. Siobhan chuckled too. "I dare say Clark would be fighting right by her side." And what would all these matushkas think of her, she wondered. What would his mother have thought of her, if she were still alive? She had a feeling none of them would be terribly pleased that he was courting an English girl. And she knew so little of their culture. She didn't even know what blini was. Borscht had beets, didn't it? They had those in their vegetable garden. Perhaps she should talk to cook about getting her hands on some recipes. "Lily?" Clearly she'd missed something. They'd somehow arrived at her dark room already, and he was looking down at her with a combination of amusement and concern. He turned to face her, cupped her cheek in a warm palm, and leaned down to brush his lips against hers. "Thank you." All those questions melted away. For what? For finding me worthy of such loyalty. It was always Yevgeny who made the girls frown like that over thought of others. I never imagined myself capable of inspiring someone to such feeling. She could relate. It had always been Ivy to inspire the lads, too. "You're more than worthy. You're the most remarkable man I've ever known." He glanced at her, and she could easily follow his thoughts this time. He was also a man with enemies, a man not quite trusted by their government, a man who wasn't certain what his future held. He sighed. "A third photograph has arrived. Hall did not show it to me, but he mentioned it. I know they have kept you out of this too. I am not asking you to say anything about it. But if you would pray that the truth comes to light, I would be grateful." "Of course I will." But as she bade him farewell and let herself into her dark room, she couldn't help the fear that seized her, because she knew better than most that light didn't always heal, didn't always bring grace and forgiveness. Light could destroy, too, when applied in the wrong way. Turn on a light while the film was developing, and the whole batch could be ruined. The truth, when tossed into the world without explanation, viewed in the wrong way, could be just as harmful. It was as she'd reminded Hall when this all started. The same facts could tell many stories. And the truth, when viewed from the wrong angle, didn't necessarily set one free. Chapter 21. Saturday, 22nd of June, 1918. Finally the crowd of nosy Russian women dispersed, following a middle-aged woman who had just arrived as if she were a piper, leading them all from the city they'd been infesting. Nadia had been sitting on this same bench outside a yarn shop most of the week, knitting needles flashing while she kept an eye on Sivon Marin's building, and the swarm of matchmakers whose individual demises she'd entertained herself by devising. More time lost. Each and every day one of them had arrived before he left for the morning, and rather than leave again when he did, they instead settled in to chat. Blighted busybodies. Nadia had never much appreciated their sort in her own village, where they'd tried to arrange her marriage to no fewer than 5 idiot men over the years, and she certainly didn't appreciate them now when they'd cost her 5 precious days. But finally they were gone. Even the landlord and his wife were out. She'd watched them leave 10 minutes ago. She gave a smile to the other women on the bench, knitting or crocheting. Socks for soldiers, she was guessing, given the basket of them by their side. She'd promised Yevgeny she would blend in somehow, so his brother didn't notice her, and this had seemed the safest way. She added the pair of socks she'd completed that morning to their basket, and then slipped off toward the building. She'd better act quickly before the nest of bees came back to buzz. Striding forward with the confidence that would tell passers-by she belonged here, she slipped through the front door and up the stairs to the flat Nabokov had told her was Marin's. Too bad he hadn't been able to miraculously provide her with a key, but she'd spent a few coins on a set of lockpicks in anticipation of this moment, and it only took her a few anxious minutes to convince the door to give her entrance. When she swung it open just wide enough to slide through, a silent huff slipped out at what met her eye. It was at least 4 times the size of the little cupboard she and Yevgeny had found to rent. Sunlight poured in from generous windows, and the furniture couldn't be more than 5 years old. He had artwork on his walls, the kind that looked expensive, and books on his shelves, their spines a rainbow of unintelligible English words. From all Yevgeny had told her, and from the house in Moscow she'd snooped through with a far bigger sneer, she knew the elder Marin brother had bowed and flattered his way into wealth he had no right to possess in Russia. But what sort of bargain must he have struck with the English to be given such a prime flat here, now, when she knew very well that finding anything in this part of the city was all but impossible? Well, he would get his just deserts, and she would get to work to make that possible. She slid the deadbolt to make sure no one could surprise her, and started her search in his bedroom, which seemed the likeliest place for him to hide Yevgeny's passport. She looked in every drawer, every pocket of every jacket. She checked under the mattress, examined the seams to see if there was an opening he could have slid it into, beneath rugs, in the few boxes she found. She jiggled each baseboard to see if any would pull away from the wall. She pulled off and squinted at every cushion and pillow in the flat. Standing in the center of the living room an hour later, a few choice words were swirling about her mind. It had to be here somewhere. It had to be. She stared for a moment at the oil painting, a snarl curling her lip. She'd promised she'd put everything back the way she found it, but a sudden temptation to take a knife to the canvas nearly overcame her. Nadia swallowed it down and strode over to the other piece, the photograph. The Eiffel Tower, mocking her, reminding her of the time already wasted in Paris, of the German officers somewhere in the French countryside whose names she must discover soon. Why? Why could nothing just go right? She needed this. She needed to succeed in the mission they'd given her. She needed to be able to go home with her head high, having proven to the party that she was a comrade worthy of their esteem. She needed to know that the life she and Yevgeny would build together wouldn't be stripped away on a tyrant's whim if the whites regained power. She needed to prove to herself, her family, her whole village, that she'd been right to walk away, to scorn all they'd demanded she accept, that she didn't need them, she didn't need a husband, she didn't need a heartless king or an archaic god to be what she wanted to be. The next surge of temptation had her arm sweeping back, her gloved hand fisting. She landed it square in the middle of the glass covering the photo, relishing the crackle of every fracture. That was what she thought of the reminder of Paris. Pivoting, she was ready to give up subtlety elsewhere, too, and start ripping the place to shreds. But a squeak beneath her foot stayed her. Just the floorboard. They squeaked. This was nothing abnormal. But it was the one place she hadn't checked yet. She dropped to her knees, examining each seam. The noisy one seemed firmly in place, but she didn't let that hinder her. She had her reward 5 minutes later, when she found a short piece of wood near the wall that wasn't sealed into place as the others were. Smiling, she slid the lockpick into the crack and levered it up. And there, in the space between the board and the underfloor, was the boon she needed. A Russian passport. Yes! She kept her exclamation quiet, but couldn't deny its utterance, especially when she grabbed it up and saw inside it the name Yevgeny had been travelling under. A quiet laugh joined the affirmation. Yevgeny's photograph was gone, but that was no surprise. Zivon had probably needed it to show to the ambassador. No matter. The rest was here. Nadia pocketed it, put the board back in place, and cast one more satisfied look at the shattered glass over the Eiffel Tower. Yes, Yvonne Marin would know someone had been here. Let him. It didn't matter. She had what she needed. She escaped the building without anyone noticing her, hurried to the nearest underground, and 40 minutes later made it back to their stifling little room. As she neared, she shot a grin up at their window. Yevgeny was lounging in it, and he smiled down at her too. He had been watching for her. Not that he'd admit as much if she asked. "You're back early, mon amour," he called down in French. She rolled her eyes at the endearment. He'd been taking far too much pleasure in using them since Paul had given them their documentation, identifying them as married. And she didn't mind nearly as much as she pretended she did. Rather than call up to him, she simply rushed up the stairs, sidestepping a cluster of babbling children, one of whom stuck her tongue out at her. In some indefinable way, the girl reminded her of her littlest sister. A surge of affection welled, but was chased quickly away by the resentment that had possessed her when she watched Anya fade away. Starving, fevered, all the food of her own Nadia had given her, all the hours she'd spent nursing her instead of pursuing her own dreams. Worthless. If there was a God, he was capricious and cruel to snatch away the brightest of them and leave the rest to mourn without ceasing. She snapped her teeth at the English brat and stormed on by. Yevgeny opened the door for her as she neared. "Is early a good thing?" A grin stole her lips again. As soon as he closed the door behind her, she pulled out the passport. "Early is a very good thing." Eyes flaming bright, he laughed, picked her up, swung her around, and set her on her feet again with an enthusiastic kiss. "I knew you could find it. What was it like, his flat?" She tossed the passport onto the tiny table. "Too large for one man. He has fine artwork on his walls, books on his shelves, and his kitchen was overflowing with more food than he could possibly eat. Probably the work of that gaggle of fools trying to match him with one of their daughters." Yevgeny had turned to the table, but he paused, turned back to her. "Do not begrudge him that if he wants it, especially today. It would have been his wedding day." Was that why Yevgeny had looked so muted this morning? Why hadn't he said something? All right, she knew why. She was the one who had taken that from his brother. Why would she be the one he spoke to about it? Even so, the realization that he'd been mourning that today and kept it to himself made her go prickly. She sneered. "I'm sure he could replace her easily enough. If the mothers are any indication, the daughters would be happy to accept the handcuffs and bow to his patriarchal authority. None of them would dream of stepping outside expectations, just like Alyona." His jaw ticked. She'd seen it before, but never directed at her. "You know, for someone who speaks so much about equality, you are quick to take the chance for it from those you don't agree with. Alyona was a sweet girl who did the best she could with the life she was given. Who knows what she may have done later if her life hadn't been sacrificed?" Nadia leaned toward him, tapped a finger to his chest. "You sound as though you liked her, Alyona." He didn't so much as flinch. "She was like a sister to me, would have been a sister to me as of today, and it isn't right what was done to her. She shouldn't have paid the price for my brother's opinions." Had he been blaming her for that all this time? Oh, don't start with all the morality nonsense. I thought you were above such sentiments. What's right is what works, and it didn't. He spun away. Her death was senseless and ineffectual. All it accomplished was driving my brother here. She should have been one of the people you fight for, Nadia. One of the women who deserve a chance at more from life. But she was denied that. Sacrifices have to be made sometimes. Nadia straightened her spine, planted her hands on her hips. I know. But how do we keep from becoming just like the tyrants, then? Isn't that the same thing they always said when we were dying on the front lines? He stopped at the window, staring down at the street below, as if looking out where strangers walked would make clear all the mysteries of humanity. Didn't he remember that they'd already made sense of it? The difference is that we're not serving just ourselves. We're serving everyone. Everyone but those we don't like or agree with, you mean? He leaned his shoulder against the peeling wallpaper by the window frame. She eased up behind him, the question scorching her tongue. Fear of the answer scorching her heart. Are you doubting the party, Yevgeny? Doubting all we stand for, all we've been working for? No. He turned enough to look at her. And somehow his eyes were clear, easy. But Batya used to say that the difference between a wise man and a fool was not that the wise man was right and the fool wrong, but that the fool always assumed himself right, and the wise man would wonder if he could be wrong. We cannot learn from our mistakes and grow wiser if we never admit to the times we've chosen the wrong path. Chosen it. She frowned, the grocer's daughter's outrage over the Tin Kingdom sneaking back into her mind. He'd argued against Claire's objections, but here he was, condemning those in command for taking Alyona's choices from her. But it was different, wasn't it, when you tried to protect rather than destroy? Sometimes you confuse me. She tilted her head, studying him. I think I know you, know your views, and then you defend someone whose beliefs are vastly opposed to yours. He studied her right back. We are more than just our views, Nadia. At least, I certainly hope so. Otherwise, if we are ever convinced of a new thing, it means our entire person changes. And maybe that was why he still loved his brother so fiercely, even knowing they'd never see eye to eye. Disagreeing with someone shouldn't mean I think they have no right to live, to work, to be given a chance for happiness. She lifted her chin. Even when they would take that chance from you? His grin battered down a few of her blocks of anger. Especially then. We cannot prove ourselves better than our enemies by denying them what they denied us, but only by giving them what they denied us. For a long moment, she simply stared at him. These certainly weren't ideas he'd picked up in Russia. They weren't ideas she'd ever really heard offered as a reasonable way to live. They were ideas she should have scoffed at as being utterly impossible. And yet, as she saw the light smouldering in his eyes, they didn't seem so impossible at all. I think... She leaned against the wall on the other side of the window, her gaze never leaving his. I think I like your version of equality. It's dangerous. But then, the best things usually are. He reached out and trailed his fingers down her arm. Very true. And in the spirit of that, here's another truth you may find dangerous. I love you. She jerked. She couldn't help it. But she didn't bolt for the door as she probably would have done a few months ago. Are you trying to shackle me? He breathed a laugh, shook his head. Who said love had to be shackles? I'm not trying to hold you anywhere, force you to do anything. This is a gift to you, Nadia. I give it freely. I demand nothing in return. You can love me, or you cannot. You can stay with me, or you can go. Either way I will love you. I will love the very spirit that may insist you run far and fast. He caressed her fingers, but didn't grip them. Instead, he held his hand beside hers, palm up. But I hope, of course, I hope you'll stay. I hope you'll accept my love. Not as a prison trying to make you be something you don't want to be, but as wings to help you reach whatever heights you strive for. She could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't sure she believed him, or trusted him enough to take that kind of gamble, because whatever words he might say, the fact was still that love, committing to love anyway, did put demands on a person. It demanded one think of the other, not just oneself. It demanded one think of the other above oneself. It demanded one work through the problems instead of choosing the easy way out and leaving when life got difficult. And life would always get difficult. Every Russian knew that. Did she dare take that kind of gamble on anyone? She didn't know. So, instead of answering with words, she eased closer, stretched up, kissed him. It would have to be enough for now that she wanted to be with him, that she wanted to live at his side when they got home. That was all she could offer. Perhaps he read her mind. When finally she pulled away, his gaze went to the table, his hand reaching out a moment later. Where was the passport? Under a floorboard. Clearly he wanted no one to find it. Yevgeny's brows pinched together as he opened it. The photograph is missing. She waved a hand. That hardly matters, does it? You don't need to use this as identification anymore. No, not the one of me. The photo of the officers that the Prussian gave me. Zivon must have taken it out. His eyes darkened. Would he have given it to them, do you think? The British? Does it matter? Though she admitted it gave her a prick, and any joy she'd felt over the find started leaking out. How will they know what it is? Or find the men with just one photograph to go on? As long as they don't have the names, we are fine. Right. The names are written on... He flipped more pages, and then hissed out a curse and slapped the passport back to the table. Her stomach dropped all the way to her feet. What? What is it? I had a small snapshot also in there. I didn't want the Prussian writing on the photo of the officers. Seemed a bad idea to have all the information in one place. He shook his head. The photo was the only paper I had to offer, so I let him write on it. It's gone. He paced a few steps, pivoted. It has to be somewhere. Somewhere else in the flat. No, She shook her head, heart thudding. "I didn't see any photographs. I checked everything." "Everything? Every page of every book? Every binding? Everything!" Though of course now she doubted herself. She'd flipped through each book, but could a photograph have been stuck between pages and escaped her notice? Could it have been under the insole of a shoe, behind peeling wallpaper? Not that his wallpaper had been peeling. She pressed her hands to her temples. What was it a photograph of? He cursed again, and then sighed. "The two of us as boys, from our trip to Paris." Could it have been with that other picture from Paris? Or hidden behind the oil painting? Or, worst-case scenario, would he carry it with him? She let her hands fall. Whichever the answer, clearly her work wasn't done. Not even close. Chapter 22. Zivone claimed to be no expert on English garden parties, but from his perspective, this one had been quite a success. He'd been amused to discover that the Duchess he'd tried to avoid at the wedding had come, and that she knew Kira Suvorova from her time in Monaco. She had, in fact, been the friend the Suvorovs had come to visit when they were stranded here by the outbreak of war. He'd been touched at the arrival of Father Smirnov and his wife, who reported that she'd cleared all the matushkas and babushkas from his building for him that morning. And he'd been encouraged by the number of his colleagues who'd made an appearance too. Most of them had already left at this point in the afternoon, and as lovely as the day had been, he found himself ready for some quiet. On the other hand, he was also loath to leave Lily's side. So if Major Camden and Miss Denler decided to linger for another hour, he wouldn't complain. The poor young woman had deep circles under her eyes, and she looked like a stout wind could knock her down. They'd arrived late, and Camden had just been confessing to Zivone in an undertone that he was more than a little concerned for her. Lily moved to her friend's side and touched a hand to her elbow. "You look exhausted. Have you slept at all in the last 2 days?" "Maybe. An hour or two." Miss Denler tried to give her a smile, but it didn't last long. "How are the men in quarantine?" The nurse shook her head. 3 more have come down with it, and not from the same train the original chaps had been on either. Worse still, Nurse Jamison has spoken to the hospital matrons of other facilities, and this doesn't seem to be limited to Charing Cross. Others are reporting similar cases of fever and flu symptoms. She leaned closer. Other hospitals have had men die who weren't even showing those symptoms a day beforehand. I'm worried, Lily. Of course you are. We all are. Lily slid a glance to Zivone. He nodded, as did Camden. How could they not be concerned? There were always isolated examples of people dying of influenza, of course, but more often than not that happened to the elderly or to small children, not to men in the prime of life. The Major slipped an arm about his fiancée's waist. "And you'll be no good to any of them if you don't get some sleep, darling. Come on, I'm taking you home. But don't make me call Sarah or my mother. I'll do it." Miss Denler breathed a laugh and reached out a hand to Lily. "Thank you for inviting us, Lily. Sorry we were late." "I'm just glad you could make it. Now go home and rest." Zivone bade them farewell too, and watched them walk away, wishing he had the right to guide Lily through the door with a hand on her back, as Camden did his Arabelle. But it took only a glance at the window to Captain Blackwell's study, through which Zivone could make out her father's scowling face, to know that that would be a bad idea. The man stood. No doubt he realized that was the last of the guests other than him and Clark, and was about to come out and thank them for coming, thereby saying, without saying outright, that it was time they took their leave. Lily, hand on his arm, nudged him toward Clark and Ivy. Siobhan went along. "Thank you again for doing this for me, Lily. You have made bright a day I thought would be nothing but darkness." The way she looked up at him. Darkness couldn't long stand against the flame it lit in his spirit anyway. He'd cared for Alyona. She'd long been like family. He would have cherished her, come to love her as a man should his wife had they wed. He knew that. But it wasn't like this. Ivy's laughter, robust and free, drew both their gazes to where she and Clark stood by the vegetable garden, seemingly oblivious to the fact that everyone else had gone. "I can't believe you did that. To a commander." Clark grinned too. "Well, it wasn't as though he was a commander then. Field promotion, you know." Lily gasped, pulling Siobhan to a halt. He frowned down at her. "Are you all right?" She spun, eyes bright. "That's it. That's where I've seen that photograph. They weren't officers in it. That's what was throwing me." He had no idea what she was talking about, and while she might tell him simply from her current excitement, he didn't want to put her in a bad place if it was something he oughtn't to know. "Then, good?" She laughed, popped up onto her toes, and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Lillian!" Even her father's furious bark didn't dim her expression. She just flew over to him, all but bouncing. "I've solved it, Daddy. At least I think I have. I need to get to the OB, to my archives. Will DID still be there, do you think? Oh, it doesn't matter. Even if he isn't, I need to see if I'm right. I can send him a note if I must." Her father's expression had shifted during her rambling speech from irritation to indulgence. "I haven't a clue what you're talking about, Lily White. But if you need to go to the office, I'll run you over in the car so you can be back before your mother and I need to leave." "That would be lovely." She spun back to Siobhan, eyes wide. "Oh, that was rude of me. What a hostess I'm being." He chuckled and waved an arm to catch Clark's eye. "You are the kindest of hostesses, Miss Blackwell. I thank you again, and your mother, for going to such lengths to brighten my day. But it is time we were on our way." Always a good idea to dismiss oneself before one could be dismissed, to his way of thinking. As soon as they entered the house again, Mrs. Blackwell was there to see them off and thank them for coming. She took Siobhan's hand as he stepped back outside through the front door. "You are in my prayers, Mr. Marin." He hadn't words enough to express how much that meant to him, especially today. So he inclined his head in gratitude and hoped she could read in his eyes how deeply her regard touched him. If, by some miracle, this all turned out well, if ever he earned the captain's respect again so he could call on Lily properly, if ever he dared ask her to be his wife, then it would be a blessing to know she came with a mother of such faith. He was quiet on the walk to the tube station, and during the ride he shared with Clark. He'd long since confessed what the date signified, so his friend didn't push him for conversation. Not until they were off the train again and standing at the corner where they would part ways. "If you need company tonight, old boy, someone to help you eat some of those blinis, but say the word." Siobhan smiled. "Thank you. Perhaps later this evening. A few hours of solitude first would not be ill-placed, I think." Clark nodded. "I'll call around 8. How's that?" "Perfect." He breathed a sigh of relief when he entered his building, and wasn't immediately swarmed by well-meaning women eager to talk about their daughters. The Smirnovs had done him a service indeed. Surrounded only by quiet, he would perhaps take a bath, read, pray. He'd been asking the Lord to help him forgive those who caused him such harm, but it was not a quick process, it seemed. He turned his key in his lock, let himself in, and froze. Something was wrong, out of place. Many somethings. A strange fragrance lingered in the air. Soap, but not his. The tassels on the rug were flipped up, though he was always careful to put them down. The pillow on the chair wasn't in the right place. He moved to the doorway of his bedroom, checked the drawer where he stored his petty cash, still there, then walked back out to the living room. Sunlight from the window lit seams of fire on the photo from Lily. Seams where there shouldn't have been, in a distinct web pattern. Breath hissing out, he moved closer until he could see the broken glass, still held in the frame, but fractured to the point where the image was distorted behind it. His gaze dropped to the floor. There was only one other thing he had in his possession that mattered. He couldn't imagine why anyone else would want it, but even so he dropped to his knees and pried up the board. Gone. It was gone. But why? Who could possibly want the pictureless remains of Yevgeny's passport? He sank back on his haunches, board still in his hands. At least he'd taken out the photo of the two of them. It was safe with Lily. That was something, to know that the last existing image of the two of them together hadn't been taken. But his hopes for a quiet evening evaporated. It seemed he too would have to pay a visit to Admiral Hall. Tuesday, 2nd of July, 1918. The empty chair at the breakfast table screamed at Lily the moment she stepped inside. Mamma was always the first one up, eager to catch the morning light for her work. She was always in here, enjoying a cup of tea and some toast when Lily came down. Always. She could count on one hand the time she hadn't been over the years. Her gaze flew to her father, even as her stomach churned. "Daddy, where's Mamma?" Daddy looked up from his newspaper, face only a few shades grimmer than usual. "She's feeling a bit under the weather today. I'm certain it's nothing to worry over, Lily-White." No. She told herself to be calm, that not every upset stomach was a symptom of this nasty flu that seemed to be getting more serious instead of ebbing away. But she couldn't bring herself to turn to the sideboard. "I'll go and check on her, shall I?" "Check on who? Me? I'm only a minute later than usual." Ivy, apparently having just come in the room, elbowed Lily playfully aside and grabbed a plate. She let herself be elbowed. "Mamma, Daddy says she isn't feeling well." Ivy's hands stilled mid-reach for the eggs. Her gaze, a bit wide, turned to tangle with Lily's. She didn't have to speak her fears, or reiterate that a shocking number of girls at the school were out sick, and that one of them from another class had died. They'd already whispered their worries and their prayers last night. Lily fastened on a smile. "Eat. I'll go and see her now." She fled the room without waiting for a response from her sister, running up the stairs and into her parents' bedchamber with only a cursory knock on the door. Nothing could happen to Mamma. It couldn't, not with things still awkward between them. Not with the step forward that the garden party had provided, being largely undone by the hours Lily had then spent at the OB in the last week, searching every single archived photograph of those two German faces. She'd found them. From the early days of the war, some of the first films she'd processed for Hall. They'd not been officers worth noting at the time, just soldiers who must have shown enough promise to get a promotion to something that led to a bigger promotion and then another. She didn't much care how they climbed the ranks, only that she hadn't been imagining their familiarity. It had taken far longer than the hour she'd expected, though. And since her regular work didn't exactly halt, and they'd been short-handed at the hospital too, it had meant hours away from home, where she'd usually have been trying to continue the patching of her relationship with Mamma. Hours when she should have been here. That was so clear now. Why had she pushed her family into second place? No, third. Why hadn't she focused on Mamma and let everything else slip instead? The lights were out in her parents' room, but at least the curtains were open, allowing morning sunshine for the lazy pug to nap in. Drawing the curtains was always Mamma's first move upon rising. Any comfort that gave Lily was eclipsed, however, by the sound of retching coming from the ensuite bathroom. "Mamma?" The connecting door was open, so she rushed through it. Mamma sat on the floor, one arm bracing herself against the toilet, the other waving Lily away. "I'll be well, Lily. Must have been that old jar of fruit last night. I knew it didn't smell quite right." Her voice was hoarse, though Lily had no way of knowing whether it had been so before or was a result of the vomiting. But she'd called her Lily, not Lillian. Ignoring the waving hand, Lily knelt by her mother's side and pressed a hand to her forehead. Warm, but not sizzling hot as some of the men in hospital were. "How is your breathing?" Mamma huffed out a breath that was reassuringly exasperated. "How does it sound? I'm telling you, it's nothing to be worried about. I'm just going to take it easy this morning, and I'll be right as rain by afternoon. You go about your day." "I'm not going anywhere. Not as quickly as this flu sometimes moved. There were far too many cases of people who weren't even sick when they left for work in the morning, being dead by tea-time. It had all the nurses and aides at Charing Cross thoroughly shaken, never knowing with which patients the real danger lay. She fastened on a smile for Mamma. "Are you ready to go back to bed, or not yet?" "I do not need humour me." Mamma huffed again, and then closed her eyes, as if the better to sound out the state of her own stomach. A moment later she nodded. "Let me rinse my mouth. Then I believe I'll be all right to go and lie down." "I'll fetch you a basin once you're comfortable again, so you needn't get up next time if you don't want to." "I'm not an invalid." "No. But if this was the flu that had London in its teeth, she could be in another hour. Please, God, no. Not Mamma. Protect her. Touch her. Heal her. I beg you." She didn't let herself think of the number of other prayers just like hers that must have been offered up in the last few weeks on behalf of other loved ones. And of the number of times the Lord must have answered, "I'm sorry, my child, but no." She shadowed Mamma on the slow walk to her bed, wanting to be reassured by the fact that she didn't need help. She made herself smile as she slipped out with the promise to return momentarily. And then she tried to hide the shaking of her hands as she poked her head into the breakfast room. Ivy hadn't eaten more than a bite, and she stood the moment Lily appeared. "Well?" "She says it's just that canned fruit from last night that smelled a bit questionable." She had a feeling her smile was unconvincing, though. "I'm going to stay with her. Daddy, will you drop a note by Charing Cross for me on your way in, and let Admiral Hall know?" "Of course, my dear." She hurried out to find paper and a pen, scribbled a note for Ara, and left it on the entryway table for Daddy to grab on his way out. A basin then in hand, she returned to Mamma, who had drifted into sleep in the 5 minutes Lily was away. Good. Rest was always a necessary ingredient of healing. Rest and prayer. Making herself comfortable in Mamma's chair by the window, Lily picked up the Bible sitting on the side table and flipped to the page her mother had marked. Her eyes refused to focus on the words, but even feeling the weight of the book against her palms brought a measure of comfort. A small one, but a measure nonetheless. A reminder that he had been Lord long before she entered this world, and he would be Lord long after, that history would always march on, humanity living and dying, loving and losing, praising and cursing, but that he was unchanging. Daddy slipped in a minute later, kissed Mamma's forehead and then Lily's, and promised to let everyone know she wouldn't be in today. He'd no sooner left than Ivy came in, a cup of tea and plate of toast in hand. "You still need to eat," she whispered, sliding both offerings onto the table where the Bible had been. Lily forced a smile. "Thanks." Her sister's gaze rested on the bed. "I should stay too. I'll send word to the school. You said last night you were already down 2 teachers. They need you there." She reached for Ivy's hand and squeezed. "Go. I'll send word if she gets worse, I promise. I know what to watch for." "More than I would. Even so." Ivy let out a blustery breath, but then she pulled away. "All right, I'm going, and I'll be praying all day." "I know." Lily held her smile until Ivy left, and then she glanced again at the book in her hands. This time, familiar words came into focus for her. Psalm 56, verse 3. A verse she had memorized ages ago. "What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee." Simply knowing the words couldn't stop her from fearing just now. But then the words themselves didn't say, "if I am afraid." The psalmist feared too. It was a given, a when. The problem then wasn't in experiencing the feeling, only in what she chose to do with it. She could probably pass the whole morning by enumerating every time she'd been afraid and had chosen something other than trust. But that didn't seem like it would help her overmuch. Instead, she read through the next several psalms, counting each time the writer feared, or cried out, or complained, and how many times he turned it all over to the Lord. Though his life was in danger, though his enemies surrounded him, he chose to trust. That required bravery, as well as faith. Mamma woke from her nap after an hour, and Lily helped her sip a bit of tea, which sent her running back to the toilet. At least she was still strong enough to want to get up rather than use the basin, though. Upon settling again, she declared herself not tired enough for another nap, so Lily fetched a novel from the library and read aloud to her. Her fever increased by a degree or 2 throughout the morning, but the thermometer didn't read a high enough number that Lily felt the necessity to alert anyone, and her mother's lungs remained clear, no blue tinge to her lips. That didn't, of course, mean that it wasn't the flu, or that it might not prove itself serious later, but she didn't feel too bad for slipping out for a few minutes in the early afternoon to find a bite to eat while Mamma dozed again. Sandwich in hand, she decided to stretch her legs for another minute and wandered toward the entryway to see if the post had come. It had. She leafed through it, chewing on her sandwich.
"Everything all right, Miss Lily? How is your mother?"
Lily turned to smile at Eton, who stood with worry lines etched into his face. "She is resting, and her breathing is clear, which I take as a very good sign."
"Praise God for that. I shall just—"
The doorbell sang through the entryway, cutting him off and making Lily jump, and fight back a surge of irritation. Shouldn't everyone know that there was someone inside trying to sleep? Eton moved the 3 steps to the door and pulled it open.
"Miss Ivy?"
Ivy? Probably stealing a few minutes to check on Mamma, but why would she ring the bell? Though Lily had been reaching for her plate, she instead turned to the door. Just in time to see her sister's pale face a moment before Ivy crumpled to the ground. Chapter 23.
"You were right."
Zivone let those lovely words sink into his mind as he sat before Hall's desk, a balm on the wound he'd been trying to ignore. He didn't ask what he'd been right about. He didn't pump a fist in triumph at the mere statement. He didn't even heave a sigh of relief. He just sat there, still and calm, and waited for the Admiral to go on. D.I.D. tapped a finger to something on his desk, though Zivone couldn't see what it was from this angle, other than a photo of some sort.
"These two are definitely grumbling about mutiny among the German soldiers. You may be onto something here, Marin."
Sweet vindication sang through his veins, but he did nothing more than nod.
"Which two, sir?"
He'd said it as if Zivone should know. He apparently should, Zivone saw, when Hall lifted the photo he'd tapped. The photo that had been stuffed in Yevgeny's passport. His mind whirled, screamed. The Admiral didn't seem to notice.
"Lily helped us put it together. She had another shot of them in her archives, but from the first few months of the war, when they were but Oberjägers, both of them. It seems they've advanced in the ranks through a series of battlefield promotions, but both are from humble origins, not gentlemen like most of the officers."
"Their sympathies, then, are still with the common soldier." Half of Zivone's mind followed the information well enough, but the other half... Why would Yevgeny have had a snapshot of those two?
The very two who were of interest to Zivone. The two who were alluded to in the last message he'd decoded in Moscow, the one he had been wanting so desperately to recover.
Had Zhenya, in fact, been an intelligence agent?
"We had their names on file from that first photograph Lily dug up."
Hall set the photo down again and leaned back in his chair. For a long moment he regarded Zivone without speaking. Then, quietly, he said,
"You were right about this. And so I've been giving some thought to what you insisted at the start, about the proper reaction from us. You weren't born a gentleman either, were you?"
Zivone started a bit at the question, so out of the blue. But not. Not out of the blue at all from Hall's perspective. All this potential trouble for the Germans was coming about because 2 common men had risen through the ranks. 2 common men saw the plight of their true comrades and wanted it to end. 2 common men were ready to start a rebellion among the soldiers to force their superiors to listen. Not so different, really, from all that had happened in Russia over the last year. Something Zivone should understand, given his similar story.
"No, I was not. My mother's family had connections to the intelligentsia, but we had none at all to the nobility.
Which would make Hall question where Sivone's loyalties had really lain, even in Russia. He, like these Germans, was more common than elite by rights.
Hall blinked at him. Popov was going to retire at the new year. You would have taken over command of the division.
A fact he'd made it a point never to mention here, where he'd been forced to take a position at the bottom. Sivone drew in a long breath, but didn't answer. Apparently, Hall didn't need one.
I knew Popov well. We set your division up together, mirroring ours here, you know. We still kept in touch. He mentioned you often, your brilliance, your talent with the work. He said he could imagine handing the reins over to no one else.
Sivone's throat went tight. I admired him greatly. He had no idea now where his mentor even was. He'd vanished a few weeks before Sivone had fled too. Was he dead? Or safe somewhere in Allied territory? He prayed that it was the latter. Had you actually received that promotion, it wouldn't have come just with a military title. Ah, so this was his point. Sivone nodded. I realize it would have given me access to social circles to which I did not by rights belong. He ran his thumb over the ruby of his ring. I am not like those German officers, sir. I know well to whom I owe thanks and loyalty for my advancement. And more, though I can commiserate with how my people suffer, I cannot condone the way the Soviets have chosen to institute change. It is not freedom that is extended to all, only to those with whom one agrees. This is what our American allies have taught the world, is it not? True freedom means freedom to disagree. Hall smiled and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything more, his office door burst open. Sivone spun, frowning when he saw Clark there, out of breath and wild-eyed. "It's Ivy. The captain just got word and took off in his car. They couldn't find me fast enough. She's ill. This flu." Sivone pushed to his feet. "Go." Hall had already rounded the desk, his own face lined with worry. "If Blackwell has left, it must be bad. Keep me updated." He needed no more permission than that. Sivone charged for the door, he and Clark both running down the corridor, the stairs, and out into the summer sunshine. Neither paused to debate the path to take or how best to get there. They simply ran, heedless of the pedestrians that stared at them. Despite how constricting Sivone's suit jacket felt on his shoulders, how his shoes rubbed his heels. He ran, barely keeping up with Clark, who usually could barely keep up with him. He ran until the Blackwell house came into view, until he heard his friend's fists pounding on wood, until the door opened and he could skid to a halt on the polished floors. He expected Eaton, perhaps even the captain, but it was Lily who stood in the entryway, gripping the latch. Lily, her eyes empty, her dress stained. Clark's breath heaved in and out, words barely finding purchase in the air. "Ivy. They said Ivy." Lily's lips parted, but no sound emerged. Her fingers moved from the latch to the door itself, gripping it with white fingers. Even so, she swayed a bit. Clark gripped her by the shoulders, panic turning his usually smiling face into a mask Sivone scarcely would have recognized. "Where is she?" Lily shook her head. A wisp of hair had slipped free of her chignon at some point, falling directly before her face, but she didn't even bother to move it aside. A guttural cry tore from Clark's throat. He dashed away from her, toward the stairs neither of them had ever dared to go up, the ones that would lead to the family's bedrooms. Someone would probably stop him. Mrs. Blackwell, the captain, a servant. But that didn't seem to occur to him. Lily still stared at where he'd been. She's... Her voice was so faint, Zivone could have convinced himself she hadn't spoken at all. She swallowed. Blinked. Gone. No. Zivone whispered it. From above them, Clark screamed it. Lily's eyes slid shut, and he feared she was going to topple, so he did the only thing he could think to do. He pulled her to his chest with one arm and urged the door closed with the other. Lily, my love, what happened? She trembled in his arms, if tremble was a fitting enough word for the violence of her shaking. We sent word to Daddy as soon as we got her settled. It moved so fast, though. So fast. She must have been hours trying to get home. I don't know. She was fine this morning, but her lips were blue already when she got here. A sob overtook her, and her fingers gripped his lapels. There was nothing I could do. She was gasping for breath, and there was nothing I could do. Melia. He held her tightly, far more tightly than he usually would have dared, but he couldn't fight the thought that she'd fall to pieces if he didn't. Some part of him hadn't believed all the stories about this flu. Not until now. The keening from upstairs, the woman falling apart in his arms, demanded he admit the truth. He buried his face in Lily's hair. I'm so sorry. The words came out in Russian. He couldn't convince his tongue to correct itself, and didn't imagine it really mattered. The words meant nothing anyway. She probably wouldn't even hear them. His arms would speak more loudly, more clearly. Another sob tore through her, sounding as though it carried her very soul with it. Her knees buckled. Though she didn't fall, she couldn't, not as firmly as he held her, as tightly as she gripped him. And he wouldn't let her. Instead, he scooped her up and carried her into the drawing-room, to the familiar sofa with its faded pattern, where they'd sat together countless times. Her arms slid around his neck for the journey, and showed no signs of letting go when he leaned down to try to put her on the cushions. The last thing he wanted was to force her to release him, so he recalculated, turned, sat himself, letting her curl into his lap. Not exactly an appropriate posture under normal circumstances, but this was hardly normal. And it let him cradle her against his chest, run a hand up her back, keep whispering words that would mean nothing to her. In Russian, in French, a few in English that would sound just as meaningless. He pressed his lips to her forehead at one point, when fear overtook grief. Cool. No fever. The flu that had stolen her sister didn't have hold of her. Not yet. Not ever, if he had anything to say about it. He didn't, he knew that. All he could do was beg God to insulate her from it, for her family's sake, for her own, for his. The prayers came in every language he knew, too, the words a chaotic jumble that he hoped would make more sense to the Lord than they did to him. He held her until the sobs turned to gasps, until the shaking slowed to more properly termed trembling. Even then her arms didn't relax, and she didn't lift her head from the home it had found against his neck. "This is my fault." Her words were ragged. One of her hands moved, though not far, only enough to shove at her hair and then fall to his chest and grip his shirt. She'd utterly failed at getting her hair out of her face. It stuck to her cheeks, glued there by tears. He eased the strands free of the mess and smoothed them back. For a moment he debated digging out his handkerchief to give to her, but it was in the pocket against which she was pressed, and that would require more movement than he was willing to risk. "Do not be ridiculous, Melia. You did not bring this illness to London." "No, but I must have brought it home." She squeezed her eyes shut, and a new keening gathered in her throat. "From the hospital." "No, Melia, you cannot blame yourself. It is everywhere, you know this. In the train stations, on the streets, in her school. We have had a few cases even in the OB. Your father or Clark could have come in contact with it." He shook his head and let it rest against hers. "There is no blame." She didn't rebut his claim. Not in words. But he knew his logic hadn't found a hold on her heart. Not yet. He could only pray it would eventually. Pray she wouldn't fall victim to the guilt that could eat a person whole and leave one's spirit gaping, prime fodder for bitterness. He had no idea how long she battled the tears, sometimes letting them have their way, sometimes fighting them back. Time didn't much matter. He would send word to Hall when he could, but he had no intention of returning to the office today. He intended to stay right here until someone told him to leave. He couldn't bear to let this family, this woman, suffer alone. After a while she did shift, though, sliding to a seat beside him, primarily, he suspected, so she could dig her handkerchief out of her pocket. Mrs. Goddard slipped in not long after with water and tea. She didn't say anything. Her face looked as worn and streaked with tears as Lily's, but she met Siobhan's gaze, nodded toward the tray, and then glanced at Lily. A clear command that he was to make sure she at least had a drink. He nodded his understanding. Lily held out a hand to keep the housekeeper from leaving again. "Mamma, I should go and check on her." She didn't look like she had enough energy to carry out the task. Mrs. Goddard came closer, smoothed back Lily's hair and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Something he suspected she hadn't done in a decade or more, as proper as she usually was. "I just came from there, love. Your mother cried herself to sleep, so leave her to rest. The fever's no worse than it was an hour ago." Siobhan tightened his hold on Lily. Mrs. Blackwell was ill? He hadn't heard that part. But it must be why Lily had been at home already today. Mrs. Goddard patted his cheek too. "Let your young man here take care of you for a bit. We can't have you getting sick now. Drink something. Eat if you can. You've had no more than a few bites all day." For the housekeeper, Lily nodded, but as soon as she left she shook her head.
I can't eat." He could understand that, but he got up and poured a tall glass of cool water. "Drink, at least. You need it." She took the glass from him, sipped at it. Her gaze remained glazed, latched on nothing. "She can't be gone. She can't. She was well this morning. Worried for Mamma, but perfectly fine." "I know. It makes no sense. No more sense than getting the news his mother had been trampled to death in a riot, or seeing his fiancée dead on his doorstep. No more sense than realizing his brother had perished trying to find him." He shook his head. "I wish I could take this for you, Melia, that I could carry it instead." Just as he wished he could have found a way to be here, to meet her still, without it requiring the deaths of his own family. A moment later, heavy steps dragged their way toward the entrance. Zivone looked up, wincing when Clark stumbled his way in like a drunkard and collapsed onto a chair. His eyes were every bit as unfocused and swollen as Lily's. Zivone had never seen his shoulders so bowed. "The doctor is finally on his way." Clark let out a little puff of breath that was more incredulity than laughter. "As if he can do anything now." "He couldn't have done anything before, either." Lily took another sip of water. "Not when it gets into the lungs." Her voice cracked on the last word. Clark scrubbed at his face and then leaned forward to brace his elbows on his knees, his face buried in his hands. "She was in perfect health yesterday. We were to go for a walk this evening. We had plans to see a show this weekend." His fingers curled into his hair. "I was going to marry her. I have a ring. I was going to ask just before my mother arrived so she could celebrate with us." Lily's water glass shook until she lowered it to rest against her leg. "She would have said yes. She loved you." Lifting his head just enough to reveal his eyes, Clark nodded and looked over at them. "We'd said those words, at least. I'm glad of that." His gaze focused on Zivone. "How do we do this? How do we keep on living?" Something he had done such a poor job of that he really shouldn't even try to answer. Except he did know how. He knew the words. He'd just been executing them all wrong. "We must be still. Not our hands and feet, but our minds. And know that he is God, that he has not changed, that the same Lord who loved us when all is well loves us still when all is lost. His promises are as true today as they were yesterday. He has been enough to see people through the worst since the dawn of time. We must trust that his love is enough to see us through now." He didn't know if the words could mean anything yet to these two people who meant so much to him. But for the first time in 6 months, a trickle of peace washed over the rocks of his soul. Thursday, 11th of July, 1918. Lily sat on the cushions on the floor, her head resting against the shiny spot of her wallpaper. The room was dim, despite it being the middle of the day. Her curtains were drawn against the disrespectful daylight, and she'd shunned the light switches. Brightness had no place here. Light couldn't accomplish anything anyway. All this last week the sun had shone, but it had done nothing to help her see. Her gaze refused to really take in anything. Not at the funeral, the church, the graveside. Not when Sivone grabbed her hand so tightly it seemed he was trying to hold her in this world by force. Not when the crush of people descended, or when they left, taking their black clothes with them, but leaving their shadows behind. Nothing could ever be bright again. It wasn't possible. Ivy, her sister, her best friend, had taken all that with her when she left. Though Lily's arm felt like it weighed 5 stone all on its own, she lifted it, raised her finger to the flower she always pointed to, tapped, tap, tap-a-tap, waited, and waited, and waited. Some stupid, childish, foolish part of her, certain that if she sat here long enough, it would all return to normal. That tap-a-tap-tap would sound from the other side of the wall, along with Ivy's laugh, all light, all brightness, all joy. Tap, tap-a-tap. Her finger slid down the wall, the effort of holding it in place too great. Her eyes burned. She didn't want to cry again. Didn't know how it was even possible that her tears kept replenishing every day, every hour. Shouldn't they have run dry? Tap. It was all she could muster, not even in the right spot. The sound wouldn't carry so well from that close to the baseboard. It didn't matter anyway. But then a creak from Ivy's room had her head lifting, her heart racing. Were those footsteps? Stupid, childish, foolish. But maybe it really had all been a dream, this whole last week. Maybe she was the one who'd fallen ill, and it had all been a fever-induced delirium. Maybe... Her door cracked open, and Mamma stepped inside. Even in the dimness of her room, Lily could read her expression. Sorrow, unimaginable and deep. But something else, too. Something Lily couldn't name, perhaps because she couldn't bear to look at it long enough. Mamma clicked the door shut behind her, moved to the window, and pulled open the curtains. Lily winced at the onslaught, but didn't object aloud. It would do no good. A moment later, Mamma sat in Ivy's spot at her side, rested her head in Ivy's spot on Lily's shoulder, wrapped her arm around her in a way that Ivy never did. You need to get up, Lily, love. Out of this room. I want you to go back to work tomorrow. The very thought made her want to scream. No, I can't. They need you. The hospital needs your hands, and the OB needs your skills. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing did. She couldn't care right now about the war, or the injured soldiers, or the rolls of film piling up. All the responsibilities that had kept her busy, kept her away from home, time she should have been spending with her family, time she could never get back. It does. Mamma's voice was fervent. Her hand stroked up and down Lily's arm. It matters. It matters enough that you lied to me for years about it. I certainly hope you wouldn't have made those choices if your work wasn't crucial to king and country. Lily could only squeeze her eyes shut. It had seemed important.
then, before. Darling, Mamma kissed her temple, smoothed back her hair. Blinker has come by every other day to ask after you, to ask us to encourage you to return. He's explained to me a bit of what you do, how vital it is, the people whose lives you help preserve every day, the campaigns that couldn't move forward without your work. This is bigger than us, bigger than our grief, bigger than my ideals about art. Look at me. It took more effort than it should have to lift her head, turn her face. Mamma's gaze remained steady. I'm sorry, Lily. So sorry that I judged you, that I let my anger at the deception cast a shadow on this house for so long. When I think of the atmosphere that I created during Ivy's last days—" She broke off, pressed her lips together, blinked frantically. Only after a swallow and a few sniffs did she continue. "The important thing is that you do what the Lord asks of you, not of me. I pray you can forgive me." "Forgive you?" Lily reached for her mother's hand and clung to it. "I need you to forgive me. I value your opinion so highly, Mamma. Our camaraderie. I have missed that so much. I'm so very sorry I kept it from you all this time, that I made it more important than our family, that I—" "Shh." Mamma wrapped her firmly in her arms, tucking Lily's head under her chin. No more time wasted on regrets and anger. If wrongs have been done, they are forgiven. They do not matter. Not now, when I am so keenly aware of how much this family means to me, and how fragile it all is. She reached up and smoothed back a piece of Lily's hair. We mustn't let such things come between us any more. Not anger, not secrets, not fear. They will not rob us of the life God has given us. What about the life he's taken away? Lily let her eyes fall again. Sweet girl. Mamma gave her a squeeze. Something I am realizing anew is that life isn't ours to begin with. We don't own it as we do a shoe. It is always his gift to us. Our purpose ought to be in giving it back to him moment by moment, in knowing that losing this life isn't defeat, it's victory. She pressed a kiss to Lily's temple. If we really believe what we say we do, then we ought to know this life on earth isn't the goal. We can't cling to it. Your sister— Lily pressed a hand to her mouth to try to hold back a sob. Mamma drew in a long breath, no doubt her own attempt at the same. We will miss her every day. But she has the reality now. This life is just a painting, a replica of what he has in store. I'm trying to focus on that. I know so well how far my art is from the beauty of God's creation. It's just a shadow, a sorry attempt to capture on canvas what he does every day in this world. So imagine what it must be like for her now, in a place of which this is but the imitation. Lily shook her head. Not in denial of the truth her mother gave voice to, but because she simply couldn't think in that way right now. Perhaps Ivy had victory, but it felt like defeat to Lily. The loss was hers, even if her sister had gained. I just don't know how to live this life without her. But you do. At the note of passion in Mamma's tone, Lily lifted her gaze again and found the strangest smile on her mother's lips. You're the one who has taught me this. What? Mamma motioned to the wall behind her. No, to the framed photograph over Lily's bed. One of her earliest attempts at photography, the first she'd been really proud of. But it was only flower petals, floating in a rain puddle. How did that teach her mother anything? That was my favourite rose, the one I'd hoped to enter into the contest at the Ladies' Aid meeting that week. Do you remember? Lily lifted a shoulder in a shrug. When that storm came through and destroyed it, I was angry and frustrated. It had been perfect, and then it was nothing. But you, my sweet Lily, Mamma laughed softly. You brought out your camera, and you got down on your knees, and you showed me that what I deemed ruin was something beautiful. You found light in the darkness, good in the bad, like you always do. Lily's nose ached with the tears she didn't want to shed again. She shook her head. With a camera, perhaps, but the camera can't capture what you don't first see. Mamma cupped Lily's cheek in one hand. You always see the beauty, always, and you've taught me to find it too. That was what I woke up thinking about the day after the funeral, that the light is there if I look for it as you always do. God is there. His promises have not changed just because my circumstances have. He is still the giver of all, the lover of our souls. No matter how bad our situation, he is still good. All we have to do is look for him. Like Zivone had said, they must be still and know that he was God, which meant he was good. He was love. He was mercy. He was life. He was light, even amid the darkest times. Lily couldn't see it, not fully. But if she focused, little glimmers peeked through, glimpses of his mercies. Mamma well again, and offering forgiveness. Zivone at her side every moment he possibly could be, and Daddy allowing it. The Admiral understanding of her need to closet herself away. Ara and all her other friends stopping by each and every day to make sure she was all right. And Ivy herself. All the laughter and smiles and memories she'd given her. It didn't seem fair that God had taken her. But Lily needed to thank him for giving her Ivy to begin with. Not everyone had years of such joy to recall. Your father will need our help, darling. Now sorrow saturated Mamma's tone, coloured even darker with worry. Do you remember that trip to Brighton before the war, when Ivy's hat blew off and he charged into the water to rescue it? A memory now tangled beautifully with the night she met Zivone when she told him about it. Another layer to the Matryoshka doll. Lily nodded. Of course. He said no Navy man would let a few waves steal from his little girl. That is how he's always felt about you girls, that he ought to be able to move nature itself to protect you and see to your happiness. Mamma shook her head. He thinks he's failed, and it's stolen the last bit of light from his eyes. Pray for him, Lily. Pray this doesn't devour him." Lily's heart clenched, not just at the thought of her father's pain, but at the realization that she hadn't even noticed it. She'd been too stuck on her own. "No more." She nodded, more fiercely than necessary. The world may still look dark, but if photography had taught her anything, it was that there was always more light to be found. Sometimes you just needed to change your lens, and sometimes you needed a flash. Neither ever changed what was really there, but they showed it in a new way. She'd always thought of that as art, but it wasn't. That was life, and art was just the imitator. Chapter 24. Friday, 19th of July, 1918. Yevgeny crossed his ankles and tried not to laugh as Nadia made another fruitless attempt to shoo a few ambitious pigeons away from the crumbs that remained of her lunch. They decided to eat outside today, to escape the heat in their room, even if it did mean keeping their conversation to French the whole time. He'd given her another quick English lesson, too, before the pigeons fully distracted her. "Mine!" She shoved the last bite of bread into her mouth and kicked at the birds. Not that they were within kicking range, of course, and they didn't look intimidated. They kept on cooing and fluttering. Yevgeny gave in to the chuckle. "Perhaps they will go away now that the food is gone." "I doubt it," she said around her mouthful, scowling at the birds. "Filthy flying rats." She poked him in the side. "And I don't know what you're so happy about." He certainly couldn't tell her that he found her frustration amusing. She'd gone 3 more times into Sivone's flat, but had found nothing of use to them. And after each of her dejected returns, he'd been exasperated too. Then Nadia left yesterday with most of their remaining money, and had returned with a pistol. When he'd asked her where she'd gotten it, she'd merely smiled and assured him she'd been discreet. He hadn't felt reassured. He'd felt panicked. He knew firsthand what an armed, desperate Nadia could accomplish, and it inevitably ended in death for the enemy, which was fine when the enemy was a band of Germans, less than fine when it was his own brother. But he'd awoken today with the certainty that he could make it right. It would just require doing the thing he most feared, facing Sivone. Funny. Instead of the dread the idea had instilled in him for the last months, making the decision brought peace. He smiled. "It's a lovely summer day. I'm spending it with the woman I love, and I think our next step will net us all we needed to do." He shrugged. "Why not be happy?" She grunted and reached for the water they'd brought out with them. "I lack the faith you seem to have. Nothing has gone our way since we stepped foot on this stinking island. And if this doesn't work, if the press doesn't print the story, or the Admiralty doesn't believe it, or the photographs Paul gave us don't convince them, then I ask Sivone directly for what we need." He looked straight ahead as he said it, not wanting to see Nadia's face. He wouldn't put it past her to be angry instead of relieved at his decision. To say, "You could have come to this conclusion a month ago and saved us a lot of wasted time and effort." She'd be right to say it. But she didn't. Instead, her small, deceptively delicate-looking fingers moved over his arm. "Do you really think he will? Come, Yevgeny. This is why I haven't pushed on that point. He will not help you. Not if it means helping us. And I think you are right that he will see through any lie you try to tell. He will not make this decision freely." She pushed to her feet and stomped toward the birds. They fluttered a mere few feet away. London's pigeons were obviously no more intimidated by people than Petrograd's were. She spun back to face him. "You must be prepared to force him. Or if that is something you cannot do, I will." Somehow, the way she said it sounded like an offer, not an accusation. She'd grown in the last few months. The Nadia he'd first left behind in Russia when he fled with Sivone would have spat it out like a challenge, a threat. He held out a hand to her, and waited the long moment until she came forward and put her fingers in his. "I will try it my way first. I think I can convince him." Because as he'd flipped through Sivone's now mutilated photo album this morning, when he'd looked at the blank space where the photo of the two of them together had been, it had struck him. That had been the image in the place of honor, not Sivone and Alyona's engagement photo, not their parents, not the one of him being honored by the Tsar. Them, together. That meant something, didn't it? It meant that brotherhood was more important to Sivone than politics. He didn't point this out to Nadia. She would probably ask the question Yevgeny didn't yet know how to answer. Was it more important to him, too? She sat back down beside him. "There is one more thing you should know if you plan to face him. He already knew about the mutiny, about the informant who contacted us." So many questions stormed his mind he didn't know which to give voice to first. How could Sivone have known about that? How would she have known that he did? Why hadn't she trusted him with the information? What? She sighed. "He intercepted the telegram, it seems. I saw it in his house. The day I—" His eyes squeezed shut. "The day she killed Alyona. An answer to another question he'd just as soon never have asked." "What did he do with this information, do you think?" "I don't know. He must have had the papers with him. They were gone from his house afterward. My fear? He gave them to the Admiralty." "So if he also gave them the names, we don't need to assume that. He wouldn't have any reason to think you were involved with the same thing. There is still hope if we can convince the British to disbelieve him entirely." Though it took some effort, he smiled. "Look at you, being optimistic." She breathed a laugh, but it faded to heavy solemnity. "Even I can hope sometimes. But if that hope proves vain, you must know, Yevgeny, I will do whatever it takes, whatever must be done to get these names, to stop this mutiny. I will do whatever must be done to earn the right to return to Russia with our heads held high. We will be honored by the party. We will advance. We will have a chance at a good life." Her hand was squeezing his in a way she'd never done before, a way that made his heart race. "Together?" The beat of silence felt like fear. But then she squeezed all the harder. "Together." He lifted their joined hands, kissed the back of hers. His brother wouldn't understand, but it would all work out. This was Yevgeny's chance to do something big, Something that would be for the Bolsheviks what Zivon's skills had been for the imperialists, a chance to make a name for himself, and a future with the woman he loved. All he had to do was make sure Zivon couldn't ruin it. After that, his brother would rebound. He may be angry over what was about to happen, especially if he realized Yevgeny's involvement. But it wasn't the end of his life, or even his career. Just a nudge to a new one. A wall thrown up to redirect him, to keep him from making a mistake that would affect them all. Claire had it all wrong. It wasn't bad that the castle kept the hero from making a mistake. It was necessary, because people, individuals, couldn't always be trusted to make the right decision. Sometimes the state had to make it for them. Nadia drew in a long breath. Regardless of how this all goes, we must leave here soon. Get home. The White Army will be losing heart. We should rejoin the ranks to help rout them. Yevgeny nodded. The newspaper this morning had actually had news of Russia in it, or of a particular Russian anyway. Tsar Nicholas had finally been executed, along with his family. It was over. Final. The White Army would feel the blow, and any hopes of the provisional government taking control again would surely die. The old ways were gone forever, the Romanov line at an end. The future belonged to the people now. It will work. Zivon will have no choice but to seek a quieter life. He stood and shot her a smile as he scattered a handful of crumbs he'd been saving. "Ready to go back inside?" he asked, as the pigeons flocked to the offering with loud coos. She rolled her eyes, but she couldn't quite hide her grin. "You are such a softy." "I have to be, to offset you, Madame Rock." She chuckled and stood, wrapping her arm around his. "I suppose this is why we make a good pair. Balance is important." They strolled the 5 minutes back to their building at a leisurely pace. Though, as they neared it, a commotion at the door had Yevgeny pulling up, slowing her with a hand on her arm. Something is amiss. A crowd had gathered outside the front door, including a woman weeping loudly. He recognized her vaguely as an upstairs neighbor. He'd held the door for her a few times, tipping his hat and greeting her in French that she didn't understand, but in which she wouldn't hear his Russian accent so keenly. She usually came and went with an adolescent boy in tow. The same boy, now being carried out toward the ambulance parked at the curb. Nadia's fingers tightened around Yevgeny's arm. Even as they watched, someone pulled a sheet up over the boy's face. Not, however, before Yevgeny glimpsed his blue lips. The curse that slipped out was Russian, but quiet enough that he doubted anyone else had heard him. It seemed that the flu going around the city and being discussed in all the papers had found its way to their corner of London. Thursday, 25th of July, 1918. Over the last 3 weeks, Zivon had grown sadly accustomed to the new, sombre clerk. He still jogged with him in the mornings, and they still walked to and fro from the OB together most days. But any offers Zivon made for other outings were always met with quiet refusal. "Not today," he'd always say. "You'll want to spend the evening with Miss Blackwell." Even when Siobhan tried to tell him Lily was busy, he'd find another excuse. He was too tired, or had brought work home from the office, or was in the middle of a good book. He looked over at Clark now from only the corner of his eye, and prayed that God would show him how to be a friend to this man. He'd known him only 4 months, but that had been time enough that this ache in Clark's heart pierced Siobhan's too. "I was thinking," he said, as the parade grounds came within sight, "that I may attend a lecture this evening at King's College, given by one of the members of my church. Lily already has plans with a friend. Would you perhaps want to join me? It ought to be a good one. He will be discussing the Brothers Karamazov. Have you read it?" Clark shook his head. "Thanks all the same. I don't imagine it would be terribly interesting, since I haven't." "You may be surprised. It was hearing a talk given on war and peace that made me decide to read Tolstoy as a young man." The turn of his friend's lips looked token at best. "I find it hard to believe you weren't reading Tolstoy already at 12. "Well, I did not say how young a man, but I was 13, I will have you know." The subdued chuckle wasn't much bigger than the echo of a smile had been. "Did your brother share your literary bent, or did you have friends in St. Petersburg that joined you in your lecture-going?" "Did." Siobhan slid a hand into his pocket, where Batya's pocket-watch resided. Would he ever get used to using past tense for the people who should still be at his side? "Yevgeny indulged me, but he and our father were more men of action than words. I took after my mother." Clark made some reply, but Siobhan's attention shifted from the easy conversation. Something wasn't right. He slowed, listened. Voices. Too many voices, all coming from ahead, near the OB. The pedestrians walking toward them, away from the building, kept looking over their shoulders. Ahead of them, a man carrying a large camera broke into a jog. Reporters. At the OB. Siobhan drifted to a halt the moment they came within sight of the parade grounds. It wasn't unusual for men from the press to be there, but not in a crowd like that, and not outside. Usually, when more than a few gathered, it was because DID was holding a press conference. These, though, were not the orderly collection of fellows here for promised news. These were rather a roiling, shouting group, best defined by the word mob. His chest constricted. He'd had enough of those to last him a lifetime. "We had probably better go the long way round and come in at the back." No argument from me. They fell in with a few others in the Naval Reserve uniform, who had apparently come to the same conclusion. When they reached the back door, the one through which Lily habitually came and went, De Wilde stood there with a newspaper in hand, and a serious look on her face. Her gaze caught his the moment he came into view, and she lifted the paper. "Have you read the news this morning?" Siobhan shook his head. Most mornings he still tried to do so before he came to work, but he'd run an extra mile today and hadn't had the time. She thrust the newsprint at him. "DID wants to see you straight away. Look on page 3. I'd suggest still walking while you look, though." Everything in him went cold, even before he opened the paper. This wasn't about the search for those 2 German officers. It wasn't about his suggestions on how to meet a mutiny if it came. It wasn't about the Tsar's execution. No. This would rather be linked to whoever had been breaking into his apartment, searching for he knew not what. This would be about him, the shoe he'd been waiting for months to drop. His enemies catching him up. He waited until they were through the door before unfolding the paper and flipping to the 3rd page, his eyes adjusting to the interior light as he walked. He skimmed over the first headings, which didn't seem to be anything of relevance, then caught his breath when he spotted the one halfway down the page. Bolshevik spy infiltrates British military. Impossible. How? Who? He would know another Russian if one were here. Even if their English were perfect, this was his life's work. He would recognize nuance in language, in intonation, in behavior. The patterns that would be wrong, the idioms. His gaze ate up the words. Not another Russian at all. Him. This article was all about him, the Russian linguist hired by the Admiralty. Except the article made it sound as though he'd had the French and English bidding for his linguistics services and had gone wherever they offered him the most money. His feet came to a halt halfway up the first flight of stairs. He lifted his eyes to de Wilde's. Does he believe this rubbish? That I am in league with the Bolsheviks? That I conspired with them to kill my own fiancée so I would have a plausible excuse for leaving Russia and coming here? He could scarcely see through the haze of fury. Was it not enough that they had killed her? Must they now accuse him of the crime? Because it was them. He knew it was them. It wasn't enough that the Soviets had forced him from his home. Now they would seek to ruin him here, everywhere, by claiming he was the very thing he hated, the very thing that they knew he'd be working against, the thing the British government would distrust. De Wilde didn't nod, didn't shake her head, didn't even shrug. She just held his gaze for a long moment with that ageless look of hers. And then she said, "DID will see the truth. But that doesn't mean he can always convince others of it. You'll have to help him with that part. Give him the evidence people will demand." Evidence? How was he to provide evidence of anything other than the story he'd already shared? He'd come here with nothing but a ruby ring and a photograph he'd already turned over. Everything else had been lost to him. He had no proof but his word, and if that was called into question... Clark clapped a hand to his shoulder. "Chin up, old boy. It's a bunch of rot. Sensationalism, nothing more. The next big offensive and everyone will forget it again." Zivone jerked his head in a nod and skimmed the rest of the article. Whoever wrote it claimed to have an anonymous source for the information, a source that had presented irrefutable proof of his underhanded plot and his association with top-level Bolsheviks. He was a bit surprised they hadn't tossed in a few accusations of being in league with the Central Powers for good measure. "Be still, and know that I am God." Zivone pulled in a breath that did little to calm him, and refolded the newspaper. He couldn't quite manage a smile, even for his friend or colleague. But he could appreciate that they still flanked him on the stairs. They hadn't abandoned him, at least not yet. At his floor, Zivone bade Clark a low farewell, and continued into the corridor with de Wilde. It was no more a buzz than usual. No one pointed or stared, but he felt conspicuous as he aimed himself for Hall's office rather than the room in which he usually worked, de Wilde peeling off at her door with a nod that he took for support. Camden took her place at his side. "Don't let it bother you, Ziv. They lambasted me for months, accusing me of every crime under the sun. Between the Admiral and the truth, it'll all be put to rest." "I appreciate your support." He did. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was a bit different from the accusations Camden had faced. He'd been an English subject with a known record, whereas no one really knew Yvonne. Not really. He could have lied about everything, and how would they know? Which meant, how could he prove he hadn't? When he neared the Admiral's office, he found Hall waiting for him at the door, face grim. He ushered him in, and then clicked the door shut. "It's bad," he said, without preamble. "I've contacts at the newspaper. Not good enough ones, apparently, to keep them from printing this entirely, but they agreed to show me the material they received. Some of it I'd already seen. Other parts I hadn't. I would show you now, but they didn't leave it with me." Yvonne stood before the desk, not taking a seat since his superior didn't. He kept his back straight and his hands clasped behind him. "May I at least know what this supposed evidence is, sir? Because I assure you, it cannot be true. Not if it is trying to prove me associated with the Bolsheviks." Hall leaned against his desk and crossed his arms over his chest. "Photographs, newspaper articles in Russian, all of which claim you are here under false pretenses, which then, of course, would beg the question of why." He waved a hand toward the window. "Half of the reporters out there are opposed to socialism, and insist your presence here is part of a dastardly plot to undermine order. The other half are in favour of it, and claim you're a disgrace to the cause, a murderer who may have started on the correct side, but who has clearly been corrupted by capitalism. No friends either way, I see." Hall smirked. "Enmity sells more newspapers than amity." His lips turned down again. "It's like this, Marin. I've already asked my questions, and I believe you're exactly who you say you are. But I have those I answer to, who are not keen on this division receiving attention from the press, and we've had more of it lately than we should have. I've already fielded calls that demand an official investigation." Yvonne forced a swallow down his dry throat. "You will have trouble finding out anything. Communicating with Russia is difficult these days." "And the government currently in power isn't exactly forthcoming about answering anyone's questions. But the truth can always be discovered, given time and energy enough." He held himself still, but the world rocked around him. How could he have faith in that, when truth had played no part in what had befallen him lately? The truth hadn't saved Alyona. It hadn't saved Yevgeny. The truth hadn't kept his parents alive. The truth hadn't gained him freedom from his enemies. Until then? "Until then," Hall sighed, "you ought to lie low for a bit. Stay at home. I'll send work for you to do via Lieutenant Clark, but it would be best if the press doesn't see you here, for now." What could he do but nod? Arguing would achieve nothing. No words he could give in any language could create trust where it had been broken, even when he had not been the one to do the breaking. "Shall I leave now, sir, or wait until the crowd has dispersed?" "I have a feeling they'll not be going anywhere for quite some time, but they don't seem to have found the back entrance yet." "Very well." Yvonne saluted, pivoted. "Just a moment. I have a packet put together to take with you." Yvonne turned long enough to take the file of papers, all of which he suspected were already classified as unimportant. Never would Hall let it be said that Yvonne had been entrusted with anything critical after his loyalties had been called into question. If he were truly here for some subversive purpose, then the best plan would be to keep him busy with trivial matters until the extent of his actions had been discovered. Or, at least, that's what he would have done in Hall's place. Just as well. Trivial meant easy to decode, which meant he would be left with plenty of spare time. Something he would apparently need, since it seemed all his plans would be crumbling again. He strode from the office, down the corridor, toward the stairs. At the ground floor, his feet halted. Everything in him said he should go downstairs and see if Lily was in by chance, but she wouldn't be, not this early in the day. And even if she were, her father would no doubt reinstate his rules to keep him distant now. Captain Blackwell would be right to do so. His sweet Lily should have no part of this. His chest ached. He may never step foot in this building again. He may be forced even from England, forced to say goodbye to the only woman who had ever inspired passion in his heart. But at least he had known her, known the beauty of this love. Just as he had had the satisfaction of knowing that he'd done what he came here to do, he'd convinced Hall to take seriously the threat of mutiny in the German ranks, and to be prepared to use it. He couldn't control the how, and if the war ended, he couldn't guarantee that Western forces would come to the aid of the White Army. But that which was within his power he had done. The rest was up to God. He pushed out into the sunshine that felt as dark as midnight. God had done nothing to save his family. How was he to believe he would save him, or Russia? What if it was, for some reason Yvonne couldn't fathom, his will that the Bolsheviks remain in power? How was he to accept that? He strode back along the same route he'd taken to get here, not relaxing any when he was out of earshot of the shouting reporters, nor when he neared his building minutes later. His hands had curled into fists at his sides. "Yvonne! Wait up, my son!" Yvonne paused at the familiar voice with its Russian cadence. He turned, unable to drum up a smile for Father Smirnov, who was walking with Fyodor Suvorov. He looked from one to the other. "The two of you ought not to be seen with me just now." His priest's bushy brows arched. "You think we will abandon our own in his time of greatest need? Rubbish! Especially when it may be partially my fault." Fyodor moved to his side, his expression earnest and apologetic. "A reporter came to the embassy yesterday to ask about you. We told them very little, but he insisted he had spoken with other Russians who confirmed the story and gave him photographic proof. He described this couple to Konstantin and me, and it seems my cousin recognized the woman's description." Yvonne frowned. "A couple? Who are they?" Fyodor shrugged. "The woman had come in several weeks ago asking about you. She said she had been betrothed to Yevgeny." "What?" Yvonne shook his head. "My brother was unattached." A lie, then. This did not occur to Konstantin at the time. Fyodor winced. "He had me get your address to give to her. It was right when you began attending Mass. My cousin didn't say at the time why he needed it. I assumed he only meant to follow up with you." Yvonne traced the time back, and realization struck. That would have been near the time of the first intrusion. Quite possibly the gaggle of women swarming the place had held her off for a bit, but with the return of quiet she had no doubt seized her chance. "What did she look like?"
Pretty, young, perhaps 20 or 21, blonde hair, curly, but wide-set dark eyes, very Russian-looking, they both agreed. You know what I mean. She spoke no English, so far as anyone recalled, though the reporter said she knew French. They paused at the corner near his flat, and Savone let his gaze wander as the words settled. He hadn't met such a woman here, he was certain. The lack of English would guarantee that he remembered her, if nothing else did. He glanced along the row of shops across from him. Mrs. Hamilton's bookshop, which he had gone in several times, a grocer, by far the busiest of the stores, a yarn shop, outside of which young women regularly sat, knitting stockings and scarves for soldiers. A blonde had been among them several times, a blonde with curly hair and dark eyes. She'd struck him because she'd not looked quite Western, but he told himself it was just his imagination, overrun as he'd been by the matushkas and babushkas at the time. Apparently, he should have trusted his instincts. A strong hand landed on Savone's shoulder and squeezed. "You are not in this alone, my son." Savone shook his head. "I am afraid I am, Father. You should all cease any questioning on my behalf at once. The last thing anyone needs is to be dragged into the inquiry against me." The hand didn't move. "We do not fear this woman, or whoever she serves. The Lord will plead your cause, Savone. Trust in him. Be still, and know that he has this, even this, in his hand." Savone kept his gaze straight ahead. "I feel the need to confess, Father. I do not know this. I have been reciting it day after day for months, but the truth is, I cannot trust. Because he lets his children taste defeat all the time. He let Israel be carried away into captivity time and again. He let them be dispersed all around the world, reviled and scorned. He let a party gain power in Russia that has stated outright its goals of eliminating the need for him." The priest just chuckled. "And there, my friend, is their foolishness. We can never eliminate the need for him." "But you yourself said he may not seek his vengeance for such arrogance in our lifetime." "This is true. But we also know that under the cloud of persecution, his truth shines all the brighter. We know that it was in captivity that his people called on him again. We can trust that his promises are always true, because they have always been true. He is still God. And when he leads us through the valley of shadows, we can know it is so that we are made into sons and daughters of light, capable of redeeming these evil days for him." Savone's gaze fell to the ground. He wanted to both shrug away from Smirnov and cling to him, because the days were indeed evil. But he was none too certain he had any light left in him to redeem anything for the Lord. "I thank you for your support, Father. Fyodor. But please, do not endanger yourselves or your families for my sake." He drew himself up and stepped away. "I have made my choices, and my conscience is clear. I will accept whatever consequences come, be they from friends or enemies." He left them there on the sidewalk
and strode into his building, up the stairs to his flat. His hand hesitated on the knob, as it always did lately. But why would anyone have come in today? They'd already gotten what they wanted. They'd sown seeds of distrust and hatred against him. They'd destroyed this life he'd built here. What more could they do? He opened the door, walked through, closed it. A figure rose from the chair, one he'd know anywhere, and yet one who couldn't possibly be real. For a hallucination, though, he looked very solid. Yevgeny. Chapter 25. Zivon. His brother halted in the middle of the living room, an uncharacteristic look of humility on his face. "You have something I need, and I hope you'll give it to me without too many questions." The passport. The one that had been stolen, while nothing else had been, even after those later times he'd sensed an intruder had been in his space. The blonde. A couple. Yevgeny's betrothed, she said. Evidence delivered to a newspaper that painted him as a Bolshevik. You'll know a man by the company he keeps. Pieces. Patterns. A picture too clear to ignore, to deny. His brother. His Zhenya. His betrayer. He set his satchel down on the table, took off his hat. "The photograph is gone, Zhenya. I don't have it anymore." Yevgeny moved a few steps closer, nostrils flaring. "I'm not asking for the one with the officers. Just the small one, of us. Is that so much to ask? A token?" He would risk a meeting after his betrayal to ask for a memento? No. Zivon might do such a thing, but it wasn't Yevgeny's way. There was something important in that photograph, or on it, that he'd missed, before giving it to Lily. He kept his breath regulated, his hands steady. "Be still, and know that I am God." Perhaps the Lord hadn't made a way for Zivon, but he would protect her, wouldn't he? He must protect her. "I am sorry, I don't know what you mean. There was another photo in there?" His brother huffed. "Don't play ignorant. If either of them fell out in the crash, it would have been the one of the officers, not that one." Zivon turned, slowly, carefully, faced his brother. Batya's eyes, Matushka's smile, all they'd ever had in common. "I don't have it." All they had in common. But they knew each other. Too well, perhaps. Yevgeny cocked his head. "So, you get it. You get it, Zivon, or I will, from whoever has it." Lily. He'd keep her safe, keep her out of this, if it was the last thing he did. She'd not end up dead, like Alyona, not because of him. His mind raced. The first image. Soldiers. Officers fomenting rebellion, Hall had said. They knew now who they were. They had their names. But Yevgeny and the blonde woman must not. And they must need them. All he had to do was keep that information from them as long as possible. Delay them until the Germans could put their plan into effect, perhaps nudged along by Hall's contacts. He lifted his brows and prayed his brother would read disdain in his eyes instead of desperation. You just made that rather difficult for me to do, given that I'm no longer welcome at the Admiralty. How exactly do you expect me to get it back now? Or do you think you can break into the old building as easily as your lady friend got into my flat?" A corner of Yevgeny's mouth quirked up. And that was why Zivon had always loved him so fiercely, even when they were at odds. Only his brother could laugh at a time like this. "I told her you would know." "Yes, even before I saw the glass she broke in my picture frame." He motioned to where it hung on the wall, the shards long since removed and thrown out. Yevgeny huffed, but it still sounded amused. She didn't mention that. Zivon borrowed one of Hall's mannerisms and blinked at him. "Who is she?" "She told the embassy you were engaged." "Did she?" That seemed to please his brother as much as it surprised him. "Interesting. Would Matushka have liked her?" Yevgeny snorted a laugh. "Hardly. But as to how you are to get the photo back, you're clever, Zivon. You can come up with something." "No doubt, but I will need time." "I'll give you a day." "You'll give me a week." He folded his arms and prayed with every grain of faith left in him that a week would be enough. "You've already ruined all I've built here. You'll let me get this in a way that won't have me kicked out of the country before I can put another plan in order. Am I clear?" Though he sneered, Yevgeny's shoulders had that line of capitulation to them. Still the tyrant, determined to have your own way. "Me?" Fury pounded, so consuming and quick he couldn't stop it. "You think this was my way? Any of it? You think this is what I wanted to do with my life? They killed her, Zhenya." The "they" echoed in his head, more than in the room. The implications, white-hot, scalded his heart. He staggered back. "No. Tell me it wasn't you. Tell me you didn't kill Alyona." "I didn't." His eyes flashed the truth of that. "I wouldn't. You have to know that. She was a sister to me." And Zivon, a brother, in blood, not just in affection. Yet he would do this to him. His hands shook. "I don't know what I know any more. Not about you." For a moment, they just stared at each other, neither speaking, neither moving. Then Yevgeny shook his head. "We will never agree. But we are still brothers. I still want you to be happy. You just have to promise to lead a quiet life somewhere, away from the military and politics. Is that so bad?" If it meant leaving England, leaving Lily, it was the worst thing possible. But his brother might not know about her, and if he didn't yet, he must preserve that ignorance at any cost. Yevgeny sighed and moved toward the door. "A week, brother. I will send you a note with instructions on where to meet me, and don't try anything clever. Please, just do this the easy way. You know I would never hurt you. But Nadia, I am not so certain she wouldn't." And yet Zhenya seemed to love her. He bit his tongue against any retort, held his silence until his brother had drawn even with him. Then, quietly, he said, "I was only trying to save you." Yevgeny paused with his hand on the latch. "Believe it or not, Zivon, that's what I'm trying to do, too. Please let me. I don't want to see any harm come to you." And then he was gone. Again. The brother he'd risked everything to save. The brother who had been his enemy all this time, the brother he'd mourned as dead. He'd been praying since that first conversation with Father Smirnov that the Lord would show him how to forgive, how to crave mercy for his enemies' souls above justice. He'd been praying God would show him how to love them. He sank to a seat on the hard wooden chair at the table. This wasn't the answer he'd anticipated. Lily stared at the newspaper. But no matter which sentence she focused her gaze upon, it still made no sense. She knew that the Zivone Maren who had captured her heart was in fact the Kapitan Maren named by the reporter. The history outlined in the article was a distorted reflection of the one he'd told her. But the man painted with words in black and white, and the man who held her while she sobbed and entrusted her with his heart, were entirely different. Black and white could lie. She knew that better than anyone. It was no great thing at all to take what was there, cut it out and put it somewhere else instead, where it meant something entirely different. Mamma pushed her tea aside with a shake of her head and tossed a second newspaper onto the table, disgust in every line of her face, and the lines had deepened in the last month. Rot and rubbish, the lot of it. Zivone Maren is no murderer. No, he is most assuredly not. And that, in her opinion, was where whoever had orchestrated this had overplayed their hand. Zivone was many things, capable of many things. She'd glimpsed that soul-deep bitterness in him, yes. But it was the sort that came of being wronged, not of doing the wronging, of feeling the guilt and shame for being unable to save someone who was his responsibility, not for taking actions against her. And she understood that bitterness now. She hated this influenza with the same passion he'd applied to the Bolsheviks. And though her hate wasn't aimed at people, it would still eat away at her if she let it. She tapped a finger to the second column of the story. This here, this mention of the evidence they were shown. That sounds like photographic evidence, does it not? Mamma moved around the table to stand beside Lily and skimmed the paragraph in question. It does. Do you think Blinker has copies? I don't know, but there's one certain way to find out. She spun for the door. Mamma was hot on her heels. I'm coming with you. I want to help if I can. They didn't waste time on conversation as they hurried onto Curzon Street. She avoided looking toward Hyde Park, toward the path she usually walked with Ivy. Instead, they turned to Mayfair, directly toward Whitehall, and as the O.B. came into view, she also tried not to wonder if her half-hearted hours at work were in part responsible for this wretched article. If she'd gone in as often as she should have, would Hall have shown her whatever evidence this was? Asked her to authenticate any photographs? Had her grief and bitterness kept her from helping the man she loved? No. Hall had kept her out of the loop long before Ivy's death. But if she'd been there, maybe she could have convinced him by now to read her in. She shoved the useless thoughts aside as they gained the back entrance. Barely slowing on the stairs, she was soon opening the door to her dark room. Oh, my. Lillian. I had no idea. Only at her mother's gasp did Lily pause to realize that Mamma had never been down here. She hadn't seen the space, so many times larger than her dark room at home. The newest equipment, the endless supply of chemicals, the photo archives, and the most frequently appearing faces tacked to the wall. No wonder you couldn't work so well at home. This is, well, professional, isn't it? This is a career. I suppose it is. She rarely thought of it as such. A calling, yes. And she received a paycheck, but she never even saw those. Daddy always took them to the bank for her. Mamma was wandering to the photo wall. And these? I keep track of how often the same people appear. The Admiral says it has proven useful innumerable times, including the last one with the German officers, the photos Yvonne had given them. She frowned. Hall had promised to tell her what came of that, but she'd scarcely darkened the door of the OB since then, and the mountain of film on her desk awaiting processing told the tale too. "Lily? Ah, good, it is you." Barclay Pearce stuck his head in with a smile. "Saw the lights as I was heading out the back. Here to help your Russian?" Lily gave a decisive nod. "If Hall will let me." "He just sent me to fetch you, actually. Declared all hands on deck to help clear Marin's name. I'll tell him you're here." He vanished again. Mamma was still perusing the wall, so Lily occupied herself by ordering the canisters of film while she waited for Hall. She didn't have to wait long, and he arrived with an armload of manila envelopes, his expression grim. "I finally convinced one of my reporter friends to bring all these over. And we've the ones that were sent to us, of course. They're on top." Seeing no need for small talk, Lily began with those, while Mamma and D.I.D. pulled the others from their envelopes and arranged them on one of her long tables. She switched on a lamp, grabbed her loupe, and turned to the trio of images that had made Hall and Daddy suspicious of Yvonne to begin with. The one of him with Lenin, with "You will know a man" on the back. One of him and Yevgeny with "By the company." And finally, one of a group that included many men in Russian uniform. She didn't recognize most of their faces, but she spotted Yevgeny in the mix, smiling at the soldier next to him. This one finished out the message with, "He keeps." She started with the first one, the one of him bowing over Lenin's hand, that Hall hadn't let her get a good look at back when he received it. With the aid of her loupe, she looked at the outline all around Yvonne, fully expecting to see a telltale white line, or a too dark one, to find his head had been put on another's body perhaps, or even some evidence that the image was old. But his hair was cut in the same style, his eyeglasses the pair he was still wearing, and it was without question his lithe runner's form. One thing, however, was out of place. The ruby ring was missing from his hand. She straightened. "Admiral?" He was still spreading papers out, and had what appeared to be a newspaper clipping in hand. "Yes?" "Did Yvonne ever mention when the Tsar gave him his ring?" "Shortly before he abdicated in the spring of 1917, I believe. Why?" "He isn't wearing it in this photo, but he never takes it off. Even if he had done so before meeting Lenin, there would be a dent on his finger, but there's none. This photo must be from before he received it." "It can't be. Lenin was in exile in Switzerland until after the revolution began." "Then—" It was clearly Yvonne in the photo, and he was seamless with his background. She moved the loupe and laughed. "Lenin was put in after the fact. Look." Once Hall had moved to her side, she held a larger magnifying glass in place for him, and used the tip of a pencil to point to the faint white line around Lenin's figure. "Were I to guess, I would say this is a photograph of Yvonne meeting the Tsar, not Lenin. That would explain the adoration on his face." Hall breathed a laugh. "Well done, Lily. What of the others?" "I showed him this second one. He verified it himself. Said it was from the album that he lost in the train accident." She reached for the third. If his enemies found it, that explains how they created these. She used first a magnifying glass, and then the loupe to study the group picture, but shook her head. This one seems to be genuine, too. What does that mean? Who are these people? Hall's face looked grim.
Bolsheviks.
Even his brother?
So it would seem. According to some of this information, the false passport Zivon travelled under was even given to him by the Bolsheviks, though that would make sense if his brother is among them.
He turned back to the table. Take a look at these others. I need to find someone who can translate this. He tapped the article he'd been holding.
It's in Russian.
Father Smirnov, Mama grinned. And I just transferred his telephone number into my book this morning. I recall it, if I can use your phone, Blinker.
Of course, I'll take you up. Lily?
She surveyed the spread of photographs. More than enough to keep me occupied here for a while, sir. While they were gone, she went over each image, making notes on separate sheets of paper as to what was added into, or where something was blotted out of, each one clipping the paper to the images. The further she got, the more confident she grew. Nearly every one was altered in some way. The story these enemies of his had told, they were fiction without doubt. And she could prove it, which was the important thing. There were even a few that clearly used the same original photo of him, pasted onto another image and rephotographed. Whoever had done it had been careless, though, or in a hurry. There were places where she could see bubbles or spots that indicated a glare on the original pieces, shadows underneath the imposed images. Hall never would have let her get away with such sloppy work, and frankly she was surprised that the reporters who had received these hadn't noticed the inconsistencies. Some of them were obvious. She was nearly finished by the time she heard footsteps approaching. They'd been gone quite a while, but the number of voices told her why. Father Smirnov had joined them, and so, apparently, had Daddy. Mama took the priest directly to the Russian newspaper clipping. He accepted it with a smile.
This will only take me a minute. Shall I write a translation?
Lily motioned him to the paper and pen she'd been using. Help yourself.
The sender provided a translation, Hall added, but I'm not much inclined to trust its accuracy.
I should think not. Lily turned back to the photos. Especially given how inaccurate all of these are. Shall I talk you through them, sir?
Please.
By the time she'd gone over everything she'd found, even Daddy looked convinced that Zivon was anything but a Bolshevik out to undermine capitalism and imperialism. And certainly there was no evidence that he'd had anything to do with Alyona's death.
But sadly, I don't believe this alone will convince the brass, Hall sighed, bracing himself against the table. Not with the embarrassment that the article has given them, and given that you're biased in his favour, Lily. They'll want the original photos these were made from.
Zivon's album. How, though, were they to get that?
This article agrees with those findings.
Setting down his pen, Father Smirnov held out his handwritten page.
It mentions a Marin who is part of the Bolshevik Party. But the translation they provided changed one key word, the rank of this brother. Zivon was a Capitan. This is about a lieutenant. Zivon Marin is not a Bolshevik. Yevgeny Marin was.
Not was. At the new voice, they all turned to face the door. Zivon stood there, his hat in his hands, and his face emptier and darker than she'd ever seen it.
Is. "It seems my brother is alive, Admiral, and that he is responsible for all of this." Chaos erupted as questions were asked and answered, information volunteered, theories hypothesized. Lily kept her gaze, however, on Zivone. He didn't budge from his place just inside the door, didn't relax, didn't for a moment enter in to become a part of this group determined to help him. Didn't show anyone for a moment how shattered his heart must be. But she saw it. She saw it in every move he didn't make, every smile that didn't touch his lips, every tone that stayed steady instead of rising or falling with emotion. Zivone. His name was a breath, surely not even heard above Daddy and Hall's animated talk. But Zivone heard. He looked her way, eyes shuttered. She rounded the table to stand before him. He wouldn't have shown up now for no reason. What does he want? If possible, his eyes went even blanker. "The photograph. The one I gave to you. I do not know why, but it must somehow be linked to the German officers." Her hand slid into her pocket. Her camera was there, as always, but alongside it rested the snapshot. She'd taken to carrying it too, so that she'd always have a piece of Zivone's heart with her. Yet for all the time she'd carried it with her, she hadn't looked at it much. The lad in the photo wasn't quite the Zivone she knew and loved. Surely she would have noticed something odd about it, though, wouldn't she have? But it was just two boys standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. The only thing on the back was a few age-browned words that must be the date. Nothing else. Nothing. She flipped it back over, and the light from her lamp caught something strange on the front. Black against black, but glinting. Hold on. She held it under the lamp and tilted it this way and that. Words. Tiny, barely legible against the shadows in the image, certainly not without a light directly above them. Names. Even that didn't bring Zivone's voice out of its monotone. But the names we already have. We do, but clearly they don't. And they will kill to get them. Zivone's hand covered the photo, pressed it to the table. Leave it here, Melia. Do not carry it any more. Do not even act as though you know me. Do not try to defend me. Just make me a copy of this, perhaps, without the words. Blot them out, or put false ones on. I will give it to Yevgeny in a week, when he has said we will meet. He stepped away, bowing to the room at large, which quieted Hall and Daddy in time for him to address them. That will give me time to make arrangements. I thank you all for what you are trying to do, but I will not be responsible for anyone else suffering because of me. I will leave England. No! It burst from her lips. You can't just leave. You can't let them win. They will not win. Not at what matters most to them. These German officers will remain safe, and their rebellion will move forward. But he shook his head. I will reap the consequences for what my family has done. And I will apologize, Admiral, for not thinking clearly when he turned up at my flat today. I should have followed him, but I... Don't fret about that, Marin. We'll find him. We'll stop him. And we'll clear your name. I'm not about to let England lose you."
The Admiral's determination ought to have encouraged her. But if she'd become convinced of anything, it was that Yvonne Maren was the Admiral's match in nearly every way. And Yvonne Maren had absolutely no hope in his eyes. Whatever his brother had threatened, he was clearly convinced that leaving was the only recourse. She couldn't think he was right. And yet, if so, did she dare to go with him? Chapter 26. Tuesday, 30th of July, 1918. The fire raged around him, above him, below him, within him. Yevgeny watched the flames dance, watching for the snake that would turn into a princess. Sometimes he could glimpse her, the girl, through the flames. Her hair was a brilliant gold, her eyes a startling brown. Her brows pulled always together into a frown as she reached for him. Try as he might, he couldn't lift his lance so that she could use it to escape the flames. His arm was too weak, too heavy, but he must try harder. He couldn't leave his princess in there to be consumed. "Nadia." He whispered the name through a scorched throat, reaching, always reaching for her. "Nadezhda." Her face wavered into view through the fire, and something cool touched his face. "I am here. Stay with me, Lyubov moya. Here, drink." Lyubov moya, my love. How long had he waited for her to say such words to him? He felt something hard press against his lips, and then water touched them. He opened his mouth, greedy for the cool liquid. But after a few swallows it turned from dribble to torrent, and he coughed, pushed against it. "Sorry." A clank of glass on wood. Then she was back, his princess, dabbing at him with a washcloth. Even through the haze of smoke and fire he could see the worry in her eyes. Had she really called him her love? Or had it been only part of the folk tale? He tried again to lift his arm, and this time he got it high enough to snag her hand. "Nadia, my princess." Her laughter soothed away some of the heat. Strange how that just made him more keenly aware of the aching in every limb, every muscle. "Now I know you are delirious. No one would ever call me a princess." The water he'd sipped reached his stomach and set it to churning. He felt the heave working its way up from his core, and hard as he tried to subdue it, he couldn't. He could only roll onto his side, toward the edge of the bed. She had a basin there, waiting for him, and she held it as he retched, emptying his stomach of what felt like life itself. Not food. He hadn't eaten that he could recall. Just the water and bile. Had he the energy, he would have been mortified. But he hadn't. And as she eased him back to his sweat-soaked pillow, he had a vague recollection of having done this many times before. This time wouldn't be any great shock to her. "Sorry." Her fingers caressed his forehead, cool and soft and welcome. "Don't apologize. Just get well, Zhenya. Do you hear me? I won't have you dying. I won't." She'd used his nickname. He wanted to grin, to tease, to ask if she only needed him to help her fulfill their mission, or if it was something more, if perhaps she was finally ready to admit that she loved him. Mission. What was it? Something urgent. Something... What day was it? Zivone. He needed to meet Zivone. Get the photo, the names. He meant to ask, but the words wouldn't come to his lips. Maybe because he was too tired, already drifting away. When he blinked awake again, the light was different. Later that day? The next week? He had no idea. But the fire had receded a bit, though the aches were as torturous as ever. The room was quiet, the rushing of flames gone from his ears. He moved his hands around, searching for a hand, a head, something. Nadia. He meant to speak it, but wasn't sure if it came out as anything more than a croak. He waited a few long minutes, but he couldn't sense her anywhere. No body sleeping next to his, no sounds of breathing or footsteps nearby. Panic ate at him. Where was she? Not here, or gone? Nadia! He managed to raise himself a few inches before he collapsed again with a groan. He couldn't see every corner of the flat, but he could see enough to verify that she hadn't fallen to a heap on the floor. He closed his eyes, telling himself she must be out looking for food. She had to eat, even if he hadn't been able to in however long this fever had been feasting on him. That must be it. It must be. He would just wait for her, that was all. Wait until the door opened, and then smile over at her and let her know he was on the mend. Surely he was on the mend. He had to be on the mend. He intended only to blink, but when he lifted his lids once more, the light had shifted yet again, and precious sounds of life met his ears, bringing instant relief, even if the particular sounds were Russian curses from the direction of the window. His lips curved up. "What is the matter, my princess?" "Yevgeny!" She was there in the next second, gripping his hand in hers and lifting it to her lips. "It is nothing. Nothing at all. How are you feeling?" "Awful." He tried to swallow, but his throat was so dry. "But less awful than before, probably." He knew where he was, at least, which seemed a vast improvement over the few recollections he had from before. She eased a cup to his lips and helped him drink. With the water came a bit of clarity, which had him narrowing his eyes at her. "You are pale." And she'd been nursing him. And he'd obviously had this flu that had struck the city, that had left one of their upstairs neighbours dead. He gripped her hand. She couldn't get sick. She couldn't. "I am well. Just tired." She leaned down and pressed her lips to his forehead. "Don't worry for me." He pulled away as much as he could. "You ought to keep your distance. I don't want you to catch this." But she laughed. "It's a bit late for that, don't you think?" Yes, blast it all. He let his eyes slide closed. "You need to rest. How long has it been?" "A few days, that's all." She climbed over him into her usual spot on the bed between him and the wall. "I thought I was going to lose you." Her hand settled on his bare chest, over his heart. I don't want to lose you." He covered her hand with his. "You won't. I'll beat this. Wouldn't he?" He felt much better than when last he woke, which must be a good sign. He squeezed her fingers as the exhaustion crept over him again. "I love you." "I love you too." He wasn't sure if she said the words, or if he only dreamed she did. Either way, he slept with the memory of them weaving into story after story in his dreams. Friday, 2nd of August, 1918. Nadia waited until the rise and fall of his chest had gone steady, telling herself she would get up as soon as he was sleeping soundly, telling herself she would reread the telegram, go out into the city, do what needed to be done. Instead, she closed her eyes and nestled deeper into his side. She'd always thought love was a weakness, and maybe it was. But even so, it was true. She loved him. Beyond all reason, beyond all sense. And it terrified her as much as the nausea that made the room spin. Terrified her because she thought for sure he was really and truly lost to her this time, and she didn't know what she'd have done if it were true. Never had she wanted to be dependent on anyone else again. And yet, here she was. He murmured something in his sleep about his princess, and she surrendered a small smile. Perhaps she hadn't meant to love him, but it was no great mystery why she did. There was no one else like her Zhenya. Handsome and strong, compassionate and respectful, quick-tempered and quick-witted. She trailed weary fingers over his jaw, rough with nearly a week's worth of beard. A week. He'd missed the rendezvous with his brother, hadn't even set one up. And though she should care, she hadn't. All that had mattered was getting him well again. But the telegram lying now on the table told her the time for such indulgence was over. Mutiny was imminent among the German ranks. If she didn't leave within the next day or two, find the men and put matching bullets in their heads, then all was lost. The rebellion would brew, spread, the war would end, and the interfering imperialists could well come to the aid of the White Army. She didn't know how she was going to get Yevgeny to France again in this condition. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Today's was just as big. She had to arrange the meeting with Sivone herself and get that photograph from him. And if he wouldn't give it willingly... Levering her eyes open, she stared at her beloved's profile. He'd never forgive her if she hurt his brother. He would leave her. She'd be alone again, as she'd thought she wanted to be, but which now sounded like the worst punishment in the world. So, for Yevgeny's sake, she would spare Sivone. But there was another way to force his hand. When she'd been watching him before they gave the information to the press, she'd seen him with a girl he looked at in the same way that Yevgeny looked at her, a smile always in the eyes they shared. She hadn't mentioned her to Zhenya. He would object to that too, saying they couldn't take another sweetheart from Sivone, that it would destroy him. But if all went well, she wouldn't have to actually hurt the redhead. She just had to convince him she would. That should be all the incentive he needed to hand over the photo and let them slip away. Now. She needed to get up now and go to find him. She even pushed herself all the way to her feet before her stomach rolled, and the few bites she'd managed to eat for lunch heaved their way upward. She took off for the water closet they shared with 2 other rooms, a hand clamped to her mouth. Later. She'd find him later, when she could convince her stomach to stop rebelling. Saturday, 3rd of August, 1918. Zivone stretched his legs to their full stride, modulated his breathing, and tried to memorize the way the early morning sunlight streamed over the buildings, through the trees and into the park. Tried to see it as Lily would. To imagine the way she'd stop here, or perhaps there, and find a branch or bird or cloud to capture in her frame. He'd not seen her since that day at the O.B., by his choice. Her father had stopped by a few days ago to assure him he could come to visit, but he had informed the captain that he'd do no such thing. Being near him right now meant danger, and there was nothing in this world that could convince him to put her in such a position. Leaving her would be like death itself, though. England he would miss now and then. The world of OB40 he would think of fondly all his days. His church he would grieve the loss of. But Lily had become heir to him. He didn't know how to see the world any more without her camera lens pointing the way toward beauty. He didn't know how he would smile without the love in her eyes to ignite it. He didn't know how his heart would keep beating without knowing she was near. But it would have to be enough to know that hers still beat, that by leaving he had saved her. He'd booked passage on a steamer to America that was scheduled to leave next week. He'd telegrammed a handful of universities and had quickly received 3 offers of a teaching position. They were all short-handed. His skills would be welcome. He didn't know yet which he would choose. He'd make his decision on the crossing. Or maybe a U-boat would sink his ship and save him the trouble. Forgive my morbid thoughts, Father God. He'd spent countless hours on his knees in prayer for himself, for Lily, for England and Russia and Germany, for Yevgeny, especially for Yevgeny, and doubly so when the expected note didn't arrive and his brother didn't appear in his flat again. Worry had begun to gnaw at him, as it had done that week of the shelling in France. Something had happened to Zhenya, and furious as he was with him, the thought had accomplished the impossible. Don't let him die, Lord. The same begging filled his mind now as it had been doing for the past 3 days. He doesn't know you. Don't take him. Not while his heart is hard to your grace. Have mercy on him, Lord. If you must take one of us, take me. Mercy above justice. He understood it now. He rounded the final curve of the mile circuit, and the sunshine glistened in a way he hadn't expected, off human hair of spun gold. Curls. A woman sitting on a bench, young, 20 or 21, with distinctly Russian features. He slowed, stopped. She stood, looking exhausted, with pale cheeks and circles under her eyes. His hand curled around his ring. She, too, was his enemy. But no hatred filled him at the sight of her. This woman his brother loved. This Bolshevik. She was just a girl, too, young for the horrors she had probably seen. A girl who also needed mercy. Nadia, I believe. Remembering that she apparently spoke no English, he opted for Russian. Where is Yevgeny? Where is the photo? Her voice had a rasp to it. He held out his arms, displaying his athletic clothes. Lily had created the duplicate just as he'd asked. She'd even matched the wear of the edges. The only difference was that the names written in the shadows were fake. Hall had delivered it days ago. Obviously not on me. You should have come to my flat. My brother, what has happened? Is he well? Emotions chased each other over her face. He's fine. Let's get it, now. All right. He lowered his arms and turned toward the exit to the park. He wasn't sure he believed her about Zhenya, or that he could trust her even to walk beside him. He focused his attention entirely upon her. She wasn't holding herself with the coiled readiness of a soldier, though. Her shoulders sagged, and her hands hung at her sides as if they weighed more than they should have. Only her eyes showed the alertness he'd expected of her, darting in every direction. Rather than try to maintain an awareness of everything around him, he let her do that for him, and focused instead upon her reactions to each snapping twig, each tweeting bird. For a few steps she kept pace at his side. Then she hissed out a breath. 90 minutes. I will come to your flat. If anyone else is there, the redhead will pay. Do you understand me? I know where she lives, and if you don't give me exactly what I want, I'll put a bullet in her head as I did Alyona's. She pivoted and fled. Zivone considered going after her, a million pointless screams vying to escape from his lips. But none would undo the terrible truth of reality, of the threat, of the despicable crime she'd just claimed. Bringing down Nadia would do nothing to solve the bigger problem right this moment. He instead opted for discovering what had scared her off. The moment he turned his head, he had his answer. Hall and Blackwell were both striding his way. He met them with a nod. Admiral? Captain? I have heard nothing from my brother, but the woman, Nadia, she was just here. 2 sets of eyes flew to the path, but she must have been out of sight. I'm not surprised, Hall said. We intercepted a telegram to her from Petrograd that came in yesterday and just made its way to me. Orders to move immediately, that the window was almost closed. We believe it's referencing the impending mutiny. She's clearly used up all their patience. Blackwell's gaze was still on the path. It'll make her desperate. Tell us what she said, Marin. Hall stepped closer, eyes flashing between blinks. They were knowing, those eyes. Not in the same way Lily's were. He never left Zivone with the impression that he saw his heart. But somehow he saw more. He saw how people fit into the world, which meant he could predict what they would do in it. And he was shaking his head. I know you well enough to know you'll try to handle this on your own, to spare us. But don't play the hero. Please, trust us. With his own life, he would. He'd let them come to his flat and take the risk that Nadia's exhaustion would dim her perception long enough. But this wasn't just about him. There was Yevgeny, who was still out there somewhere, And more, there was Lily. Had the blonde really been the one to kill Alyona? Would she do the same to Lily? If she saw anyone from the OB lingering around his flat, she could take off and do it before anyone could stop her. No, he had to play it safe, for Lily's sake. Be still, and know that I am God. Zivon let his eyes slide shut. The Lord would be exalted. He would make the wars to cease. But would he do it soon enough to save anyone Zivon loved? Draw out also the spear, and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. He opened his eyes again. For months, Zivon had tried to prove who he was. He had tried to forge a new path. He had tried single-handedly to save his brother, his people, his country. But the truth whispered now through his soul, I am thy salvation. Chapter 27. Lily paid no attention for once to the way the sunlight glinted over the buildings, through the trees, onto the path in Hyde Park. She'd risen at the first breath of dawn this morning, dressed and spent a few minutes in prayer, then a few more studying the photographs she'd made duplicates of. He meant to leave her, soon. Though Zivon hadn't so much as strayed into her neighbourhood, Daddy and Blinker had kept her updated on all he was doing, putting affairs in order here, saying his farewells to everyone else, booking passage on an ocean liner to America. She'd had an hours-long conversation with her parents last night, in which she looked them squarely in the eye and declared she meant to go with him wherever he went, to America, to the Arctic, back to Russia. It didn't matter where. She'd have to convince him to marry her first, of course, but she could do it, if he'd just talked to her. That was probably why he'd been avoiding her. Her parents hadn't exactly been pleased with her determination to leave England at his side, but instead of arguing with her, they'd focused on devising ways to get him to stay. And oh, how she prayed one of them would work, not for her own sake, but for his. So much of his life had been in chaos for the last year. He needed a resting place. For that to be England, though, they had to clear his name, which meant they needed the original photographs used to create the fakes, which meant in turn that they must find his brother and the Nadia woman. The Admiral had his best people on it, so surely they'd soon be found. In the meantime, Zivon. She spotted him with Daddy and Hall, talking, gesturing, and she held back. Whatever they were discussing, she wasn't going to intrude. Better to wait until they'd finished. So she slipped around them, thinking to get closer to the entrance he always used when he came and went. So many times she'd come and gone on these paths, too. With Ivy, with Zivon, with her parents. Was this the last time she'd walk here? It should have been a sad thought. But when she blinked, she saw Ivy's laughing eyes, full of innocence, full of mischief. Her sister would think this a grand adventure. And she'd be right. Love always was. It would require sacrifice, but the best adventures always did. Hurried movement caught her eye, stealing her focus from the future. She frowned when she realized it wasn't a squirrel, but rather a woman who was even now rising from a crouch, swaying a bit on her feet and pressing a hand to her stomach. Had Ivy done the same on the way home that day? Ill and desperate, but with no one to help her? Her feet started her forward, even before the face registered. She'd never seen it before, not in person, but she had in a photograph, the one with "He keeps" written on the back. The one with Yevgeny and a crowd of Bolsheviks smiling down at a smaller soldier. Only this morning had she realized the recipient of his smile was a woman. This woman. Nadia. Nadia. Here. Lily glanced back over her shoulder. She was too far now from the men to get their attention quietly, though they might hear her if she shouted. The woman would too, though, and would be gone before they could get here. Lord, what do I do? Never in her life had she felt such clear direction in her spirit. It wasn't a word, but it was an urgency pressing down on her, one that clearly said, "Go." She went, keeping enough of a distance that the blonde wouldn't see her without turning around to look. Footsteps sounded, running, a moment before Barclay Pearce appeared at her side with an exasperated look. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" The urgency didn't relent, though it felt a bit more optimistic now. "Barclay, perfect. Once we see where she's going, you can run back for help while I get the album from her." He looked at her as if she were a mad woman. "No, you go back now and tell Hall I'm on her trail, as he told me to be if she showed up. You've not been trained for this sort of work." "Haven't I?" She nodded ahead to where Nadia still had a hand pressed to her stomach. "She's ill. Likely Yevgeny is too then, and that's why he's not shown up again. I can examine him, see if there's anything I can do to help them." Barclay shook his head, but he didn't make a fuss or try to force her to turn around. "You're going to get me sacked." "Oh, rubbish. Who else would the Admiral get to run his errands?" "Shh, here." He pushed her into an alley, a second before Nadia turned partway around. They watched her from their hiding place until she faced forward again and continued on her way. Thank God he'd sent Barclay to join her. She really wasn't trained for this. Together, though, they trailed her to a tube station. Lily wasn't sure how they'd managed to keep an eye on her on a train without being noticed, but Barclay didn't seem to recognize this was a problem. He just handed over the 4pence for 2 tickets and led her into the carriage behind the one Nadia had boarded. The way he kept his face glued to the window told her how he meant to know when she debarked. Lily didn't dare say a word to distract him during the 20-minute ride. She just spent the time praying, thinking, focusing. She was ready when Barclay nodded and sprang to her feet. The blonde didn't even bother looking over her shoulder again after she got off the train. The coughs Lily heard from people waiting on the platform had her wishing for one of Arabelle's masks. The Lord would just have to insulate her for now. "I hadn't made it out this far yet," Barclay muttered, as they walked into a tired-looking neighbourhood Lily had never visited before. "Not in this direction." "I'm sure you would have soon." He smiled. "The next day or two. I do know some blokes from this part of the city." They'd followed her only a few minutes when she ducked into a building of flats. Lily sucked in a breath. "What do I do? Hurry to catch up?" "No." "Oi! Quigley!" After their whispering for the last half hour, Lily jumped at the sudden shout. But it blended into the normal noises of the neighbourhood, and soon had an older fellow who'd been sweeping a doorstep straighten, turn, brighten. The chap lifted a hand. "Oi! Barclay!" Apparently one of the blokes he knew from here. Barclay hurried to his friend's side. The curly-haired blonde, Russian, Know where she's staying?" Quigley scoffed. "Everyone does, so we can steer clear of her. You saw the building, aye? She'll be in 5F. Barclay turned back to Lily with a smile. Voila! The urgency that had spurred her on since the park settled into peace. She returned the smile and spread it equally between Barclay and his friend. "We thank you, Mr. Quigley. Now I'm going to say hello. Barclay, you better hurry back to Whitehall and tell Hall and Daddy where I am." Barclay's face went grim. "It could be close to an hour before we get back, 30 minutes at the least." Lily kept her face clear. "That's all right. I can fill the time." He didn't look appeased. "They're going to have my head." "For keeping me safe?" "Hardly." She gave him a little nudge. "Go." He grumbled something she didn't catch and lifted a brow at Quigley. The old gent grinned. "If she's one of yours, don't worry. My sis is in that building. We'll make sure all's well." It was all the reassurance Lily needed. Without waiting for any more arguments from Barclay, she crossed the street. By the time she stood before the door with a tin 5F on it, she'd had so many second thoughts that she hadn't bothered counting them. She could turn around even now. But still that undercurrent of peace flowed through her heart, and so she raised her hand and knocked. For Zivone. "Quoi?" The French "what" sounded irritated and raspy a second before the door was yanked open. The blonde's eyes went wide. Lily smiled and forced her tongue to wrap around French. Thank heavens Ivy had taught it to her pupils, and so had used it a bit at home. Otherwise Lily would probably have forgotten what she'd learned in her own school days. "Did someone need a nurse?" She'd taken this Nadia by surprise, that was certain. "No." The door started to shut. Lily stopped it with a hand and a lifted brow. Letting the smile fall, she said, "I have the photograph you want. Let me in. We can make a trade." A war raged through Nadia's eyes. "Zivone has it." "He did. He gave it to me weeks ago, before he knew what it signified." Moving slowly, she reached down into her pocket. The photo was there, with her camera as always. Not the original, of course. That was safely pinned to her wall at the OB. But when she'd made a copy for Zivone, she'd made a second for herself. He'd given her his heart when he gave her that photograph. She wasn't about to go anywhere without it. When she pulled it out, Nadia snatched for it, but Lily held it back, away from her. Let her see it without touching. "A trade," I said. "Now let me in." Her mouth set in a firm line, Nadia backed up a step. "You will regret coming here, English girl." "Funny. I was going to say the same thing to you." "Nadezhda," a second voice came from within, hoarse and faint. "Who's there? What?" Yevgeny, and he sounded ill. Sliding the photo back into her pocket, Lily pushed Nadia aside and strode into the room. A sweeping glance of the place showed her a tiny kitchenette, a table for two with matching rickety chairs, a small shelf with one book on it, and a narrow bed. That was where Yevgeny was, pushing himself even now to a sitting position, confusion on his face. Lily rushed to the bed. "Yevgeny, I have been praying for you. The flu?" She perched on the side of the bed and pressed a hand to his forehead. "Cool, praise God." His gaze went from her to Nadia. "Who is this?" Lily gave him a smile. They looked nothing alike, these brothers, not in colouring or the shape of their faces or their builds. But the eyes, the mouth, there she could see it. "Lily Blackwell, I'm going to marry your brother." For a long moment he studied her, perhaps trying to ascertain whether it was true, perhaps something else altogether. Then his gaze moved to Nadia. "You knew about her?" Nadia crossed her arms over her chest. "I told you, Zhenya. I will fight for our family, not his." "Your mistake, Nadia, is that they're one and the same." Lily reached for Yevgeny's hand and checked the pulse in his wrist. "They're brothers. You can't ignore that. Can you, Yevgeny?" He said nothing, but his mouth turned up into a bit of a smile. Zivon's smile. Nadia stepped closer. "Give me the photograph." "I will. And you'll give me Zivon's album." A beat of silence. Then a terrifying click. "How about this for a bargain? You give me the photo now, and I won't kill you." Lily looked over to see a pistol levelled at her head. She should have panicked, screamed, dove for cover, but the blanket of peace wouldn't lift, and so, somehow, she smiled. "You won't kill me. If you do, you'll never get out of England. They'll be looking for you at every port, every station." Nadia's nostrils flared. If she knew anything about Lily, she'd know her father was a captain, that he had connections. Was it a risk she'd take? All Lily knew was the woman didn't pull the trigger then and there, snatch the photo and run, which meant there was hope. She just had to stall until Barclay returned with help. Swallowing, she turned back to Yevgeny and patted his hand. "Put the gun away, Nadia. We're going to do this the easy way. The photo for the album. But we'll make that trade in a bit. First, let's take care of Yevgeny. You'll need him stronger than this if you mean to leave soon. Open the window to get some fresh air in here. We need to make him some broth. It'll fortify him. And you, too. You look pale." "I told you that you looked pale," Yevgeny croaked. Nadia scowled. "And I told you I'm fine." But she glanced at the tiny kitchen area, then at Yevgeny's prone form. She sighed. "You make the broth, and make it fast. I mean to be out of this wretched place by nightfall." Lily smiled. Formidable a soldier as Nadia may be, she was still a woman. A woman clearly concerned about the man she loved. That would grant Lily all the time she needed. Zivon checked his pocket watch and grimaced. "I have only 30 minutes to get back to my flat, gentlemen." "We'll have you on your way in just a moment." Hall scratched one more note onto the paper they'd all been poring over, then handed it to Blackwell. "How about this?" "I think it'll work." Lily's father reviewed the plan with a nod. "As long as there are no unforeseen—" "There you are!" The office door flew open, Barclay Pierce leaping through, chest heaving, followed by Father Smirnov. "Whatever you're planning, shelve it. Lily and I found their flat. She's there now with Nadia. We haven't any time to lose." "What?" Blackwell's roar could have shaken the whole building had it been made of flimsier material. The roar in Zivon's ears was nearly as loud. He pushed to his feet. "You left her there?" "She's not exactly alone. I have people keeping an ear out." "But—" Pierce's gaze flicked to the priest. "There was a bit of information I wasn't privy to at the time I agreed to Lily's plan." Father Smirnov stepped into the office, lips pressed together and eyes flashing apology.
Fyodor and I have been speaking with everyone in the congregation, describing this Nadia, asking everyone if they'd seen her. There was someone who admitted that she'd come to him just before the article was published. He did not know who she was, of course, only that she was a fellow Russian. A pretty young girl who claimed to be alone and frightened by a refugee neighbor who'd been making overtures. He sold her a gun. Zivon charged toward the door. "The address!" His Lily was in their hands. Her hands, the very woman who had killed Alyona. He had to reach her quickly. He had to save her. He shouldn't have let Hall and Blackwell talk him into trusting them. He should have... No. Had he not been here, he wouldn't have known this new information. He'd been right to trust. He reached Barclay, waited, half expecting "Be still" to echo through his soul. Instead, Pierce told him the address, right down to the flat number, and even some rudimentary directions. He didn't wait around for anyone to argue. He flew out, legs pumping as hard as they'd done the day the news of Ivy came. To the nearest tube station, onto the train just pulling in. He caught his breath during the ride, charged upward into the sunshine again as soon as the train squealed to a halt at his destination. He'd done his best to protect Yevgeny and his girl. He'd gotten Hall to agree to let them slip from the country with false information to deliver to their superiors. They'd be as safe as Zivon could make them, but they wouldn't be able to interfere in Europe. All that could go up in smoke now, though. If they hurt Lily... He choked on the breath he dragged in. They couldn't. If there was one thing he must do today, it was stop that tragedy. Lily must, above all, be safe. For her sake, for her parents', and even for Yevgeny's. Because if any harm came to her, all deals would be off. Zhenya would pay the price, too. He couldn't let them hurt her. That was the thought that became clearer with every footfall. Whatever it took to save her, he would do it. Lord, guide me. Show me how. Pierce's instructions had been flawless. Once he reached the right building, he slowed. It wouldn't do to pound up the steps and alert them too soon that he was coming. After pausing to catch his breath, he walked into the building and up to their floor. For a long moment he stared at the door with its tin 5F. Behind that door, his past and his present and his future were all a tangle. His brother, the Bolshevik who had killed Alyona, the woman he loved with all his soul and would never have met had circumstances not brought him here. The unanticipated. A year ago, even with all his watching, all his decoding, and every pattern he saw, he never could have predicted where he'd be standing now. For every detail he thought he knew, God had proven him ignorant of many more. But he had been Lord through it all. He'd known, he'd seen, and he'd delivered Zivon to this moment, to this door. He raised his hand and knocked. Chapter 28. Zivon stepped inside with his hands held away from his body, wanting to do nothing to inspire Nadia to pull the trigger on the gun that she'd pointed at him. His gaze, however, wasn't still. He found Yevgeny with it in the first second, sitting at a small table and looking as though he might collapse onto it at any moment, and Lily in the next, spooning up a bowl of broth. She nearly dropped it when he came through the door. "Zivon, what are you—" "Melia." On second thought, he'd risk the bullet to hold her again. How could he ever have thought he could leave the country without doing so one more time? He rushed in her direction, and she met him halfway, his arms closing around her. "What were you thinking? Why would you come here?"
"The album." She held him tight, then pulled away enough to catch his face between her palms. "You'd have let them leave with it, never thinking of yourself. I had to think of you for you."
"Step apart, now." The command was in French.
"Nadezhda, relax. Let them have a moment."
Yevgeny sounded terrible, if one were to listen only to the quality of his voice. But if one listened to the tone, he also sounded amused. Zivon turned his face enough to kiss Lily's hand.
"The album does not matter. My reputation does not matter. All that matters is that you are safe. And that I'm with you. You're not leaving without me, Zivon. Where you go, I go." How could that be possible, when it meant leaving all she'd ever known, the parents who loved her and needed her, her work here? Yet, as he looked deep into her eyes, he saw she did mean it. Somehow, this woman loved him that much. A blessing he'd done nothing to earn and could never deserve. Yevgeny coughed, a hard, racking sound that drew Zivon around to face him. Nadia had crouched beside him and was rubbing her free hand over his back. Clearly she'd been lying this morning when she said he was fine.
"You are ill," Zivon said.
Zhenya waved that off. "Was. I am on the mend." "He has no fever." Lily wrapped her arms around one of his, as if to make it clear he wouldn't walk away without her again. "I think he only needs to regain his strength." "Which he'll do in France, in Russia." Nadia pressed a kiss to his brother's brow, and then stood again, her eyes cold and hard when she turned them on him and Lily. "We are leaving today, with the photograph. Hand it over now, English girl. You have dawdled enough." In English, so quietly he barely heard her, Lily murmured, "How far behind you are the rest of them?"
"Only a few minutes, I should think." Yevgeny narrowed his eyes at them. If he'd been able to hear, then he would understand. Zivon stepped forward, putting himself between Lily and the pistol. Hands out again so Nadia could see he had no weapon of his own. "Please, lower the weapon. We are family. I have negotiated for your freedom, but you will compromise it if you use that."
"Our freedom?"
Nadia barked a laugh.
"You don't know the meaning of the word. You who would grow rich while others starve. Freedom comes only when the people steal the power from their oppressors and force them to do the right thing."
Zivon's chest ached. How many times had he heard that sentiment being shouted in Russia over the last year? A cry from a desperate people who had been pushed past their breaking point. He commiserated. He cried for them, with them. But they were wrong. No. Freedom comes only when the people realize that it cannot be stolen and forced. Freedom that is denied to anyone who disagrees is no freedom at all. Lily had reached into her pocket, and she held out a photograph that he would have sworn was the same one from the passport, had he not seen that one tacked to her wall an hour ago. She must have made herself a duplicate, too. Of course she had. "Here," she said. "Take the photo. Give us the album." "And put down the weapon," Zivon added. "No one needs to get hurt."
"Nadia, my princess," Yevgeny reached out for her free hand. "We can all win. Put down the gun
and get the album for him. Please. We can let them live their lives. We can live ours. Let's just go." To Yvonne he offered a small smile. "Sorry so many photographs have been ruined. I wouldn't let anyone touch the one of Batya and Matushka, though." The original telegram decrypt, then, could well be there. They didn't need it any more. But somehow it was a comfort to realize that his parents had, in a way, protected him. His secrets. Nadia hesitated a moment, in which Yvonne could see this going many different ways. But then she nodded, and reached to set the gun on the table. "For you, Zhenya. For us. For our future." It all would have been perfect, if only the door hadn't burst open behind them at that exact moment. One moment, Lily had been watching the descent of the gun, anticipating the reach for the lone book on the shelf, thinking in the back of her mind that she wished she could get a photo of Yevgeny and Nadia before they left. The next moment, chaos poured in. At first she could see only the blur of fast-moving men in dark blue. Then she recognized Daddy, Hall, Barclay, and, of all people, Father Smirnov behind them. There were shouts, from Daddy, from Yevgeny, from Nadia. A single bullet fired, which must have lodged in the wall, given the plaster raining down. Yvonne threw himself in front of Lily. Yevgeny tried to protect Nadia. Nadia brandished the smoking gun with such clear intent that Daddy, who had probably never dreamed of raising a hand to a woman in all his life, had no choice but to go on the offensive. He caught her wrist with one hand, struck her arm with the other. She lashed out, kicking at him, but he sidestepped, tugged her forward with that arm, bent his knee in what Lily assumed was meant to be a blow to the stomach to make her double over and relinquish her weapon. Only before contact could be made, Nadia screamed, all but tossed the gun aside, wrapped her free arm around her middle, and recoiled as far as she could get from Daddy, eyes wild. "Niet! Niet!" she screamed over and over again. Lily's father, still caught in the throes of adrenaline, didn't seem to hear her, didn't seem to see the desperation in the young woman's eyes. But Lily saw it, just as she saw the single bed in the room, as she'd seen the looks between Nadia and Yevgeny. She saw the our future Nadia had really meant, and she did the only thing she could think to do. She jumped around Yvonne, between Daddy and Nadia, with her arms raised. "Stop!" The whole room went still, other than the heaving breaths of the men who had stormed in, thinking to rescue them. Her father's eyes cleared, then confusion descended. "Lily." She stepped into his arms, letting him crush her to his chest. "I thought I'd lost you," he muttered into her hair, "that you were gone like ivy. I couldn't have borne it, Lily White." She clung to him, as much because he needed her to as because she needed it as well. "I'm fine, Daddy, I promise you." "No thanks to them." Daddy drew back, lightning flashing in the gaze that landed on Nadia. The woman was trembling, crumpled into the second chair, hunched over, arms wrapped around her stomach. "They weren't going to harm me." She pressed a hand to her father's arm, willing him to believe her, and then she went and knelt beside Nadia, brushing back a curl from her face. "Are you all right?" she asked in French. "The baby?" Nadia's eyes, wide and terrified, lifted to her face. I don't know. I think so." "The what?" Yevgeny's voice sounded wooden with shock.
Lily spared only a quick glance toward the men. Yevgeny had no colour at all in his face, though whether it was from his recent illness, the exertion, or the news of a babe, she didn't know. He sank onto the floor and stared at Nadia. "You don't have the flu." Nadia's hands were trembling as she lifted them to brush aside her fallen curls. "I told you I was not ill." Siobhan's breath escaped him in a whoosh. With a glance to Lily that begged for understanding, he straightened and stood before the Admiral. "I present myself for your consequences, sir. I accept the full responsibility of their actions on British soil." Hall's blink looked suspiciously like a roll of the eyes. "It doesn't work that way, Marin. They're too late, anyway. The mutiny has already begun." "What?" Yevgeny's face went paler still. At a word from Nadia, he said something in Russian, presumably a translation of the Admiral's statement. D.I.D. pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket. "De Wilde stopped me on our way out. The Germans are in revolt." Nadia was shaking her head. "No," she said in French. "It doesn't matter. Even if the war ends, it doesn't matter. The West won't help the Whites, and even if they do, the Bolsheviks will win." "Perhaps." Siobhan looked toward Father Smirnov, then over to Nadia. "Perhaps they will. Perhaps this is what Russia wants, and God will allow it. But even so, it is good for the war to end, for lives to be saved. As for the two of you," Hall crossed his arms over his chest, "you're going to turn over the album with the photographs you used to create those false ones, and then you're going to leave within the next 48 hours. I'll not tolerate any more threats against one of my men, and you can tell your superiors the same thing if they question you. At the moment, the Crown has no quarrel with the Bolsheviks. Don't give us a reason to." Nadia's shoulders rolled forward, and she didn't look up at any of them. Yevgeny slid his hand across the table, palm up, waiting, clearly, for her to put her hand in his. "We accept, sir, with gratitude for your generosity." Yevgeny kept his hand outstretched across the table, kept his gaze levelled on the face he knew so well, but which he'd never seen bearing this emotion. She looked defeated, and defeated was the last thing in the world he wanted his warrior queen to be. "Nadezhda." She shifted, but she didn't lift her gaze. He did. Toward his brother, asking a silent question with a swing of his head toward the women. He didn't want anyone to overreact if he dared move over to her, but he had to be near her now, had to touch her, had to see her eyes. Siobhan nodded. He must be judging him, them. He must be. But he made no comment. Just exchanged a few gestures with the Navy men still in the room, giving him space to round the table, drop to his knees before her. He touched a weak hand to her chin. "Look at me, my love." He'd let his words drift back into Russian. At least then Siobhan would be the only one to understand them. "Please." Slowly she lifted her lids, and he saw what he thought he never would. Tears. His fingers moved to cup her cheek. "Is it true?" In all their talk of women not being trapped in the home, of the state being the proper institution for a child to be raised by, he'd never anticipated this. This quickening inside him at the thought of a child, their child, growing in the womb of the woman he loved. But what about her? Did she want a baby? With him? Now? She must, at least in part, if her first instinct had been to protect it. Right? Dragoi. She leaned into his hand, breath heaving. I faced down the enemy on the battlefield without flinching. But this terrifies me. I know. But you're not alone. I'm with you. I'm not going anywhere. We can go home, tell our superiors how the flu interfered with the mission, but all else is well here. Yes? She huffed out a breath and looked ready to roll her eyes. But she was a Russian soldier. She knew when to accept defeat, or at the very least when to cut one's losses and run, leaving only burned ground behind them for the enemy. She nodded. And then he settled his other hand on one of her wrists, still wrapped around her middle. Then we do as we planned. We make a life for ourselves. But I don't want the life we planned. She squeezed her eyes shut, but only for a second. When she opened them again, her gaze held his, too warm to be speaking a farewell. He hoped. I want to love our child. I don't know how to be a mother, but I have to try. I want to try. Then marry me, Nadia. He caressed her wrist with his thumb. It will not be a prison, I promise you. If you but let me, I will be your wings. A million thoughts warred across her face like a battlefield, and he couldn't be sure which would win, hope or fear. But at last her eyes slid shut as she drew in a breath, and she leaned toward him. I trust you, Zhenya. I will marry you, if you'll have me. If he weren't still so weak, he may have leapt up and danced. Instead, he grinned. I will have you, Milia mia. Well, we can take care of that before you leave England, if you like. At the unfamiliar voice, Yevgeny startled. He hadn't even noticed the man hovering in the doorway, but he was without doubt a Russian. The long beard gave him away as surely as the smoothly spoken words. Yevgeny looked to his brother, who was chuckling. Zivon waved toward the older man. Allow me to introduce Father Yevgeny Smirnov. Yevgeny breathed a laugh. He'd known his brother would find any Orthodox church to be found. A good name. I was thinking the same of yours. The priest grinned and lifted his brows. So, a wedding before you go? Yevgeny looked to Nadia. This certainly wasn't what they'd planned. Not in general, not when they came to England. Not when they'd plotted how to render Zivon neutral. But it also wasn't what he'd expected if the mission went wrong. He'd thought there would be death, or arrest, fleeing in the dead of night perhaps. Defeat. This was no defeat, even if it wasn't the victory he'd expected. It was better. Thanks, he knew, to his brothers bargaining for them. That was Zivon, always needing to be the one moving the game pieces, always anticipating the patterns and reacting to them, always taking care of him. Nadia finally moved her arm, put her fingers in his, and nodded. A click, a whir, and his brother's laugh. "What?" Lily grinned. "I wasn't about to let that moment go uncaptured." Chapter 29. Wednesday, 6th of November, 1918. "Do you have it yet, Melia?" Lily pushed away from her retouching desk, smiling over at the door. Zivone leaned into the doorframe, eyes bright behind his glasses. "You mean since you were last sent down to ask 10 whole minutes ago?" His smile sent a lovely wave of warmth flowing through her. She'd thought it would ease by now, but it seemed the opposite had happened. Every time she saw him, especially when it was unexpected, she was hit anew with how much she loved him. "The Admiral is impatient, and I do not mind being his errand boy in this case, as well he knows." No one would ever hear her complain about it. She stood, casting a look over her shoulder, where Mamma still held the loop to the photograph Lily had passed to her 5 minutes before. "You'll have to ask her. What do you think, Mamma? Is it ready?" She looked up with a sigh and glinting eyes. "I don't know, Lily, love. The composition is terrible. No effort was made at all to balance foreground and background, and—" Lily's laughter cut her off. "You'll have to blame the German photographer for that. All I did was change uniforms, faces, and the ships in the background." "Ah, yes, that is all." Zivone had apparently moved to her side, given that his voice now came from beside her ear, and his hand slipped into its usual place on her waist. Mamma grinned at them, then at the photo which she held up. "I see no evidence at all of your hand. It is, as usual, flawless." It ought to be, given the number of hours she'd poured into that one. She still had the crick in her neck to prove it, too, and lifted a hand to rub at it. Zivone's fingers brushed hers away, and his thumb dug into the knot in her shoulder. He always knew just where it hid. "Shall we take it up, then?" "Of course." But she didn't move, in part because it would mean dislodging Zivone's hand, but mostly because she knew what this photograph meant. If it worked, as the Admiral and Zivone thought, then it could well be the last one he ever called on her to create. If it worked, the German army would think the English were mutinying too. If it worked, those flames of rebellion on the continent that had been smouldering and flaring up since August would erupt into a full-out blaze. If it worked, the war would be over before another week could pass. She wanted that. Of course she did. It was what she and everyone else here, everyone else everywhere, had been striving for these 4.5 interminable years. But it would mean a change to everything she'd come to know. No more reporting here every day. No more Room 40 to report to. All the codebreakers would go back to their lives, their real careers. Professors and scholars, linguists and music critics, bankers and students. Mamma came close, handed the picture to Zivone, and gripped Lily's hand. "You have done good work here, Lily, love. I'm proud of you." "Thank you, Mamma." Another something to be grateful for, that her mother had been working alongside her, that Zivone, his name clear, had stayed at his desk upstairs, where everyone knew they could turn to old Ziv for any necessary help with languages. That the Admiral had finally come to agree with his advice on how the British forces should, in fact, react to the mutiny. She was ready for the war to be over. She just wasn't entirely sure what life would look like when it was. They wouldn't need her here, and they wouldn't need her at the hospital much longer, now that male medical personnel were returning to take over. There was no Ivy to plan and laugh with. There were just her forgotten dreams, her camera, her parents, and a man who had to be wondering as much as she was what the future would hold. They'd spoken of everything else, of churches and children, and whether they thought it would be a niece or a nephew to be born in Russia in the spring, of Paris and Moscow and neighbourhoods in London where they might be able to find a house for a reasonable price. But he hadn't asked yet the one question she was waiting for. He hadn't presented her with a ring, though he had given her a strap for her camera, so she could sling it around her neck, which she'd proclaimed far better than jewellery. He hadn't said a word about what he meant to do professionally when the war ended. He would have a plan. Siobhan always had a plan. But he'd also be listening for the Lord to direct his path. Would they stay here? Or would he instead feel the call to accept one of those teaching positions in America that was still open to him? Wherever the Lord called, she'd be there, by his side. She twisted her head so she could smile up at him. "Let's go." He nodded, though his eyes were on the photograph rather than her. "This really is remarkable, Melia. The Admiral will be pleased." She tucked her hand into the crook of his arm as they walked, smiling as Mamma chatted behind them over how ready she was to be able to plant flowers in the garden again instead of vegetables. "I dare say I shall have it positively gorgeous again this spring. We'll have to host another garden party, Lily love. Or some sort of reception, anyway." "Mamma!" Lily laughed, even in the face of the unknowns that remained. "Mother Effie is not subtle," Siobhan said in a stage whisper. If he was trying to keep from grinning, he was utterly failing. But then his willingness to join her family wasn't exactly in question either. They climbed the stairs, strode down the corridor toward the Admiral's office, and her mother greeted by name every secretary and cryptographer they passed. When Euphemia Blackwell decided to join something, she did it wholeheartedly. A lesson Lily had taken to heart. She greeted her colleagues too, and apparently quite a few of them knew what she'd been about in the basement today, because they had a rather long procession by the time Siobhan knocked on Hall's door. "Enter." He pushed open the door with a flourish and bowed. "Ladies first." Lily couldn't laugh now. She could only smile a bit, and then a bit more when she saw Daddy folded into a chair before the desk, clearly waiting for them. "Well, Lily White, have you managed it?" "Mamma says I have, and you daren't argue with her." Her grin soon faded as she held out the photograph for Hall's perusal. "I hope it will do, sir, though it's not a photograph I ever thought to create." "Create being the key word, my dear, not take. Never would you have occasion to take a photo of our boys in revolt." He sat on the edge of his desk, lifted a magnifying glass, and studied the image. Praise God for that truth. As much despair as she'd seen in the injured soldiers she'd nursed, and as she heard in the voices of men home on leave, they'd never lost their determination to see it through, just their belief that there was a purpose to it. She glanced over her shoulder at her mother. That would just have to be their job when this was over, showing those lads through their art that there was still something to live for, something to believe in. There was still a God in heaven, and he still loved his children, even when his children had failed to love one another. Hall looked up,
and the half-smile on his face told her she'd done her job, this job, well. "Excellent work as always, Miss Blackwell. You have served king and country faithfully and fully." He straightened and barked out, "Elton!" "Yes, sir?" Margot's husband stepped into the office. Lily hadn't realized he was back in London, but she could never keep up with his comings and goings. Hall held out the photo. "You're going back to the continent this evening, correct? See this gets into the hands of Agent 22. Drake nodded and reached for it. "I'll have it to him by morning, sir." "Good. And then report back here." Hall tugged down his jacket, lifted his chin. "This war is about to end, and I dare say your wife would like you home for the celebration." Monday, 11th of November, 1918. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. Yvonne drew in a long breath as he stepped out of the old building, knowing that was a refrain that he'd see plastered in every newspaper headline come tomorrow, some even this evening. Finally, at long last, peace. The guns would be silent, the trenches left behind, at least in Europe. According to both the official reports and Yevgeny's letters, the White and Red armies were still clashing. His brother never said anything about his hopes, the hopes so opposed to Yvonne's, and just related the facts. Russia remained in upheaval. The Bolsheviks' power didn't appear to be waning. But his brother was safe, married, with a child on the way. Perhaps they were still set on advancing in the party. Perhaps all mentions of faith still went unaddressed. But he had hope, and that wasn't something Yvonne would ever take for granted again. Hope for himself, hope for his brother, hope for his people. The Reds might win now, might stay in control. But Father Smirnov was right. It was in persecution that faith always bloomed. And if he knew anything about the Russian spirit, it was that it could survive the longest of winters. God would see them through it. And when spring came, whether it be in a few months or a few decades, the people would cry out for his touch, just as Yvonne had done. He strode for the park, winter's night closing in rapidly. It was cold, or so said the others at the OB, who grumbled as they tugged on gloves and hats. Yvonne thought it felt rather mild. A fine day for a stroll in the park, if the light would just grant him 20 more minutes. He lifted a hand to say farewell to a few colleagues, and then lifted it again as he entered the park and spotted Konstantin and Fyodor exiting. They shouted a greeting, but didn't slow. Fyodor would be hurrying home to his family, and he and Yvonne had seen each other at Mass just yesterday. Shadows were creeping in, too quickly. He picked up his pace still more, not slowing until he rounded the bend on the path, and saw her there, kneeling among the brown grass, her camera raised and her attention focused entirely upon a squirrel scavenging for a forgotten nut. A pattern as familiar to him as breathing. He waited until he heard the click, the whir. Then he knelt down beside her and whispered in her ear, "What do you see?" Lily smiled, turned, stole a quick kiss. Life, going ever onward. She put her hand in the one he proffered and let him help her to her feet. "You're late. I was beginning to think the Admiral had decided to keep you all for an extra shift, just for old time's sake." He chuckled and wove her fingers through his, though he didn't immediately lead her toward Curzon Street.
They had a few minutes of daylight left. He meant to make use of them.
On the contrary, he had several of us in a meeting to discuss the future. Our future. Room 40s.
She caught her breath. Is there one? I thought... Sivone nodded, squeezed her fingers.
It will dissolve after this, yes. A secret to be kept and protected at all costs. But the work cannot stop, Amelia, and the Admiralty knows this. They have decided... He paused, looked about, drew close enough that he could whisper into her ear. They are starting a school. A cryptography school. I have been asked to join it as an instructor, along with several of the chaps, and Margot after she finishes the schooling she desires.
That's wonderful. She slipped an arm around him. Right? Isn't it? Is this what you want?
To stay here in London, with the people I most admire, close to the family I call my own, doing the work I love? He shrugged, held his lips tight. It will suffice, I suppose. She laughed and settled at his side with a happy sigh. You must be so relieved to know what's next. But I confess it is not that next to which I have been giving the most thought. He lifted her hand, the left one, and dropped to a knee. She gasped and brought her other hand to her lips. She had to have known it was coming, but he hoped he managed to surprise her in the moment at least. Smiling, he slipped the ruby off his finger and onto hers. It was too big, of course, but she'd forgive it. I offer you all I am, Lillian Blackwell. All I have. All I have ever fought for, or stood for, or been willing to die for. You already have my heart. I offer you also my life, and every most precious thing in it. Will you be my wife? Yes. She curled her hand to keep the ring in place, and then dropped to her knees beside him, and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her, there in the twilight, not caring who saw. And he laughed when she pulled out her camera. I do not know how you mean to capture this one, Melia. It might require your help, but I think we can manage it. Grin in place, she fiddled with a few of her dials and levers, and then held the camera out as far as her arm would allow, its lens facing them. You do the pushpin. He breathed a laugh, and reached for the cord that led to the pin. A click, a whir. And a moment he never would have forgotten anyway, now captured forever on her film, as she was captured forever in his heart. The end. This book was read for you by Susan Lyons, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of A Portrait of Loyalty by Roseanna M. White. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.